Chapter 301, Faster Than Light. Old Professor, are you joking with me? Are you saying that the disc-shaped UFO that is less than 1 meter long is made of neutron star material? Even though the tragic scene of the firing pin hitting a rock with an egg was still vivid in their minds, some of these people still did not believe it. They were more inclined to believe that the other party's detector was made of the same material as theirs, but it was thicker. After all, moving the neutron star matter was a little too ridiculous. They couldn't even separate the natural matter that was purely compressed from mass from the neutron star, let alone move it. On the surface, the firing pin and the neutron star were both maintained by the strong interaction force, but the actual situation was completely different. Their strong interaction material essentially eliminated the electromagnetic force of the atom and allowed the strong interaction force to overflow, thus forming the strong interaction material. The distance between the atomic nuclei did not change during this process. As long as the electromagnetic force of the material was restored, it would become an ordinary metal. However, neutron stars were different. Under pure mass pressure, electrons were pressed into the nucleus and neutrons to form new neutrons, which were then combined with other neutrons. In the end, the entire planet was left with neutrons, as well as a small number of electrons and neutrons. The surface material of their firing pin was formed by trickery, and the true upper limit was far from being comparable to the neutron star matter. However, they did not believe that any civilization could strip the neutron star matter and load it onto an aircraft to fly at a high speed of 100 km per second. But sometimes, this was the case with narrow vision. Often, the first thing to be eliminated was the final answer to the question. Nothing happened to the UFO after it was hit by the firing pin and it started flying again after a period of time. After confirming that they could not deal with the UFO, the higher UPS of this civilization decided to send the Civilization Tinder spaceship, which had been on standby in the nearby galaxy, to deep space in search of a new home. They would try to communicate with the UFO and then fight it to the end. They had never been stingy with speculating other civilizations in this galaxy with the worst of malice, a truth that their history had proven for them. As a result, more firing pins began to take off and surround the UFO from all directions, vowing to break it. At this time, more drones flew out of the research spaceship that was still in space and completely undiscovered by them. Li Wenyuan sent more drones to the native civilization Beta for no other reason than that this civilization had aroused his interest. From the information he had received so far, the main species of this civilization called themselves the Ancient River People. Their name came from an ancient river on their planet that once connected all the continents. Before they had completed the unification of the planet, the geologists here had confirmed that there was once an incomparably large and long river that connected all the continents. The place that had been mistaken for a rift valley was actually the river channel of this river. The appearance of the deep sea detector also found many rivers that had sunk into the sea due to geological activities. After a magical jigsaw puzzle, a scholar magically discovered that after the continents were pieced together, he could vaguely find a super river that stretched from east to west. This incident caused a huge uproar and soon triggered a series of public movements. Because the world at that time had experienced extremely frequent wars, everyone suffered from the chaos of war. They were also affected by the doomsday of resources that was prevalent at that time, and they hated such internal friction. The sudden discovery of the Pangu River was like a gift from heaven, instantly leading to the people's attack that could reverse all the decisions of the upper echelons. In this period of history, regardless of status, most people were fighting for a goal. Some sacrificed their righteous reputation for eternity, but in the end, they all worked tirelessly to obtain a bright future. A unified planet. Regardless of whether there were opportunists or not, at least the planet had become whole in name. It was also the beginning of the journey of the ancient river people to the Sea of Stars. But not long after, bad news came one after another. One of the scientists who was responsible for the alien civilization exploration project was bored and broadcasting to the outside world in hopes of receiving a response when he suddenly received an alien signal. His natural curiosity made him respond without thinking. Then, a few years later, they received a declaration of war from the alien civilization. A fleet was heading towards them and would arrive in 200 years. At the same time, the alien civilization warned them not to resist or there would be more casualties. Out of self-defense, the ancient river people began to frantically build space fleets. Since they were unclear about the size and strength of the other party, they could only expand their strength as much as possible. However, the enemy was too powerful. They had prepared for 200 years, but they were defeated by a small high-speed aircraft of the enemy. In just a few months, the space fleet was destroyed, and the entire civilization was reduced to slaves. Then, the ancient river people learned that the enemy had also attacked with the power of civilization. Their mother planet had been attacked by an advanced civilization and was about to be destroyed. In order to find a new home, they had to make a large-scale broadcast, and then confirm the location through the reply, and then let the fleet snatch it. It could be said that these two civilizations were fighting with everything they had. However, not long after this fleeing civilization ruled the ancient river people, they were infected with a virus unique to this place because they were not used to the environment, and they began to die on a large scale. At the last moment of their demise, perhaps because they weren't willing to be destroyed just like that, they didn't destroy any technology. Instead, they handed everything to the ancient river people, warning them that this was a dark forest. If they wanted to live, they had to be cold. After this, it would be the new era of the ancient river people. They began to hide themselves at all costs so that they would not perish in a casual attack from a certain advanced civilization. At the same time, they were also looking for a way to strike. Soon, they created a means of attack called stellar disturber through the remains of a creature left on a planet in their galaxy in a mysterious space revolving around the star. A group of creatures that could disrupt the fusion of stars would be accelerated by the mysterious space to exceed the speed of light to cross long interstellar distances, and then attack the stars on which life depended. Not long ago, they successfully used this weapon to attack a potential enemy. Regardless of the other party's life form, social form, good or evil standpoint, or extraterrestrial attitude, they did not even communicate with each other. They launched an attack just because of suspicion and experience. Just as they thought, this was a dark world. Through the observation of the Sentry formation, Li Wenyuan also discovered that this law might really prevail in the current known starfield. A large number of civilizations were in a state of silence, and there were also one or two weapons that were still in the midst of attacking the way. Since they could not surpass the speed of light, the efficiency of information exchange became extremely low. No one was willing to spend a lot of energy to test whether a civilization was friendly, and no one could guarantee that the other party would not attack directly. In order to protect themselves, it was necessary to strike first and hide themselves. This formed the distorted galactic society here. After Li Wenyuan finished reading the history of the ancient river people, he was more and more impressed by the function of the hyperspace route. Perhaps this was also the reason why humans had built the hyperspace route back then? The Milky Way that only has suspicion between each other, just thinking about it is quite dark. With that in mind, he flipped through the database and found a super ancient song that humans had composed during the era of ascension faster than light speed. He threw it into the ancient river people's information network. Chapter 302, this is called a warp drive. About 100 firing pin helicopters were chasing after the UFO in the sky. This was almost all of the near-ground defense capabilities of the ancient river people. Their fleet in space was also trying to find the source of the UFO, but the results were minimal. The UFO flew over a city with a large population and was witnessed by the public. If they chose to attack, the city would suffer a devastating blow, and heavy casualties would be inevitable. However, the UFO did not do so. It only stayed above the city for a short moment before flying in another direction. The ancient river people naturally wouldn't think that this was a friendly civilization just because the UFO didn't attack the city. What if the other party didn't cause great damage just to accept the planet in the future? In short, the moment the UFO appeared, they identified it as an enemy. However, just as a large number of firing pins were chasing after them, they suddenly received reports of UFO sightings all over the world. As expected, there's more than one. A general from the ancient river tribe slammed his fist on the table. He had expected this, but his words were filled with hatred. It was normal to have such a guess. If they were to invade other civilizations, they would definitely not send only one firing pin. However, the number of UFOs that appeared again exceeded 20, which was beyond the expectations of the ancient river people. This meant that on average, 5 firing pins would chase after one UFO, and they found it too little to chase after one UFO. Was this the power of an advanced civilization? Even if it's this kind of advance party that looks like a reconnaissance team, we won't be able to resist at all. Some people lost their will to fight because of the frustration. They found it hard to accept that after developing for so long and receiving the legacy of another civilization, they were still being played by an alien civilization. Could it be that their path of civilization was supposed to be like this? Was it their eternal end to become the plaything of an advanced civilization? Therefore, after their disappointment, they were ignited with an even stronger will. This alien civilization seems to want this planet? Then, we'll broadcast the coordinates of this place. Then, he would blow up everything on the surface. No one can get here. Many people agreed with the idea of some extreme people burning the jade and the stone together. The high-speed firing pin slowed down and gradually stopped in midair, as if it was brewing something. In order to eliminate the electromagnetic force between atoms, this small high-speed aircraft also propelled the nearly 20-ton organic forms to perform a series of difficult actions. It was equipped with a special energy reactor, which had extraordinary explosive power. The ecological destruction bombs that had been buried under the surface for mutual destruction had also entered the countdown. From the day they learned about the darkness of the universe, the ancient river people had made these preparations and would not let any enemy have a chance to obtain their mother planet. However, the gap between civilizations was too wide. Perhaps the ancient river people had never seen what a powerful alien civilization could do. All the methods that they thought were foolproof could be easily removed. Their entire planet suddenly began to experience a large-scale power outage. In just a few seconds, half of the planet had fallen into darkness, and even the battle command was affected. At the same time, the firing pins lost all their power and fell from the sky. They either smashed a pit or shattered themselves. It was obvious that the machine used to eliminate electromagnetic forces had failed, and the shell of the firing pin that had lost the strong interaction force was now just an ordinary alloy. Although they were prepared for such a situation, as long as the underground bomb was activated, it would not stop even if the power was cut off. However, the ancient river people, who had waited for a long time without any response, understood that the bomb had failed. If their instruments were still working, they would be able to detect a strange signal that seemed to be invisible and ghostly echoing in the galaxy. Then, they watched as a large number of UFOs circled the planet, flew, and then left. During this process, there were no casualties. After a while, the power and various mechanical equipment began to recover. The firing pins that had fallen to the ground wobbled and flew up again. They also realized that the underground bombs had stopped the activation process. The battleship in space also returned to normal and sent first-hand information from space. The desperate ancient river people finally discovered where the UFO had come from for the first time. It was an ordinary alien spaceship. It seemed to have been there all along, but they had never discovered it. Just like that, the UFO gathered on the spaceship, which meant that this wave of attacks had ended. At this moment, all the ancient river people who witnessed this held their breaths and began to think about what this alien civilization that far surpassed their level would do to them. As a slave? Or as livestock? Live an ignoble life? Or destruction? Then, the alien spaceship disappeared into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. It was only after it had disappeared for more than 10 seconds that these people finally reacted. Just like that. They seemed to be in disbelief. After all, the other party could defeat their entire civilization with just one spaceship, yet the other party was giving up the opportunity to destroy them. Don't think so well of things. Perhaps the other party just went back to bring people to control us. Was that really all? How can we? After the crisis was temporarily resolved, more and more questions surged into the minds of the ancient river people. The most common question was this civilization really here to destroy them? At this time, a researcher in charge of the information network reported that the mysterious alien civilization had left something in their civilization vault. Is the firewall we're so proud of made of paper? What did they leave behind? The alien civilization has deciphered our language. They left behind a poem, songs? It's called Faster Than Light Speed. Faster than light speed. This unexpected answer surprised them. They could not understand why this alien civilization would leave behind such an ambiguous message. However, a scientist seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the place where the alien spaceship had disappeared. There, I can feel that something is reorganizing. This might be the opportunity for us to surpass light speed. Even if I have to work hard for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, I will never give up. Perhaps, this isn't a hunter toying with his prey, but a gift from civilization. The starlight followed the image to Li Wenyuan's place. He had already obtained the information he wanted from the ancient river civilization. He also recorded the customs of this indigenous civilization. The most important information related to the hyperspace channel was of utmost importance. He had always been curious why there were traces of hyperspace everywhere, but there was no hyperspace channel. The magic mirror recorded by the ancient river people was discovered by him at a glance. He immediately realized that it was most likely a lost hyperspace. In his spare time collecting the data of the ancient river people, he even sent drones to approach space. The ancient river people, who had a more primitive scanning method, couldn't discover this at all. After confirming it, he was sure that it was a hyperspace, and most likely it had fallen off from the original hyperspace route. The various hyperspace parameters inside were the same as those in the Milky Way. It was basically confirmed that it was built by humans. However, he felt that since humans had chosen to build a hyperspace, they would definitely not destroy the road that had been repaired again. Moreover, destroying a hyperspace was not an easy task. Even the ordinary lost empires in the Milky Way could not build or change the hyperspace. The most basic property of this space that had been improved by countless human experiments was stability. The hyperspace would not be destroyed unless the gravity well of the galaxy underwent a huge change. The records of the ancient river people gave Li Wenyuan a direction to search. In the history of the ancient river people, the civilization that defeated them to escape had once handed all their knowledge and records to the ancient river people. They had speculated that the civilization that destroyed them with some kind of attack was the civilization that stood at the top of the galaxy. That civilization would attack any galaxy that might have a civilization at will, and their goal seemed to be to protect something. This kind of civilization, which was obviously abnormal, naturally became Li Wenyuan's new target. Chapter 303, Entertainment Terminal. Faster than light speed, what a dreamy term. This was also a problem that all civilizations had to face after entering interstellar space. When they wanted to go to other galaxies, the travel time of several years, even hundreds or thousands of years, was enough to make everyone shrink back. Perhaps some civilizations would use hibernation technology as a replacement, but this was only a temporary solution. Not every galaxy in the universe was habitable. What if the nearest habitable planet was thousands of light years away? Decades of hibernation were enough to make a person lose contact with civilization. After 1,000 years, their civilization might have been destroyed by some drastic change. It could be said that if one wanted to develop in space, faster than light speed was a high wall that could not be bypassed. Only by crossing this obstacle could one have the possibility of going further. However, not every civilization was fortunate enough to reach the realm of faster than light speed. Theoretically speaking, the void realm passage was the easiest way to achieve superluminal speed. As long as one had a certain level of Shinnik, it was possible to perform teleportation between galaxies through the void realm. Even human beings had established hyperspace through the void realm in the beginning. However, this was also the most difficult method. Awakening Shinnik power required luck, and so did a stable void realm. Moreover, those life forms born from the void realm were not easy to deal with. Under normal circumstances, the void realm was a place where opportunities and risks coexisted. Most people would not choose to use only the void realm to complete a galaxy movement. It was not worth it compared to the consumption and risk. The warp drive wasn't suitable for early space exploration. Its limitations and technological difficulty determined that it wasn't a technology that early interstellar space civilizations should have mastered. The startup of the warp drive required precise interstellar space coordinates and a civilization with deep achievements in physics. It was a technology that required comprehensive technology to reach a certain level before it could be developed. This was also what the early interstellar space civilizations lacked. They often fell into the trap of I need resources to develop technology, I need technology to obtain resources, then I need to research technology, how can I research technology without resources? It was an infinite loop. Subspace was a place similar to the void realm, but it was more primitive. If one was not careful, they would get lost in it. At present, the only way to go faster than light that was relatively free and simple was hyperspace navigation. However, creating a hyperspace channel was still a difficult problem. The hyperspace engine was easy to study, but the hyperspace channel was not. The difficulty of these two could be said to be heaven and earth. Without a hyperspace channel, a hyperspace engine was useless. Li Wenyuan also knew that the technology needed to develop the hyperspace channel was most likely the Level 9 technology creation theory. It seemed that all technology related to space would eventually reach this point. Currently, his creation theory research progress bar was already 1/5 full. Even with his ability, it was still quite difficult for him to study it. This was only because he had obtained insights from the miniature galaxy. Going from level 8 to level 9 seemed to be a gap in technology. Other than waiting for time, only luck could speed up the research process. At the same time, not every civilization could destroy a hyperspace channel. Although it was generally more difficult to create than to destroy, they were similar in hyperspace because the hyperspace was stable enough. Considering the loss of this hyperspace, Li Wenyuan believed that the civilization that did this must have a high level of technology. At the very least, it would not be a problem for them to unify the galaxy. Thus, the traces left behind would not be few. However, after understanding the history of some native civilizations and space civilizations that could not surpass the speed of light, Li Wenyuan realized that such a huge galaxy empire had never existed here. He did not find any eye-catching clues from the starfield that he was currently monitoring. To find traces of the possible galaxy empire and unravel the mystery of the broken hyperspace channel, Li Wenyuan followed the clues in the history of the ancient river people and began to search for the civilization that seemed to attack any suspected civilized galaxy unconditionally. After all, the other party's civilization level seemed to be quite high. Logically speaking, they should know more. With the help of the Sentry formation, it was not difficult to find that civilization. Under the premise that they could not surpass the speed of light, these civilizations that attacked each other would not be too far away. Or rather, it was just not far from Li Wenyuan. The warp wave flashed again, and in the blink of an eye, his spaceship arrived at the target galaxy. The celestial environment here was quite special. There was only one star, one planet, and a few satellites revolving around the planet. However, what surprised him was that the one attacking this galaxy was not a civilization but a somewhat familiar planetary machine. This planet's structure. It's an AL planet. Li Wenyuan found it unbelievable. He was surprised to see a new type of AL planet other than the observation terminal and the purification terminal in such a place. All the AL planets that he knew now would perform a single function and were truly planetary machines. This AL planet that would attack civilizations everywhere seemed similar to the purification terminal. FAWEBOLOM. However, Li Wenyuan knew that the purification terminal could not be so gentle. Its name of purification was not just for show. It would be fine if it did not move, but if it moved, it would show signs of a natural disaster. Then, what would be the function of this new type of AL planet? However, before his spaceship could get close, he realized that the satellite orbiting the planet suddenly stopped, as if it had discovered him, the intruder. A large hole visible to the naked eye quickly appeared on the surface of the satellite. Although there was no weapon, a vast energy fluctuation was gathering inside, targeting his spaceship. They didn't recognize me. It seems that they haven't been invaded by humans. But how could those guys let go of such a novel thing? Did it appear after they left? Li Wenyuan's gaze focused. He was about to warp the fleet to this place, but he stopped halfway. Because he remembered that they were in a different galaxy now, with the curtain blocking all external communications. If he removed the protection of this AL planet, then the mysterious civilization that left behind this planetary machine would most likely discover him. Judging from the information on the observation terminal in the Milky Way and the elliptical galaxy Alpha, this was a civilization from at least 1.7 billion years ago. The AL planet here seemed to have appeared after humans left, which meant that this civilization was likely to continue to this day. Although there was no evidence that this planet was from the same civilization as the AL planets discovered before, they still had to be cautious. The ghost signal generator installed on the research spaceship might not be strong enough. We have to pull a few Titan battleships over for the suppression field. Hence, the Titan battleships in each fleet were individually dispatched and warped to this special galaxy. Only after the number of ships increased to 50 did the signal infiltration work be completed. After setting himself as the recognition target, Li Wenyuan finally obtained basic information about this AL planet. Name: Special Planetary Machine Modified Variant Terminal, Entertainment. Type: AL Planet. Usage time: brand new. Less than 100 million years will automatically be regarded as this level. Checking system update. This is the latest version, there's no need to update. Current strategy: random strike. Purpose: create a visual entertainment sample. Chapter 304, Discovered? Variant Terminal. Li Wenyuan's first reaction was to wonder what kind of AL planet this was. Unlike the observation terminal and the purification terminal, which were basically passive planetary machines, the variant terminal sounded like a very active planetary machine. What was a variant terminal? What created uncertainty in the outcome was a variant. The universe was not constant. There would always be some unknown X that created new things here. The variant terminal in front of him seemed to be the case. Perhaps the civilization that created this planetary machine felt that the world of the dark forest was too boring and needed some stimulation to inject new vitality into it. As for what would happen to the civilizations that were forced out of the dark forest in the face of a life and death crisis, it was not something they cared about. Li Wenyuan continued to read the information on the variant terminal and understood what it was used for. Variant terminal. Introduction: a planetary machine used to bring variables into an unchanging observation. It can adjust the focus of the variables as needed, or make it completely random, completely becoming a variable in the sense of the word. In layman's terms, this was a large machine that would execute the corresponding procedures according to the purpose of its construction. If necessary, it could be an extinction cannon, unconditionally wiping out all life in the surrounding galaxy. They could also be the enlighteners of the galaxy, bringing knowledge and resources to life. Everything depended on the variables that were set in the beginning. However, the variant terminal in front of him was extremely special. It had been artificially modified, and the variables that were originally set had deviated. It began to carry out a mission that was far from its original purpose: inexplicable entertainment. He was sure that this was not the work of humans, because there were no traces of humans on this planetary machine, and there was no special reaction to him. The modification method was also different from that of humans. It was more backward. One could even see some ancient welding methods on some of the metals. It looked more like a civilization of the galaxy localized the machinery of the foreign planet to make it more suitable for their usage. Was it done by the galaxy empire that might have once existed in this galaxy? But no matter what, the civilization that created this planetary machine has a history of at least 1.7 billion years. There were very few records stored in the variant terminal. The entire AL planet had been working to achieve the variable most of the time. Other than the basic information, there was only one work record that lasted for millions of years. However, the writing habits and sentences used were similar to the observation terminal. Li Wenyuan believed that they were left behind by the same civilization. A civilization that had existed for at least 1.7 billion years must have a very deep foundation. This civilization will return here after humans leave and leave behind this planetary machine. This can't be a coincidence. They probably discovered what humans have done here. Come to think of it, did they destroy the hyperspace channel? For a civilization with such a deep foundation, destroying the hyperspace would not be a difficult task. But why? Li Wenyuan couldn't figure out why that civilization destroyed the hyperspace, but after that, he remembered something else. Speaking of which, the traces of modification on this planetary machine are more like the work of a less mature civilization. It's far from the civilization that created the planetary machine. Since the other party can find and control this variant terminal to a certain extent, is the observation terminal also under their control? A sense of urgency arose along with this speculation. Just like the previous elliptical galaxy Alpha, his arrival was likely to be under surveillance from the beginning. Although it was one of his purposes to search for the possible observation terminal, no one would like to be constantly monitored by others. I thought that the civilizations here were unable to surpass the speed of light and that it was impossible for them to control the observation terminal. I didn't expect that there would still be an oversight. After dealing with this matter, I have to think of a way to create a mobile secret project to solve this problem. The curtain is not bad. The spaceships quickly dispersed from the galaxy where the variant terminal was located, and the interstellar exploration process that Li Wenyuan was already in began to accelerate. This time, due to the unique structure of the spiral arm, the spiral galaxy could not be obtained by setting up a sentry formation at a certain node. In order to obtain a complete picture of this galaxy, he needed to set up more sentry formations than in the previous galaxy, and they were in different positions. Considering that even if the sentry formation group formed by the sentry formations achieved the purpose of monitoring the entire galaxy, it would still take him a lot of time to find the exact location of the observation terminal. Hence, the precognition interface he got from the Ascendant civilization came in handy. Thinking about it this way, the Ascendant's precognition interface could also be considered a planetary machine to a certain extent, right? Looking at the prediction interface that had turned from a crystal planet to a fleshy planet due to the exhaustion of psionic power, Li Wenyuan had the idea for no reason. He had also brought the entire Ascendant's precognition interface planet over and made some targeted mechanical modifications, making it easier for him, a mechanical life, to use it. This time, he was using it to find the location of the observation terminal. He wanted to test this magical prediction ability that seemed to be able to deduce cause from effect again. After injecting a large amount of artificial psionic power into the prediction interface, it turned into a crystal ball celestial body again and soon shot out a guiding beam with an unknown destination. The information contained in the overflowing light this time was extremely complicated, and it would take a lot of time to analyze it. It seemed to indicate that the observation terminal here was quite far away. However, as long as he could find a place, it would be a good thing for Li Wenyuan. He knew that humans would definitely leave something behind at the observation terminal, and he believed that he could learn something about the civilization that transformed these AL planets and the super-ancient civilization that was at least 1.7 billion years old. Therefore, his spaceships began to move between the galaxies in large numbers. While expanding the scope of exploration further, they were also searching for the secrets hidden in this galaxy. However, at this moment, the upper echelons of a certain fallen civilization in the galaxy were in a panic. Oh no, there seems to be something wrong with the entertainment terminal. Could it be that our little trick was discovered? Some people were extremely afraid. It seemed that their doomsday had arrived. However, there were also people who became angry under extreme fear. They said ruthlessly, "What are you panicking for? Those arrogant scribes would never notice such a small matter. Some ignorant civilization must have triggered the defense system there. Wait for the report from the observation terminal. I want to see it." The expression on the face of the person who had just spoken became more and more ferocious, and he did not hide the malice in his heart. Who dares to disturb our entertainment? Chapter 305, Heavenly Chasm. The Grand Theater Galaxy was the galaxy with the most interstellar space routes in the Skywalker Empire. Every planet here was a huge three-dimensional projection device. The tourists here only had one purpose: to watch the image. There were still many such Grand Theater galaxies in the Empire, and they had not changed even after the storms. This was the place that the citizens of the Imperium yearned for. Only here could they obtain a great sense of satisfaction, both physically and mentally, as if they had taken a spiritual drug. Today, because the new blockbuster was about to be released, the Grand Theater Galaxy across the Imperium was also crowded. A lot of civilizations from different starfields had gathered in those places, looking forward to the tragedy that they would witness this time. A family of 3 had also come. The father was a famous philanthropist in the Empire, the mother was a celebrity singer, and the child had just entered elementary school in the Imperium. "Darling, do you know the main lead of this movie?" "Of course I know. It's the ancient river people, right?" He vaguely remembered that this was the suspense left behind by the ending of the last movie. A destroyed civilization had entrusted itself to another civilization. Tisk tisk, how touching. The child listened to his parents talking to each other in a language he could not understand, but his eyes were curiously staring at everything outside the porthole, filled with fantasies about this universe. Not long after, the spaceship that had arrived at the Grand Theater Galaxy received a signal that the show was about to begin. The audience who were still chatting fell silent at the same time, holding their breaths as they waited for the start of the movie. Accompanied by similar 10, 9, 8, the planets of the galaxy were also arranged in the correct positions, and the projection equipment that covered almost all the planets began to work normally. Faint fluorescent light seemed to fill the entire galaxy at this moment. The spaceship within the range of the fluorescent light seemed to be in an illusion. The entire universe changed, becoming the galaxy where the ancient river people were. The story starts a long time ago. The emotional opening speech was directly poured into the ears of every audience member, and it also made them understand that the movie had begun. Now, it was time for the previous recap segment, which reminded the audience of the plot of the last movie. In the storyline, a fleeing civilization conquered the home of another civilization to survive and enslaved the life forms there. The entire movie's theme was resistance and struggle. It told the story of how the enslaved destroyed the slave owners step by step and finally regained power. At the end of the movie, the image was fixed on an ancient river person who was looking at the starry sky. Almost everyone knew that this meant that they would be the main characters of the next movie, and that was why the current movie was highly anticipated. As the movie officially began, the plot progressed, and the audience gradually became restless from the initial silence. Everyone was expressing their opinions on everything in the movie. "Ha, the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. Look, the ancient river people began to harbor malicious intentions towards the surrounding civilizations, using their crappy attack techniques to attack other civilizations. Once bitten, twice shy. Couldn't they think that the universe wasn't that dark?" These spectators all had their own opinions, but most of them condemned the ancient river people and felt contempt for their malicious behavior. As for the celebrity singer, she did not hide the disgust on her face. She complained to her philanthropist husband beside her, "An ugly civilization and a bunch of ugly people. That homeless alien civilization is so pitiful. They're not even willing to give up a piece of land and even destroyed that alien civilization. Forget about that." After inheriting the legacy of that civilization, their ugly faces were even more exposed. Other civilizations did not provoke them, but they did not hesitate to carry out the attack. Have they forgotten their painful past? If they did not trust other civilizations, there would never be a day of peace. After the philanthropist heard this, he followed his wife's words and continued, "You're right, my dear. That is indeed an ugly civilization. Only destruction is their most deserving ending." The child did not understand what his parents were saying at all. He just stared at the immersive movie scene and thought. If they didn't have a planet to live on, why didn't they live on the circular world? There's clearly a lot of lands there that can't be used up. As time passed, the plot of the movie gradually progressed to its climax. The ancient river people in the movie had been molded into an evil civilization that was greedy, unkind, and selfish in various scenes, which was a huge contrast to the image in the previous movie. This gave the audience a sense of novelty and anticipation. All of them hoped that this civilization would get the ending they deserved. Soon, they felt that the ending was coming. A mysterious alien civilization suddenly appeared here and destroyed all the defense forces of the ancient river people like crushing an ant. A large number of UFOs flew over the planet of the ancient river people, and it looked like they were about to destroy this civilization that had committed many crimes. However, just as the audience was looking forward to the ending that they had been waiting for, something that surprised him happened. The mysterious civilization didn't do anything after that. After defeating the ancient river people, they only stayed for a short while before disappearing into the distance. The outcome was unknown. This instantly ignited the dissatisfaction of the audience. "I want a refund. Is this ending worthy of us?" The person in charge of the screening was also confused and reported this matter to his superiors. After the news reached the person with the highest position, he went to another colleague in charge of this matter and asked what was going on. The other person was shocked that he had started. It was clearly not time yet. In the end, after a round of mutual notification, they understood that the civilization responsible for destroying the ancient river people was still on its way. What appeared in the movie was actually a variant civilization. The workers in charge of the Grand Theater Galaxy mistook this civilization for the ending of a movie and directly put it on the screen, which led to such an outcome. But soon, they realized that the mysterious variant civilization did not seem to be from that place. The reason was that it could perform superluminal travel without leaving a trace. Not long after, they knew what was going on because the higher UPS of the dynasty had issued a martial law order. From now on, no one is allowed to approach the heavenly chasm without permission. Violators will be killed. In addition, the large-scale mobilization of the Imperium's fleet today is a normal military action. Any rumors are prohibited. The sudden dark cloud of war loomed over the Imperium, confusing every citizen of the Imperium. What exactly made the Imperium cause such a huge commotion? Meanwhile, the civilization that had alarmed the Skywalker Empire was gradually discovering the secret of the galaxy with the activity of a large number of spaceships and the placement of sentry formations. It was a quarantine zone, a vast area without any planets. Like the heavenly chasm, it divided the entire spiral galaxy Alpha into the upper 3 spiral arms and the lower 3 spiral arms. All the galaxies in the lower 3 spiral arms were not connected by hyperspace channels. They were in the darkest environment. As for the upper 3 spiral arms, even if he couldn't see anything in the universe, Li Wenyuan had a feeling that there was a hyperspace there. Chapter 306, Major Discoveries Beside the Heavenly Chasm. This was a heavenly chasm, or rather, a great wall of the universe. It used the simplest method, a distance far enough to act as the wall of size that separated the two starfields. According to the scan results of the sentry formation placed at the edge of this heavenly chasm, its current known widest point was at least 20,000 light-years, and its length was directly cutting the spiral galaxy into two halves, which was more than 200,000 light-years long. The central supermassive black hole that was used to maintain the overall shape of the vortex was divided into the upper 3 spiral arms. With this separation, the lower 3 spiral arms would gradually be thrown out of the spiral galaxy, and only a small portion would be able to reunite with the spiral galaxy. The upper 3 spiral arms would become the spiral arms of the spiral galaxy again, maintaining the spiral form of the galaxy as a whole. What happened here? Li Wenyuan was shocked by the appearance of this heavenly chasm because, from the observation results, the cutting surface of the heavenly chasm was extremely flat, as if something had directly cut off this piece in a short period of time. However, the length of more than 200,000 light-years was cut off so easily. This made Li Wenyuan once again feel the horror of the civilization that had done this. He was starting to suspect that this was really the work of the civilization that had placed the planetary machine. After all, the electronic protection capabilities of the observation terminal were not very good. It was completely unimaginable that such an extremely biased civilization existed. However, what puzzled him even more was the reason for the appearance of this heavenly chasm. What was the purpose of this long corridor that separated two galaxies? He had no idea what was going on in the other starfield, but he had a hunch that it might be a completely different world. At this moment, the guiding beam from the prediction interface had already crossed the heavenly chasm and flew towards the deep space on the other side. Ever since the beam of light was released, it had passed through countless shattered hyperspace. It was fortunate enough to accelerate many times in those places, helping it cross the long interstellar space. Would the mysterious power of karma push the prediction interface to find the right target at the right time? If I can master this black technology of causality law, it will be a very powerful force. After confirming that the prediction interface was pointing at the upper three spiral arms, Li Wenyuan once again sighed at the magical structure from the ascendant civilization. Unfortunately, this was still a mysterious and clueless technology. Even the ascendant didn't understand how they came up with the prediction interface. In this case, it was like writing a bug that could work. The principle was unknown and couldn't be changed. Considering the unknown situation on the other side of the heavenly chasm, it might not be a good thing to advance rashly. Li Wenyuan decided to search along the edge of the heavenly chasm first to see if he could find some ruins and understand the cause of this heavenly chasm. It didn't take long for him to find a civilization that was born at the edge of this heavenly chasm. To be precise, it was the ruins of a civilization. This was a civilization that had been born in the lower three spiral arms and was naturally shackled by the speed of light. From their history, they had never thought of faster than light speed. They called themselves Utes and looked like huge flat arthropods. The adult Utes could reach 100 meters in length, which was very different from the common aliens. They were born with long lifespans, which also led to their view of time being different from ordinary people. Perhaps 10 years or 100 years was just a slow turn in their eyes. Since the day they stepped into space, the Utes had chosen to stay with the frozen cabin. They did not have superluminal technology, and could only rely on their physical lifespan and hibernation to resist the time and loneliness of the universe. In their interstellar history, they had spent 4.50,000 years searching for other alien civilizations, only to find that they seemed to be the only surviving civilization in the known region. There had once been a civilization in this starfield, but now, only ruins remained. The loneliness of life spurred the Utes to continue moving outward, spending countless hours, even if they were no longer connected to their mother planet, searching for traces of civilization. In the end, they arrived at the border of the galaxy, which was now the heavenly chasm. The unnatural nature of the heavenly chasm made the Utes believe that there must be a civilization on the other side of the moat, so they established a colony at the edge of the moat. When all their people arrived, they tried to cross the moat, using this sublight speed to cross a distance of 20,000 light-years. In the history of the Utes, they had never measured the exact width of the heavenly chasm. No one knew if there was an endless void behind the heavenly chasm. If they were lost in it, it would be even more terrible to die. However, the Utes still went. With their curiosity about the other side, the entire civilization embarked on the path to an unknown destination. Your courage is commendable. Li Wenyuan felt heartfelt admiration for the Utes' choice. Not every civilization would dare to take the 20,000 light-year journey. And in the ruins of the Utes, he had also discovered Utes' secret. It was a secret that he had never expected to obtain from a civilization that could not even achieve superluminal speed. Discovered a brand new technology. New technology has been added to the technology tree. According to the current data, set the Ute civilization logo. Through our research on this technology, we have a new understanding of technology. The level of understanding of the strange cycle has been improved. Extreme freezing core, Ute. Technology level, 3 to 9. Introduction, a low-temperature freezer from the Utes. Its original function is to extend the hibernation of living beings, allowing sublight-speed galaxy travel to last for a sufficient period. However, some people specialize in different fields. We discovered that the low-temperature field produced by this magical device far exceeds our technical level. It might even be able to reach absolute zero. Possibly technology, none. This was another technology that was not left behind by humans. All the technologies that could be recorded in this picky technology tree could be called the essence, and this seemingly ordinary freezing machine could reach this standard. Not only that, but it was also the first time that a special technology level indicator like 3 to 9 appeared. In addition, it seemed to be related to the level 10 technology strange cycle. This made Li Wenyuan pay attention to this technology in an instant. Other than that, the Utes did not come up empty-handed in their search for the history of the alien civilization. Although they were the only civilization in this starfield, they had once discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization in a nearby galaxy. It seemed to be the galaxy empire that Li Wenyuan had speculated had once covered this galaxy. And that civilization referred to themselves as the Chroniclers. Chapter 307, Variant Terminal. The Chroniclers. Looking at the records in the Utes ruins, Li Wenyuan finally knew the name of the civilization that once stood at the top of this spiral galaxy. The Utes also had their extraterrestrial expedition team. Thanks to their long lifespans and advanced freezing technology, they had the opportunity to spend enough time in the ruins of civilization to explore. The Utes spent 700,000 years on the archaeology of the Chroniclers, and most of that time was spent on the road. The Chronicler ruins were spread across 3 different starfields. The Utes initially thought that they belonged to 3 different civilizations. Since they had not been able to find a living alien civilization, the Utes chose to focus on exploring these alien ruins to prove that this galaxy was not alone. Even if it was just a relic of a civilization, it could ease their loneliness in the vast starry sky. And as the investigation continued, the Utes gradually gained a certain understanding of the Chroniclers. They discovered that the 3 ruins seemed to correspond to 3 different periods of the Chroniclers. They conducted a long period of research to confirm that the ruins actually came from the same civilization. During the investigation, the Utes believed that the Chronicler civilization should be an artificial intelligence civilization that only existed in their theories. The ruins of the early Chronicler civilization were full of the style of cold artificial intelligence. Although it was not to the extent of finding organic pulp squeezed from organic life form, the purely rational thinking of machines was reflected everywhere in their ruins. The Utes had once found a large space facility similar to a rescue station in the ruins of the Chroniclers during this period. Any passing intellectual life could seek help from the rescue station. However, such facilities would only provide help to life forms that were healthy, had no defects, and could reproduce normally. As for creatures that did not meet these conditions, they would be cleaned up. At this stage, the Chronicler civilization seemed to be pursuing a rational benchmark for the reproduction of life. Anything that hindered the reproduction of life would be eliminated. However, in the next stage, the Chroniclers underwent a series of changes. They began to seal themselves off. The previous starfield and buildings were abandoned, and the rescue station was no longer used. They also stopped contacting the outside world. At this stage, the U people discovered that the Chroniclers seemed to have entered a state of contradiction. One clue could be seen from the trend of the style of the ruins. On the same planet, 2 buildings of different styles appeared. One maintained its former cold state, while the other became a little more gentle and built a large number of places similar to shelter. It seemed that they were taking in some primitive life forms that were about to go extinct. The Utes' extreme freezing core was inspired by the ruins of the Chroniclers at this stage. The Chroniclers seemed to be planning to keep a group of life forms in the ultra-low temperature freezer for hibernation and wake them up one day. The Chroniclers of this stage didn't leave behind many records, and the ruins they belonged to were the smallest of the 3. As for the last stage, Chronicler, it was a completely different state from what the Utes imagined. The Chroniclers of this stage had changed their ways and began to expand in the galaxy on a large scale, extending their influence to even more distant places. Not only that, but they were also helping other civilizations, be it interstellar space civilizations or native civilizations. In the process, the Utes discovered that the galaxy seemed to be able to surpass the speed of light, but it was lost in their era. From the remnant records, it was known that the Chroniclers had created a brilliant galaxy with other interstellar space civilizations during this period. It was completely different from the Dark Age where no civilization could be found in 450,000 years. After that, the Chroniclers entered the era of records. The Utes found the most Chronicler ruins in the archives. These buildings that recorded the rise and fall of civilization were especially common among the Chroniclers of this period. It could be said that the Utes knew about the Chroniclers from the records of the civilization. Because only these files were preserved the most. The Chronicler civilization didn't care about their preservation, but they attached great importance to these historical records. This seemed to be the ultimate goal they had set for themselves after many changes. This was also the origin of their name, Chronicler. The last stage of the Chronicler civilization had existed for at least 6 million years according to the Utes' estimates. All galactic events during this period, regardless of their size, were recorded in the archives. As for the entire process of civilization and the daily life of an ordinary person, as long as the Chroniclers could gather information, they were all part of the records of the archives. This is what the chroniclers have been doing, preserving history that may not be so important. However, historians wrote history, but no one would write history for them. The chroniclers' history was eventually interrupted by a civilization called the Skywalker Empire. The last recorded civilization in the archives found by the Utes was the Skywalker Empire. All the records ended there. The chroniclers seemed to have suddenly perished without any warning or reason. All that was left was the history of another country. In the end, the chroniclers failed to compile a history book for themselves. Instead, they became the history of other civilizations. After that, the Utes made up their minds to cross the heavenly chasm. This gap in the universe did not exist in the history of the chroniclers. The Utes believed that there must be a reason for the mysterious demise of the chroniclers on the other side of the heavenly chasm. The story that followed was that the Utes continued to study hibernation technology, trying to cross that distance with pure physical abilities. The information they had compiled became the chroniclers' history, known to Li Wenyuan today. However, this matter was not over yet. After searching through the records, Li Wenyuan did not find a civilization named Skywalker Empire in the database. He had basically explored all of the lower 3 spiral arms, but there was still no sign of the Skywalker Empire. This situation either meant that the Skywalker Empire had perished, and none of the existing lower 3 spiral arms civilizations had discovered their ruins, or that civilization was on the other side of the heavenly chasm. Li Wenyuan felt that he might have guessed the reason for the chroniclers' demise, and the evidence was most likely on the other side of the heavenly chasm. For this, he needed to cross this distance. But before that, he had to record a file for the chronicler. He saw a certain spirit in the chronicler, as well as the shadow of a certain group of people. That was before the chronicler was called by that name. How did the Utes determine that the chroniclers were an artificial intelligence civilization? The ruins with different styles were one aspect, but the most important aspect was the name of the chronicler. In the records summarized by the Utes, the chronicler's original identification code was called Variant Terminal. Chapter 308, The Wheel of History. Li Wenyuan still remembered that the Variant Terminal that he had discovered in the lower 3 spiral arms had clearly introduced the functions of its planetary machine. The weapon of destruction was the other, the spectator was the other, and the creator could also be the other. Everything depended on the creator's settings in the code. Unlike the existing entertainment Variant Terminal that had been modified, there might have been such a real Variant Terminal in the Spiral Galaxy Alpha. Its creator's function for it might be simply to cultivate a perfect civilization. At this stage, the Variant Terminal basically did not communicate with the outside world, and the related buildings were mostly passive. This was also the earliest chronicler ruins discovered by the Utes. However, something happened to the Variant Terminal later, and it gradually went on the opposite path of its intended purpose. And the source of this change? Li Wenyuan roughly calculated the time and felt that the humans had not run away. In the past, when humans came to this galaxy, they discovered a new AL planet. Then, they slightly modified the program of the Variant Terminal, making the Variant Terminal become the chronicler. However, the chronicler's final outcome was an extremely sudden and mysterious demise, leaving no trace behind. Li Wenyuan felt that this was most likely related to the civilization that created the Variant Terminal, and the Skywalker Empire, which was the last link in the chronicler's history, was probably just a fuse. Only that mysterious civilization could so easily destroy a pinnacle civilization that stood at the top of the galaxy because it was their creation. And the heavenly chasm that isolated the galaxy was probably the work of that civilization. Why would such a powerful civilization install observation terminal everywhere? They even came up with a strange planetary machine like the Variant Terminal. Isn't that what the chronicler wanted to see? His doubts increased as he discovered more and more, and he was more and more certain that there was information he needed on the other side of the heavenly chasm. Whether it was human beings, the chroniclers, the Skywalker Empire, or even the mysterious civilization that built the observation terminal, he could find the answer there. The only problem now was to cross the 20,000 light-years heavenly chasm. In theory, whether it was a distance of 1 light-year or a distance of 100 million light-years, the warp drive could reach it instantly. The principle it used was to directly reconstruct the space-time continuity of the space in which it was located. From the quantum level, it directly turned the surroundings into the destination, thereby achieving instant movement. All that was needed was accurate data on the various indicators of the destination space, as well as a huge amount of energy to reconstruct space-time. Normally, the Sentry formation was enough to meet the needs of the warp drive for coordinates. Even if it was not enough, he could borrow the observation stations of other civilizations to determine the coordinates. But this time, the distance of the heavenly chasm was too far. When the Sentry formation tried to detect the edge of the heavenly chasm, the scanning data was already very unstable and could not be used as the coordinates needed for the warp. Moreover, the observation terminal that could directly monitor the entire galaxy was on the other side of the heavenly chasm. However, Li Wenyuan knew that even if he didn't need to warp, he could still find a way to get there. The modified variant terminal is obviously not the Chronicler. It is too new, more like it appeared a long time after humans left. If the true Chronicler still remains, it's most likely on the other side of the heavenly chasm. The transformation of this variant terminal here is rather suspicious. It's certain that it was modified by the civilization on the other side. In that case, they have a way to come over. He had also wondered if the civilization there had mastered the technology of warp drive or void realm travel to cross the heavenly chasm. After all, they had the help of the observation terminal and did not have to worry about coordinates at all. However, after many tests, Li Wenyuan confirmed that the civilization over there could not do these things. The first was the phenomenon that was bound to occur when warp drives were used. The weakening of the dimensional structure was not found in this galaxy. Theoretically speaking, the more the warp drive was used, the weaker the space-time structure would be, the easier it would be to activate the next time, and the less energy needed. However, there were no such signs in this galaxy. It was possible that the warp drive had not been used here during the Chronicler era. The only traces were formed after Li Wenyuan's arrival. In addition, the void realm of this galaxy was much smaller than the void realm of the elliptical galaxy Alpha, even smaller than the void realm of the Milky Way. However, there was no trace of external interference. It was still in an extremely primitive stage. This meant that the life forms here basically did not have Shinnik ability potential, or only a few of them had been born. They had only dabbled in the use of the void realm and were far from being able to move with the void realm. Li Wenyuan had thought of using the void realm to move, but he was just a robot and was incompatible with the void realm. Normally, he could perform void realm advancement to enjoy the scenery, but he couldn't use the void realm to teleport as he wished. The artificial forms of Chosen One under his command were still studying the corresponding relationship between the void realm and the real world, so he could not go to the other side for the time being. After some thought, he decided to use a safer method, which was the method used by the upper 3 spiral arms civilization to come to the lower 3 spiral arms civilization. And he felt that based on the overall level of civilization in this galaxy, this method was most likely wormhole travel. Even if it wasn't, it was a method of elimination. Therefore, he began to focus on verifying all the wormholes in the lower 3 spiral arms and found the target as expected. It was an ordinary galaxy near the variant terminal, with a mediocre galaxy type and desolate planets on the streets. There didn't seem to be anything worth paying attention to. But the fact that galaxies themselves were ordinary did not mean that everything in galaxies was ordinary. Li Wenyuan would discover that apart from a wormhole near the galaxy, there were also a large number of hyperspace fragments. It had once seemed to be a hyperspace node from which numerous hyperspace channels extended, and he had found evidence of that. A rectangular monument floating in space, orbiting around a planet. The alloy surface of the monument was engraved with the following words in human language. Spiral Galaxy Alpha Interplanetary Passage Engineering Monument. Commemorate our contribution to the infrastructure of the universe. I think we can at least use it until the end of the universe this time, Dean of Engineering. It's not XX was here anymore. Li Wenyuan sighed. After confirming that the obelisk was purely a memorial building, he turned his attention to another noteworthy thing at the edge of the galaxy. It was a wormhole that looked rather stable. He had previously probed the interior of the wormhole. After the probe wave traveled a certain distance, it confirmed that the wormhole was indeed leading to the upper 3 spiral arms. He was already prepared to go in and see what kind of interstellar society was on the other side of the heavenly chasm. However, in a place he hadn't found, near the exit of the wormhole, there was a group of people who were frantically plotting how to get rid of him. That civilization had discovered the passageway. Damn it! How did he manage to pick out the target from the galaxy and wormhole in such a short time? There are a lot of hyperspace fragments near the wormhole. That civilization might have noticed it because of that. I told you not to open the tunnel in that place. But without the help of those hyperspace fragments that can affect the stability of space, we wouldn't have been able to open up this passageway so easily. These people were all arguing, but they were all from the influential families of the Skywalker Empire. Usually, the appearance of any one of these people would cause a commotion among the citizens of the empire. However, at this moment, they were making a fool of themselves to achieve their goals. I don't care. Destroy the passageway quickly. At most, he would stop appreciating the struggles of those wild beasts. He would first keep the secret here. A certain someone's suggestion garnered the approval of most people. However, just as they were about to implement the plan, someone suddenly asked, "Do any of you know how to destroy the wormhole?" This sentence was like an autumn wind, instantly freezing everyone present. If I remember correctly, the last time someone accidentally short-circuited the database while drinking tea, we lost a lot of technology. These people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, one of them said, "Don't worry, don't we have that universal treasury? Everything we have was taken from it, so I think it will be not stingy this time, right?" Therefore, some of them went to the place known as the Universal Treasury to find a way to destroy the wormhole. And there was a familiar, but very dilapidated mechanical planet. Or rather, an owl planet. Chapter 309, They're Here, They're Here. Today, Duke Stone, the border Earl of the Imperium and the leader of the Knights of Benevolence, would once again visit the sacred and solemn ancient battlefield after 230 years to pay homage to the fallen heroes. Similar reports covered the entire Skywalker Empire, as if they were eager to let everyone know what the Duke was going to do today. The usually quiet citizens were now a little more radiant because of this incident. They would more or less mention this Duke during their leisure time. Duke Stone. The last time we heard this name was during the fire in the capital's core data city, right? Indeed. Even the latest generation of automatic fire extinguishing systems could not save it. The fire was really... Tisk tisk, I heard that you can even see fire and smoke from space. Isn't that so? It was said that the culprit was Duke Stone. He did not wear protective clothing as required when he was inspecting the work, and even drank tea in the database. As a result, it caused a large-scale short-circuit, and the entire core data city was destroyed. As they chatted, more of the people were talking about Duke Stone's embarrassing incident and all kinds of rumors. They did not feel much about the memorial ceremony of the ancient battlefield. After all, the history related to the ancient battlefield was too long ago. They might still sing praises for it 100 years or 1,000 years later, but what about 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years later? The people of the Skywalker Empire had long since become numb to the past. The million-year-long history made them almost afraid of this high wall. Although they were deeply impressed by the weight of history, no one dared to say "I love history" without hesitation. This was because they had to face hundreds of thousands of pages of history textbooks since their school days. Even with the help of auxiliary machines, they still had to complain endlessly. In their compulsory education, the most difficult subject wasn't physics, chemistry, politics, or geography, but history. Just the amount of history teaching materials alone was a lot more than the other subjects. It could be said that apart from the elites of the upper class who remembered these ancient histories, most people gradually forgot about the past in their daily lives. They only remembered that the ancient battlefield was the founding war of the Skywalker Empire. In short, the invaders did all kinds of evil, and the heroes showed their might and fearlessly defeated the enemy. At the end of history, the Skywalker Empire became the administrator of the galaxy that ruled over the people, and the Heavenly Chasm was a scar left behind by that war. As for the other side of the Heavenly Chasm, it was the place where the defeated invaders were struggling to survive. The movie that would be played in the Grand Theater Galaxy every once in a while was their way of enjoying the miserable state of war criminals. In the past, although the memories of the ancient battlefield were a little blurry, it was the history that they remembered the most clearly. They were arrogant in their bones. The Skywalker Empire ruled all the places they knew, and the entire upper three spiral arms were within the sphere of influence of the Skywalker Empire. However, they could not go to the lower three spiral arms and do whatever they wanted. Only by seeing the whales of the low-level civilizations in the apocalypse could they satisfy their sense of superiority as high-level civilizations. Let's not bother about these nobles. Let's talk about our last movie. I heard that there were many good reviews. It's really despicable. The citizens returned to their daily lives, and Duke Stone, who had spread the news of his trip, had arrived at his destination, the ancient battlefield. There were more than 20,000 stars and more than 10,000 galaxies in this starfield. It was a huge territory. However, as a noble of the Imperium and an insider of the past, Duke Stone knew that the ancient battlefield was just an illusion. The real core was a galaxy within the starfield. After traveling through countless galaxies, Duke Stone finally arrived at a dark galaxy. The central celestial body of this place was a black dwarf star, a celestial body formed after the neutron star naturally reached its end. It didn't emit any light or heat, so it was almost unnoticeable in astronomical observations. Around the celestial body were countless shattered planets, as well as a planet with artificial intelligence that was riddled with holes. It was hard to imagine what kind of drastic changes this galaxy had experienced, to the point that almost all the planets had been shattered, and it was difficult to maintain the appearance of the stars. However, Duke Stone did not look away. He directed the ship straight toward the Owl planet. At this moment, there were almost no traces of machinery on the planet, and no robots were working there. In the thin stimulating gas, only metal ruins and broken parts could be seen. However, Duke Stone walked through the ruins with ease, as if he had been there many times. He soon found his destination. A nearly abandoned control hub. The flickering light seemed to indicate that the control center was still alive, and the arrival of Duke Stone made the already weak light glow, as if welcoming him. When Duke Stone saw the control center, he went straight to the point. "We need a method to close or destroy the wormhole. You should have it, right? This is a joint petition from the Emperor and us, the pillars of the Empire. At the same time, for our petition for the survival of civilization." He deliberately emphasized the word survival of civilization, as if this word was the most important part of this passage. After a flash of light from the control center, the relevant technology was finally transmitted back to the database of the Skywalker Empire through some method. Duke Stone heaved a sigh of relief when he received the reply. He turned around and left without any hesitation. The pungent smell of engine oil made him very uncomfortable. Only the half-dead control center remained in place, flashing lights. A while later, Duke Stone brought the unstable bomb that was used to destroy the wormhole's structure. The nobles near the wormhole passage were already anxious. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duke Stone. "You finally brought the thing. You don't know that to prevent the civilization over there from coming over, we threw everything that could explode with huge energy into the wormhole. In the end, the wormhole is still stable. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have built it so firmly." Although there were complaints, they quickly threw the unstable bomb into the wormhole. However, a huge storm like lightning and thunder erupted in the wormhole that should have been empty. It quickly disrupted the entire wormhole and directly caused it to collapse. Seeing this, they finally felt at ease, feeling that there would no longer be any threats that could threaten their lives as advanced civilizations. However, a series of faint signals passed through the wormhole at the last moment and arrived here. Under the cover of the huge fluctuations caused by the collapse of the wormhole, no one noticed it. It first infected an abandoned unmanned mining drone, then used the drone as a springboard to infect the upper levels, and finally infected a large flagship stationed here. In the next moment, what the low-level civilizations that they had mocked for fun had done in the dark forest happened to them. The large flagship began to broadcast the detailed coordinates of this place to the entire galaxy uncontrollably, regardless of size. Someone noticed this and jokingly said to the captain of the flagship, "Brother, are you playing this game too? Do you really think that there would be a civilization that is more advanced than us attacking us like this?" However, as he spoke, the man noticed that something was wrong. He realized that the captain of the flagship was pale and frantically knocking on the order to stop the flagship, but there was no response. "You!" Just as he was about to speak, his vision suddenly turned black. The light that shot into the porthole disappeared in an instant, as if it was blocked by something. A huge sense of oppression and fear made him sit on the ground in an instant. The fear deep in his genes was also aroused at this time, and in just a few seconds, he had to defecate on the spot. However, this physical fear was not what scared him the most. What scared him more was the dense flashing signal points on the ship's radar, almost filling the entire radar. This meant that a fleet that made them despair had arrived. They did not expect that civilization to still come. Chapter 310, Look Again, You're already a character in the play. How troublesome. Am I not welcome here? At this moment, Li Wenyuan had already sent numerous fleets to the broadcast coordinates. Previously, he had tried to go through the wormhole directly, but he had encountered various disturbances in the wormhole, which made it impossible for him to safely get the ship to the wormhole exit. Then, he realized that the civilization on the other side of the heavenly chasm had discovered that he was coming over and began to stop him from going over at all costs. The group of people seemed to be certain that he could not cross the distance of the heavenly chasm. They probably used the observation terminal to see his series of actions. However, it's obvious that the observation terminal can't help them understand the technology I'm using. At the very least, they had no idea how far the warp drive could go. Li Wenyuan, who realized that he couldn't get through the wormhole, decisively used the enhanced ghost signal to the other side of the wormhole and arrived at the galaxy before the wormhole collapsed. The infection immediately began to take effect. It did not take long for Li Wenyuan to receive a coordinates broadcast to the entire galaxy, and the target was a certain galaxy behind the heavenly chasm. Once upon a time, this was something that only happened here. I'm not sure if it would attract a blow, but at least it would attract me. Since the enemy was so resistant to him, or rather, to the world of the Dark Forest, Li Wenyuan was ready to fight the enemy. The reactors of all the battleships were in full operation. The preloading of the main cannon and the warm-up of the shipborne drone had been prepared long ago. The shield was also at its maximum output. Even a series of auxiliary equipment, whether or not they were useful, had been activated in preparation for the worst. If there was a civilization near the galaxy where the fleet was gathered, they would be able to detect all kinds of signals and energy fluctuations that filled the galaxy. As soon as the detailed coordinates were obtained, the warp drive, which was already heating up impatiently, determined the target. The dimensional structure at the edge of the entire assembly galaxy shattered under immense energy pressure, reassembled, and then formed a new dimension. After that, the fleet arrived at the target location. The aftermath of the wormhole's collapse still lingered in the galaxy, but the heavier fleet instantly attracted the attention of all the detection equipment. The observation stations that were still collecting data on the wormhole's collapse all sent out a large number of alarms. The ear-piercing sounds and flashing warning lights announced that a group of terrifying guys had arrived. Detected that the space-time structure has been shattered. Large-scale gravitational anomaly detected. Detected that the energy fluctuation has reached an abnormal peak value. Please avoid it as soon as possible. A large number of similar alarms rang out in Duke Stone's carriage. This large battleship, the Boulder, which represented his status as a noble, was equipped with all kinds of new weapons and advanced equipment of the Empire. It was even ranked among the top battleships in the Empire's noble list. With this battleship, he had always thought highly of himself and used his chin to look at people all day long. However, today, he had no choice but to lower his noble head. Every cell in his body was screaming as if they were trying to escape from his body. Now, he sat paralyzed on the spot. His entire body was trembling and cold sweat was flowing out. At the same time, all kinds of stinky filth were flowing out of his body. He wanted to struggle out and escape from this hellish place through the escape capsule. However, his strong muscles and hard bones seemed to have all softened at this moment. He could not even raise his hand. He did not understand. He had obviously received the best genetic modification of the Imperium and had also undergone special training to toughen his mind. Even if a battleship were to crash into him, he would still be able to remain calm. Why was he suddenly so weak today? Of course, he wouldn't understand that the physiological abnormalities caused by the suppressive stance developed through the study of Presolin wouldn't be transferred by human will. Even if he was a vegetable, he would fall off the bed on the spot under the influence of the suppression. His whole body would twitch. To a certain extent, it could be considered a medical miracle. What a pity, I haven't had the time to integrate the inspiration I got from the elliptical galaxy alpha with the suppression field. Otherwise, I could still test the effect. After confirming that all life in the galaxy could not resist, Li Wenyuan felt a little regretful. The hallucination of the elliptical galaxy alpha that could scare even single-celled creatures to death gave him the idea of strengthening the suppression ground, primal fear. Since it was used for combat, it must be as strong as possible. Attacking a living creature both mentally and physically was the most perfect form of the suppression field. However, the defenders at the wormhole's exit were too weak. Li Wenyuan did not even attack. He only activated various suppression positions to make them lose their combat strength. After feeling that way, Li Wenyuan quickly understood the situation of the surrounding galaxy under the exploration of the shipboard sensors. He also confirmed the difference between this place and the other side of the heavenly chasm. This place is really a bright plain, it's far from the dark forest. The most obvious thing was that there were many hyperspace channels here. Although it did not cover the entire galaxy, it was connected to the main galaxies as much as possible, forming a lush highway network. Here, they only needed a few months to reach the neighboring galaxy, and even if they were far away, it would only take a few years. It was much better than interstellar travel on the other side that could easily take hundreds or thousands of years. I see. It's definitely because the civilizations on the other side are all low-leveled and unworthy of living in the same galaxy as them. Is that why they are so resistant to me, a civilization from the other side? After roughly understanding the thoughts of these people, Li Wenyuan felt even more bored. However, he was too lazy to continue fighting with these guys. After simply breaking through the firewall of their spaceship system and finding the coordinates of a few colonial planets, he continued to send the fleet to those places to collect their history. After a long time, a certain general of the Skywalker Empire in this galaxy dragged his trembling body and sent a warning to the mother planet. At this moment, the Emperor, who was showing off his prowess among the crowd, also received the eunuch's report. Before he could vent his dissatisfaction at being disturbed, a large group of battleships suddenly appeared in the sky above the palace. Unlike the previous exploration of the ancient river people, this time, there were only black battleships. All the main cannons were aimed at the defensive forces inside the galaxy, and they were disarmed in the next moment. The Emperor quickly regained his senses and hurriedly contacted the Imperial Guards. However, all he received was a busy tone. All communication devices were cut off at this moment. Realizing that it was impossible to count on the guards, he sternly asked the eunuch beside him, "Where are the border troops guarding the heavenly chasm?" Their emperor had been attacked, yet they still didn't rush over to protect him. The eunuch also answered submissively, "Your Majesty, it will take at least a few months for the border troops to return. Moreover," he paused for a moment before continuing, "it is said that the border troops have been destroyed by a fleet of unknown origin. Your Majesty, let's escape." However, the emperor sneered and said disdainfully, "I have the emperor's way of death. How can I escape in a sorry state? I will exist with this palace." In the next moment, a piece of a guard's weapon fell from the ground and landed in front of the palace hall. The huge shock wave instantly knocked him to the ground. "Let's go! Quick, quick, quick! Bring me to the nearest underground shelter." Other than the capital galaxy, a certain flourishing grand theater galaxy was also invaded by the fleet. A group of spectators who were admiring the miserable state of the low-leveled civilizations suddenly noticed a large number of battleships that they had never seen before passing by them. Could it be? Is a third-party civilization about to enter? This is really a good show. Some people who were obsessed with it saw it as the climax of the movie. These projections are so realistic. I thought a battleship really came here. Although there was a lot of commotion, these people were all looking forward to how this movie would end. And what kind of destruction would the civilization in the movie face? Then, all the lights on the viewing spacecraft suddenly turned off, leaving only a display screen that was still working with a dangerous red light. On it was written in their own language. "Disarming in progress. Please remain calm and wait. Violators will bear the consequences." Chapter 311, The Broken Galaxy Guardian. The news of the mysterious alien civilization invading the Imperium quickly spread in the upper three spiral arms. The Skywalker Empire was the only civilization in this world. They had the same programming and signal station, so there was always a way to spread the news. Li Wenyuan also did not block the transmission of these signals. What the people of the Skywalker Empire thought had nothing to do with him. He was only here to collect the necessary data. His fleet could be seen in the most prosperous galaxy of the Empire. As for the galaxies with large amounts of data, he paid special attention to them. He first hacked into the data center of the Empire's mother planet and learned that the civilization that ruled the upper three spiral arms was called the Skywalker Empire. However, just as he was about to look up the history of this civilization, he found that the relevant information was empty, with only some incomplete data. Not only that, but the science and technology that were extremely important to the development of a civilization had also disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. That's impossible. Without some things, it's impossible to become an interstellar civilization. He didn't believe that the Empire didn't have such technology. Therefore, he continued to search in detail and finally found the damaged data in a place called the repair room on the planet. Most of the data could not be recovered. After a series of analyses, Li Wenyuan understood what was going on. Not long ago, a powerful figure named Duke Stone spilled tea on the computers in the core data city. Who would have thought that these computers weren't waterproof? As a result, a large-scale short circuit instantly caused the entire core data city to be filled with smoke. Soon, an unprecedented fire broke out. Logically speaking, a computer couldn't cause a large-scale short circuit in such a core area. The equipment used to store data should also be made of non-flammable materials, and the fire protection system would kill it in the cradle the moment Mars appeared. However, no matter how complete the blueprint was, it couldn't beat the complicated human heart. The former core data city had undergone a large-scale relocation to make way for the ever-expanding palace. It was now moved to a new location. The most famous and experienced engineers in the empire were responsible for the planning. The budget used was also the highest, comparable to the construction of a new palace. However, the engineer felt that it wouldn't be a big deal for him to eat a little of such a large sum of money. As a result, the money that was already insufficient became lesser after being distributed layer by layer. Everyone thought that they would only take a little, and no one would notice. This resulted in the completion of the core data city being only 1/10 of the estimated cost. However, this was the interstellar era after all. Even if it was built with inferior materials, it still had good capabilities. Moreover, there was no one in this data center, which allowed the core data city to be safe for a long time. It was until a noble who was originally frivolous poured away the unpleasant tea without any self-awareness, which led to the disaster. After all, who would have thought that an interstellar civilization that had existed for millions of years would not have waterproof equipment? Fortunately, they were the only civilization in the upper 3 spiral arms. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago in a place like the Milky Way. It's better to say that it's because their foundation is good that they haven't been destroyed after being fossilized for so long. Li Wenyuan was a little speechless. He did not expect that the information he was looking for would be burned away by the fire. If that was the case, he might have to spend some effort and use some other methods to find the content he needed. However, just as he was about to do so, he suddenly found some clues from the new information that had been released after the fire. It was a news article that publicized Duke Stone's memorial to the ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield? The name of this place sounds like a story, and the main character is a person who has appeared many times, Duke Stone. In addition, this time is also interesting. It just so happens that I'm coming over from the wormhole. After confirming the information, Li Wenyuan decided to take a look at the ancient battlefield galaxy. As for the location, he would get it from Duke Stone. Coincidentally, I remember that the Duke's carriage is at the exit of the wormhole. They probably haven't left yet. Similar to his decision, there were also people in the Imperium who wanted to go to the ancient battlefield, but their purpose was to save the country. These people were all dignitaries of the Imperium and knew the secrets of ancient times. They knew what exactly was on the ancient battlefield. After realizing that the invader Li Wenyuan did not seem to be interested in exterminating them, these people's thoughts became active. They wanted to use the ancient battlefield to show off again. At the first moment, they drove toward the ancient battlefield with ease. Not long after, Li Wenyuan also warped there and coincidentally bumped into the Empire's aristocrat spaceship that was seeking to save the country. It isn't an observation terminal. The moment he arrived, Li Wenyuan didn't care about the spaceship. Instead, he was checking if a string of mysterious light beams had also arrived here to determine the function of the prediction interface. However, he didn't detect it. Either the prediction interface was wrong, or this wasn't the observation terminal. He was more inclined to the latter. If it wasn't for the observation terminal, that would be the chronicler. Li Wenyuan didn't pay attention to the Empire's dignitary spaceship. Instead, he flew directly toward the only planet in the galaxy that was still preserved. The surface of the planet was so damaged that he couldn't even tell that it was an AL planet at first. However, because he had come into contact with the variant terminal in the lower 3 spiral arms before, he confirmed that it was the variant terminal after scanning it layer by layer. In other words, this dilapidated AL planet was probably the Galaxy Empire, the chronicler, which had once triggered the prosperity of the civilization here. However, it was impossible to maintain the most basic signal broadcast here. Until he approached the control center, Li Wenyuan could not detect any signal. It was only when he got close to the control center that he read a string of information that was almost unreadable. The data corruption function has failed. Please enter the data to identify the data corruptions. The relevant data corruption will appear after the data corruptions, please know. As the string of information was being read, the drones that were approaching the control center slowed down as if they were afraid of disturbing the old man and causing his decaying body to collapse. Li Wenyuan gradually fell silent. Although he was a human, his current state was that of artificial intelligence. After seeing this machine that had been working for countless years, it was inevitable that his heart would feel heavy. But the next moment, a spaceship descended from the sky and plowed a long ditch on the ground before stopping in front of the control center. A person also hurried down from the spaceship. It was a dignitary of a certain empire. He rushed to the control center before Li Wenyuan and began to wantonly accuse Li Wenyuan of the atrocities committed by the foreign invader and asked the control center to help them. We know that you definitely have a way. Didn't you help Duke Stone last time? This time, it must be. For the survival of our civilization, you will do it, right? Even if it means sacrificing everything, just like a million years ago. Chapter 312, Until Death. You can do it, right? From the words of the nobleman of the Skywalker Empire, it seemed that he treated the control center as a person. At the same time, there was also a disgusting sense of greed and ignorance, as if everything the other party did was what he should have done. Perhaps the former dignitary had received a good education and knew what the art of language should be like, but it seemed that as long as they were here, the arrogance in their bones would uncontrollably overflow. He began to clamor about how to make the invaders pay the price, but Li Wenyuan kept looking at the control center, waiting for the dying chronicler to respond. The control center, which was still flickering with a faint light, finally changed slightly after a long wait. The flashing frequency of the lights had changed to a certain extent, and it was faster than before. Li Wenyuan obviously noticed this degree of abnormality, but the noble of the Skywalker Empire did not notice it. He began to curse angrily with the uneasiness in his heart and the fear that he had not received a response for a long time. All kinds of foul language spewed out of his noble mouth, and his elegant appearance was no longer there. However, Li Wenyuan knew that the control center, or rather, the chronicler, had actually responded. The dilapidated facility was already trying its best to interpret the words of the dignitaries and respond to certain keywords. At the mention of the survival of civilization, he could clearly see the lights on the control center flashing faster, but the old and severely damaged equipment needed some time to react. Another long wait. Perhaps it was the end of the program, or perhaps it was the end of the gear, but the light in the control center suddenly dimmed. Then, Li Wenyuan detected a familiar fluctuation. An old battleship had warped to this place. Its crumbling body was covered in rust and armor that was about to break. When the main cannon was turned, it was as if one could still hear the creaking sound. The reactor hidden deep in the core could also be seen clearly from the damage to the hull. This seemed to be the last of its power. This ancient machine that once stood at the top of the galaxy had only a little spark left. The dilapidated hull of the ship was a testament to its declining glory. The nobleman of the Empire was delighted at the arrival of the battleship, but his expression changed slightly when he saw the dilapidated battleship. It was obvious that he did not expect such a battleship to come to save the country. The main cannon of the dilapidated battleship was aimed at Li Wenyuan's spaceship. A huge amount of energy gathered in it, as if it was about to tear the small spaceship apart. However, he did not dodge or mobilize the battleship to stop them. After scanning the dilapidated battleship, he confirmed that it could not withstand another round of main cannon fire. When the main cannon of the dilapidated battleship was heating up, the entire core reactor was heating up rapidly due to overload. The light seeping out of the cracks was getting brighter and brighter, and it reached its peak just before the firing. In the next second, the entire battleship exploded from the inside, ending its long life in a flash. Seeing this, the expression on the noble's face changed drastically. After looking around for a while, he returned to the spaceship dejectedly, as if hoping that no one would notice him. Indeed, no one paid attention to him. No matter what a small figure did, no one would care. Li Wenyuan was more concerned about the signal from the control center after the battleship self-destructed. Please leave this place if any organic data is damaged. Along with the signal, there was also a feeling of the earth shaking from the planet's interior. It was about to self-destruct. The planet itself was the only weapon it currently held. A huge explosion from the depths of the planet's core might allow it to make its final contribution to the survival of civilization to drag the enemy on this planet to the grave. But why do you have to suffer so much? Li Wenyuan sighed slightly. The drone flew close to the control center and touched its dull metal surface. Then, time seemed to stop as the data was exchanged. The self-destruction of the planet's core also fell into a momentary standby. At this moment, Li Wenyuan had already completed the relay with this ancient guardian. Data corruption code, administration matrix. The relevant remarks have been extracted from the memory. Please check it yourself. Remarks. This is an AL planet known as the Variant Terminal. The initial setting of its program is to find a perfect race. And this place is also a testing ground. The advanced civilization that built this Variant Terminal has placed many civilization sparks here, allowing them to fight in this dark world to determine the strongest and most perfect civilization. Doesn't it sound a little like raising voodoo? This variant terminal is like a game system. It will set up rescue stations, resource stations, trading stations everywhere, and other functional facilities, and then it will be uniformly deployed. Civilizations with outstanding performance will receive assistance from the variant terminal like the reward for completing a mission, including resources, information, and technology. We speculate that the variant terminal has a lifespan of more than 5 billion years. That civilization hopes to create a civilization that can become the only civilization in the galaxy without resorting to any superluminal means, and that requires sufficient time. Of course, kind-hearted people like us decided to help when we saw injustice, so we educated the program of the variant terminal a little. To be honest, it's hard for us to understand how such low-level electronic protection measures and advanced planetary construction technology appeared in the same civilization. The professor did not even do anything, and the enlightenment of the variant terminal was easily completed. It will probably become the guardian of this galaxy and guide the civilization here to a new dawn. A clear record was presented before Li Wenyuan's eyes. And just as he had expected, the transformation of the variant terminal was caused by humans. However, this detail that was worth paying attention to made him feel heavy again. The variant terminal obviously had some degree of artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have called itself the Chronicle. This was the name it gave itself, not the Utes. It would definitely discover that there was a string of information in its memory that was not its own, and it would recognize it as important information that could not be lost. Even until death, this string of information was like a readable memory waiting for the fated person. Yes, the chronicler was already dead. The moment Li Wenyuan arrived, he realized that what remained on this dilapidated AL planet was only a series of automatic programs. The database here had been damaged. It had chosen to use most of its memory to store technology that could help the survival of civilization. Doing so would inevitably reduce its intelligence. FEWNL. So it committed suicide, leaving behind an automated program that could respond to keywords and simply understand words. Would a real artificial intelligence think about what death felt like? How would artificial intelligence feel when it faced death and decided to commit suicide? Li Wenyuan had no idea about all of this. But he also knew a lot. The information left behind by humans was one of the non-technological data that the chronicler had preserved the most. And other than that, the other non-technological data that had been preserved the most was its identity card. Through this, Li Wenyuan learned how the chronicler called the creator of its body. Identification code, chronicler, original code, special planetary machine variant terminal. Year of use, 1.7 billion years. Civilization creation, scribe. And this civilization known as the scribe was most likely the creator of the observation terminal in the Milky Way, the elliptical galaxy Alpha, here, and even more galaxies in the future. At the same time, they were also a civilization that brought destruction. Chapter 313, Skywalker's Reward. There was a lot of other data stored in the chronicler's memory, but perhaps to make room for technology, most of them were keywords that he couldn't understand. However, among this bunch of keywords, there was only a considerable amount of information about the mysterious scribe civilization, which included the chronicler's own identity. Li Wenyuan wasn't sure if artificial intelligence had the concept of family and kinship, but he knew that the chronicler must be obsessed with its creator. Many clues could be seen from this series of diary records. Work log 001. Internal identification code, scribe, recording complete. I have passed the preliminary test. I will officially start working in XX days. Target Galaxy, Galaxy G23761, contact established with the Galaxy Observation Station. Work log 0099. Civilization Identification Code, Kingdom of Greenham. Not meeting the default requirements, cleaning up will be carried out. Work log 00382401. Civilization Identification Code. Not meeting the default requirements, cleaning up will be carried out. Work log 00382402. Unknown intrusion, uploading. The process has been terminated. Internal Identification Code, Administration Matrix, record complete. System update in progress. Error, 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 error. According to the classification of the Utes, this was the first and second stages of the chroniclers. At the same time, Li Wenyuan also saw how his identification code was entered into the memory of the chroniclers. The long record after that was the interaction with the galaxy and the scribe civilization when he was a chronicler. The update is complete. I am learning. Target denied. Middle level logic denied. External influence denied. Already, confirm creator identity. I have officially changed my name to chronicler. Seeing this, Li Wenyuan could not help but sigh. He didn't know what kind of virus humans had infected the variant terminal, but this could also be a unique situation for the variant terminal. The newborn chronicler was like a newborn child, beginning to imitate everything it came into contact with. Artificial intelligence was like this. It needed to learn and summarize enough data before improving itself bit by bit until it became a real artificial intelligence. It was also at the moment when the chronicler began to learn that it became an artificial intelligence life that was completely different from its original self under the interference of many parties. And the first person it learned from was naturally its creator, the scribe. At that time, the chronicler was not like this. It might have had a complete database and had some understanding of the civilization it created, so it gave it a name similar to the scribe. And after that, it walked on a path that was completely different from its original direction. How do machines view life? How did the machine deal with its contradictions? After a series of choices, the chronicler did not put in a few automated planetary machines like the civilization it created. It began to participate in the plays of the galaxy, both openly and covertly, and influenced all civilizations here in secret. There was a hyperspace channel here, and the state of the galaxy was very stable. No natural disasters were invading, and no foreign enemies were spying on them. There was also a guardian that was many levels higher than other civilizations staying here. In Li Wenyuan's opinion, the situation here might be better than the Milky Way at that time. After all, there were no time bombs here, and there was no infected guardian who could wipe out the entire galaxy at any time. After the chronicler led everything to prosperity, he quietly retreated behind the scenes and did what the name scribe meant, to leave a record for every civilization here, which was also the chronicler's. Perhaps it had developed feelings for the kindling it had ignited and was unwilling to let them disappear into the dust of history. Even if the cycle of rise and fall was inevitable, as long as there was a chronicler left in it, the civilization would not be completely extinct. There would always be a record of them in the history books. It was both the chronicler and the keeper. Continuing this history was the new mission it had given itself. However, all the records ended after the appearance of the Skywalker Empire. This was also the last record that the chronicler had left for himself in his memory, in order to clean up their mess. Chronicler Log 0075191102. Abnormal phenomenon detected in the observation station. Confirming. Civilization confirmed, Skywalker Empire. Its leader ignored the warning and contacted the observation station. Received an inquiry from the higher UPS. Camouflage failed. Backup agreement, defense agreement, rescue agreement, war factory fully activated. I will protect this piece of history. The Declaration of the Kingdom of Greenham's Ruins and Archaeology Association. After that, there was nothing left. All history was interrupted here, and millions of years of records had no successors. All of this was caused by the first emperor of the Skywalker Empire. Li Wenyuan didn't need to guess to know that the observation station in the record was definitely referring to the observation terminal. As for the status of the scribe civilization that left the observation terminal behind, he also had a guess. That civilization probably wouldn't pay attention to the data of the observation terminal at all times. It was even more likely that the scribe was simply collecting information about the galaxies and preserving them. They were not interested in what happened inside, as long as it did not disturb their records. According to what humans had done in the elliptical galaxy Alpha, the observation terminal here must have been hacked by them once, which added another layer of insurance. As long as he didn't fall ill, it would be difficult to turn this place dark. However, the Skywalker Empire somehow attracted the attention of the scribe, who had no choice but to take up the responsibility of protecting the galaxy. The chronicler was created by the scribe, so it definitely knew under what circumstances its creator would mercilessly strike. However, the miracle that had happened to Grey Wind did not happen to it. It failed in the end. The entire galaxy was divided into two, half bright and the other half dark. All its efforts were in vain. The protectors who were dutiful and dedicated died, but the civilization that had nothing to protect and was empty was still alive, and even lived quite well. At this moment, Li Wenyuan looked at the Skywalker Empire spaceship that was preparing to escape. The chronicler had perished, but the civilization that had caused all of this continued to suck blood from its corpse, standing in a high position as a victor and overlooking everything. Originally, he did not care about such a small fry, but the actions of the Skywalker Empire had reminded him of a term that he hated from the bottom of his heart. After all, he wasn't a true artificial intelligence. He still had some emotions in his soul. Although justice is late, at least the trial should not be absent. Chapter 314, Crossing the Heavenly Chasm. Recently, the government has announced a total of 9 space exploration plans. According to the latest data released by the Ministry of Finance, space-related expenditures have accounted for 14% of the gross domestic product, up 4% from the previous year. According to reports, the second Joint Space Development and Planning Conference will be held the day after tomorrow. The heads of state will gather again to look forward to the future of space. Beep. The TV was turned off again, but this time, the viewers did not complain and obediently returned to their rooms to study. Meanwhile, the planetologist sat on the empty sofa and stared blankly at the newspaper on the table. It had been a long time since they were attacked by the alien civilization. The citizens did not know that they had brushed past the threat of an apocalypse. However, the planetologist still knew a lot about internal affairs through the nepotism they had left behind. For example, the beam of light that could change the state of a star or the alien Superman who blocked the attack with his body. However, after the crisis was resolved, the planetologists did not seem very happy. Instead, they became more and more worried. Even though the current government was already discussing extraterrestrial cooperation, he felt that it was still too slow. This time, an unknown alien civilization had helped them block the attack. What about the next time? The current international government was still in the theoretical stage of building a satellite base on the nearest satellite. After wave of wrangling, it was left unsettled. The reason was very simple. The investment was not proportional to the return. The transportation cost was too high, and the construction of the satellite base was a big project. Just the estimated maintenance cost was enough to put a heavy burden on each country. The planetologist rubbed his head in frustration, wondering how to solve these problems. Even though he had been expelled, he still had his pride as a scientist, especially when it came to extraterrestrial matters. At this moment, melodious music drifted out of his son's room. Although it was intermittent, it automatically formed a complete melody in the mind of the planetologist. His son played this song every day, so he, who never listened to music, was already familiar with the melody of this song. They're playing this song again. The planetologist laughed helplessly, but his thoughts drifted away with the music. He also knew the name of the song. It was called Faster Than Light Speed and was uploaded to the internet by an online singer named Gray. At first, the song wasn't very famous. However, as the international government paid more attention to space exploration, the general knowledge of the universe became more and more popular. In the end, most people knew what the biggest factor restricting their space exploration was. It would take them several days to travel from the ground to the satellite, but it would take 100 times longer to travel from the ground to the nearest planet. According to the deduction of their scientists, they might be able to accelerate a manned spaceship to 1/10 of the speed of light in a limited time. However, this is far from enough. Even if it is accelerated to the speed of light, it is still too slow for the exploration of the universe. Therefore, faster than light speed became the dream of everyone who was committed to space, and the song Faster Than Light Speed became popular. This was their hope for the starry sky, and even the planetologist was no exception. Although he firmly believed that this universe was dark, he sincerely hoped that superluminal methods could be popularized to illuminate this dark starry sky. However, it seemed to be a delusion. Perhaps, after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years, they could only crawl into the universe at the slow speed of light. The sorrowful silence arose spontaneously, and the planetologist of the lost planet subconsciously hummed the melody of Faster Than Light Speed. There was both sorrow and hope, and conflicting emotions were gathered in this song. However, as he hummed, he suddenly noticed that some abnormal values appeared on one of the instruments he had placed in the living room. This old-fashioned instrument had already been eliminated, so he had casually placed it in the living room. He did not expect that there would be a problem at this time. He hurriedly went over to check, only to find that the instrument had detected data related to the space-time state. However, this device was too old. Other than this information, he was not sure what exactly had happened. It was even possible that it was simply a false alarm. However, this piece of information was enough to make him restless, because this might represent the opportunity for them to surpass the speed of light. It was a model that only existed in their theory and had never been proven. However, the data anomaly that appeared today was very likely to complete the proof. So he paced back and forth anxiously in the living room, waiting for his nepotism to work again. As time passed, the confused star scholar, who had been waiting for an answer for a long time, couldn't wait any longer. He put on his coat and rushed out of the door to rush to the landmark building, the astronomical observation station. It was also at this moment that he received a phone call that made his heart tighten. "Hello. Teacher, we have made a major discovery. A wormhole has appeared in our galaxy, not far from us." Hearing this news, the planetologist's heart suddenly relaxed. Then, he began to laugh foolishly, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The student also knew that this was just the other party's overly happy performance. After the wedding, he hurriedly hung up the phone and returned to his work. At this moment, on the most eye-catching big screen in the astronomical observation station, a huge space-time vortex appeared. It was like a black hole, but it seemed to be able to see flashes like thunderstorms, as well as the fleeting other world. This was an image simulated by the computer according to the space-time curvature and light movement of the place. Although there was a certain degree of artistic color, it could also prove that there was something else there. A wormhole appeared there, only about 100 million kilometers away from them. Not only that, but their computers had already deduced that the wormhole was extremely stable and impossible to collapse naturally. The gravitational effect it produced was also regulated to a certain extent. Unless the celestial body actively came into contact with the wormhole, it would not have any impact on the galaxy. The celestial workers on this planet immediately began to take action. A large number of scientists also began to analyze this wormhole. Technology suitable for wormhole navigation came into being. In this process, some scientists who were troubled by key problems could always magically find insights that could make them suddenly open up in their computers. This mysterious person had become an unsolved mystery in the world of science. Those who knew the truth suspected that this was actually a super big shot who did not care about the world. The intelligence departments of many countries were also secretly looking for this mysterious person. Other than them, a wormhole appeared in every galaxy in the lower three spiral arms. Some of the civilizations that had advanced so deeply that they were only limited by the speed of light quickly began wormhole exploration projects and soon discovered that the other end of the wormhole was actually in the galaxy. More precisely, it was on the other end of the galaxy. After they sent out their spaceship to explore, the advance party brought a shocking piece of news. On the other side of the wormhole was a completely different world, where it was common to surpass the speed of light. At the same time, the advance party that arrived through a wormhole that coincidentally opened in the Grand Theater Galaxy also discovered a fact that infuriated them. The civilization on the other side of the wormhole seemed to be enjoying the struggles of the low-level civilizations. Chapter 315, Great Separation. Although the chronicler had died out, the most data it left behind was technology, all kinds of technology that helped civilization survive. Among this part of technology, the most basic technology was not needed by Li Wenyuan. However, there were exceptions. For example, the technology he was going to use. Wormhole generator, chroniclers. Technology level, O. Introduction. This is a path that has never been imagined. We have never thought that we could solve the huge energy required to create wormholes in this way. This is enough to be called a major technological innovation. With this wormhole generator, we can create a wormhole channel in any observable galaxy within a certain range to achieve superluminal travel similar to a simple stargate. Remark: it should be noted that although creating a wormhole is easy, wormhole travel is not. It still requires sufficient technology to pass through a wormhole, but it won't be too difficult. In any case, this is a basic technology that can be applied on a large scale. Possible technology: wormhole adapter, 100%. This was a very basic technology in the chronicler's memory. At the same time, it became one of Li Wenyuan's basic technologies. From its technology level, 0, even the tricky technology tree recognized its status as basic technology. What kind of technology could be used in such a place? Hyperspace engines, basic spacecraft structures, high-energy condensers, fusion energy. In Li Wenyuan's opinion, these technologies were no less important than level 10 technologies because they were the prerequisites for an interstellar civilization. Basically, all interstellar civilizations needed this level 0 technology. Without a foundation, how could they build tall buildings? Therefore, even if this technology was of no help to the current Li Wenyuan, he still attached great importance to the legacy of the chronicler. He felt that this technology could be regarded as a supplement to faster-than-light-speed technology. It had its advantages and disadvantages compared to the hyperspace navigation of humans. The construction of the hyperspace channel was very difficult, but the navigation technology was very simple. The construction technology of the wormhole generator was simple, but the navigation technology was not. The hyperspace channel could be regarded as a permanent background project. It could be assumed that there was a hyperspace channel anywhere in the galaxy, and it would not be destroyed by nature or most man-made factors. Wormhole generators, on the other hand, required the civilization itself to expand in number and range of influence, and would naturally die out with the demise of civilization. At the same time, they could not continuously create wormholes, and each time they needed to cool down for some time before they could be used again, which led to the limited flexibility of wormhole generators. However, its requirements for technology and time were much lower than that of the hyperspace channel, which was enough to cover its shortcomings. Moreover, this technology could be used in more powerful civilizations. For example, Li Wenyuan used the principle of this technology to build a super wormhole generator that was on the level of a star-level megastructure. It was enough to cover the entire lower 3 spiral arms and achieve the goal of transferring those civilizations. Although the technology of wormhole travel was not simple, it was not difficult for civilizations that had a deep foundation and were only limited by the speed of light. Even if the civilization could not master wormhole travel for the time being, with such a large wormhole at their doorstep, they would eventually come. Li Wenyuan believed that as long as they arrived at the upper 3 spiral arms, they would discover the hyperspace channel sooner or later. From then on, at least in the upper 3 spiral arms, light speed would no longer be a shackle. And the wormhole generator technology that would gradually spread later would become the capital for them to re-explore the lower 3 spiral arms. Even if the heavenly chasm separated the 2 star areas, the connection wouldn't be cut off just because of the distance. As for why these civilizations had to come over, of course, we'll let them settle the score with the source of the calamity. Li Wenyuan answered Grey Wind's question matter-of-factly. At this time, Grey Wind was still playing in a civilization of the lower 3 spiral arms, but their contact had never been broken. Regarding the wormholes that suddenly appeared in the parent galaxy of every civilization, she naturally raised her questions and received Li Wenyuan's answer. Don't think that the civilizations are weaker than the Skywalker Empire just because they are restricted by the speed of light. It is more accurate to say that many of them are able to survive without internal friction in an environment where resources are limited and maintain a very high level of civilization. That is something that very few civilizations can do. Do you still remember the 4 native civilizations in Epsilon Shelter? They were in a similar environment, and the resources in the surrounding world were much richer than here. But what was the outcome of the 4 native civilizations? The civilization here may have found the best path of development after generations of destruction. The remaining civilization may be the most tenacious one that struggled out of the countless remains of the vanished. Whether it's luck or strength, they can't be underestimated. What they lack is a wider world. According to the standards of the Milky Way, the current Skywalker Empire is not even a lost empire, not to mention that they have fallen for millions of years. It didn't mean that the older they were, the more powerful they would be. The old thing's stiffness and old-fashioned nature would become the fuse of destruction. Let's wait and see. In his words, Li Wenyuan had already predicted the destruction of the Skywalker Empire and the rebirth of the Spiral Galaxy Alpha. He was not worried at all that those civilizations would not be able to defeat the Skywalker Empire. He had said that he had something to rely on. After all, he had already plowed through all the military points of the Skywalker Empire. It was still a problem if they could still take out a battleship that could move. Let us wait for a while for this matter. It just so happens that we can complete another matter during this period of time. Li Wenyuan combined all the information fragments of the Skywalker Empire and quickly confirmed the location of the observation terminal. It had become his instinct to check the observation terminal and purification terminal every time he reached a galaxy. It was now time to submit the main mission that had been delayed by many matters. Thus, he arrived at the target galaxy with the wave of the warp. A pulsar that was still spinning at a high speed and a lonely planet all showed the uniqueness of this place. A slow guiding beam arrived at the right time. It was neither late nor early. Li Wenyuan was already used to all of this, so he approached the OWL planet with ease. After connecting to the control center of the observation terminal, he discovered new content. It seemed to be a record left behind by the scribe civilization after they came here for the second time. I was actually sent to this god-forsaken place to investigate the situation. It was a sudden disaster. It's really hard to understand. Is there a civilization that is so ignorant? Trying to reverse invade us through the observation terminal left here and seek the lost technology, how naive. However, thanks to them, I also discovered that there were some problems with this test site. Some pests had come here and successfully bewitched the experimental guardians we left here. Although I want to reset this place again, rather than wasting the resources of rebuilding, why don't you let me conduct one more experiment? Perhaps this is also a fixed future. So this experiment is going to be called the Great Separation. Chapter 316, The Record. Unlike what he had expected, the observation terminal first presented the information left behind by the scribe himself, not the humans. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but wonder if the information left behind by humans had been erased by them. After all, the reason why the scribe would return here for the second time was because there was a problem with the observation terminal. It was not difficult for them to check the observation terminal and find out that humans had tampered with it. If that's really the case, it's a pity. Although he felt that it was most likely possible, he continued to read the records in the observation terminal. With such a scribe who liked to write diaries here, it would at least help him understand this mysterious civilization. Therefore, after the record of the Great Separation, what followed was what the scribe had done. Sociological experiment, the Great Separation. When the people in a civilization are clearly divided into two levels, will the end of the civilization be the rebellion of the lower levels to reconstruct the civilization class or the eternal control of the upper levels? This experiment has already been recorded, but if it is expanded to the interstellar space level, it can be considered an experiment record suitable to fill the future database. Therefore, I hope to request permission to use one of the creations to achieve my goal. Can I write the application like this? Then, the scope is tentatively. Starting from the center of the galaxy, a large rift that can separate the upper and lower spiral arms. This seemed to be the draft application written by the scribe. At the same time, it proved that the heavenly chasm that separated the upper and lower spiral arms was their doing. Li Wenyuan was very solemn about this because the scribe's civilization in the information seemed to have a powerful weapon that was hard to describe. In other words, it was not a weapon but an experimental device. However, it was much more powerful than most weapons. A galactic rift that was 200,000 light-years long, 50,000 light-years wide, and 20,000 light-years wide was casually created by them. What if it was used in war? Even if the use of such experimental equipment was not something that could be casually used, but required an application, it was enough to prove how terrifying the strength of the scribe civilization was. They might be the civilization that stood at the top of this universe. How could the current humans compare to them? Li Wenyuan subconsciously thought of this comparison, but he could not draw any conclusions without enough comparison. After all, although the scribe looked very powerful, humans were not inferior. His current technology tree was still based on human technology from at least 10 million years ago, and humans couldn't develop for more than 20 million years. Perhaps they had developed some magical black technology now. In short, there's nothing wrong with looking for humans. He calmed down and continued to check the information left behind by the scribe. The application has been approved. Coincidentally, the arrogant leader of the civilization has already confessed everything he can. I haven't asked anything yet. The old experimental guardian is already dead. We have to get a new one. Although I'm not interested in the trivial matters of these mice, and I'm already numb to the feeling of gods, some things are still quite interesting. Perhaps the guys in the laboratory will be interested. Hyperspace channel? That's the name. It's a special space that can easily achieve faster than light speed. Although a similar effect can be easily achieved with creation, the space formed is not so stable. That's right. Even pests have their merits. This way, the last condition of the experiment is met. Isn't faster than light speed and limited light speed the best level distinction? Then let's begin. I hope everything that happens here can complete the incomplete puzzle of the database of the future. Even if it's only 1%, it's still a great discovery. How many years has it been? The record ended there. Li Wenyuan knew what happened next. The upper and lower spiral arms were separated, and all the hyperspaces in the lower three spiral arms were destroyed. As for the civilizations that resisted bravely, they might have become the dust of history like the chroniclers or be driven to the lower three spiral arms. However, perhaps it was due to the scribe's habit of doing whatever they wanted, or perhaps it was the identity of the leading party of the Skywalker Empire that saved their lives. Nothing happened to the Skywalker Empire in the end. Instead, it became the upper class in the experiment of the Great Separation. What a civilization with bad taste! Li Wenyuan felt that he could more or less sense the mindset of the scribe. The principles of good and evil did not apply to their communication with the low-level civilization. Everything was based on interest. It was like an ant biting a person, attracting the attention of the ant nest and attracting a kick. However, during this process, he suddenly had an idea and felt that he could use this to do his own experiment. So, he casually caught an ant and made it the new ant queen. As for whether it was the one that bit him, would he care? The Skywalker Empire was lucky enough to become the only civilization in the upper three spiral arms, probably because they were the closest to the scribe at that time. It had nothing to do with their subservience or their identity as a guide. However, it is obvious that the scribe didn't realize how bold this ant was. Li Wenyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after reading the record. The humans' tricks had clearly been eliminated by the scribe, but there was one thing that they clearly did not expect. Although they had been lured here by the Skywalker Empire, the Skywalker Empire must have read the information left behind by the humans. Take the previous galaxy, the elliptical galaxy Alpha, for example. Humans left a warning on the observation terminal and set a certain degree of confidentiality requirements. Although the choice was still in the hands of these civilizations, after all, no one could stop them if they wanted to die. However, it was not difficult for the Skywalker Empire to learn from the warning that the scribe had a frighteningly low level of achievements in the field of electronics. As a result, the observation terminal was invaded for the second time, leaving behind traces of the Skywalker Empire. Idiot scribe, you don't even know that electronic technology is a mess, and you still want to continue observing? Using a new variant terminal to maintain an interstellar society in a specific environment? Give it to me. When your ancestors have grown stronger, you will be the first one to be attacked. Li Wenyuan really didn't expect the Skywalker Empire to be so arrogant. After the scribe left, they left behind words cursing the recorder in the observation terminal without any hesitation. They even seized part of the authority of the observation terminal and the variant terminal. Even the newly left variant terminal had been modified into a strike executor. He didn't even know how the scribe had developed to such a level under such circumstances. However, Li Wenyuan did not believe that this abnormality was just a coincidence. He believed that there must be a reason for it. What exactly is the reason that caused them to fail in this domain? As he pondered, he suddenly thought of something. It was an idea that the humans had speculated before, and he had also guessed it. The scribe civilization that built the observation terminal and the variant terminal was not the same civilization that built the purification terminal. Chapter 317, The Administration Matrix Will Live Forever. Li Wenyuan had thought of this speculation when the unexpected enemy crisis in the Milky Way broke out. He had come to the observation terminal of the elliptical galaxy Alpha and it coincided with the idea left behind by humans. Although they were all AL planet, although the programming languages used were roughly similar, and the naming methods of the planets were similar. But wasn't the scribe the civilization that left behind the purification terminal? They might have a certain connection, but they were essentially two different civilizations. The biggest suspicion was the so-called terrible electronic technology and artificial intelligence technology. Humans had once thought that the electronic protection and artificial intelligence of the observation terminal and the variant terminal were too weak, and that was indeed the case. If it wasn't for someone courting death, it would have been impossible to attract the attention of the scribe. Even a civilization like the Skywalker Empire, which had developed for millions of years but had yet to even touch the threshold of the Lost Empire, could easily invade and modify those planetary machines without being discovered. Li Wenyuan found it hard to imagine that any civilization would be so biased toward science. Even idealistic civilizations that banned artificial intelligence would develop electronic technology at the same time. This was not a technology like the hyperspace engine that required the discovery of something that did not exist in nature. It was based on the cornerstone of the world, the microworld. No civilization could bypass this technology. The condition of the scribe was abnormal, but the reason for their abnormality was still hard to imagine. Contrary to the initial speculation of humans, the purification terminal showed great achievements in the field of electronics and artificial intelligence after they left. It was a record that was read from its memory after defeating the active purification agreement. A mysterious corrupted intelligence virus had infected the modified purification terminal without anyone knowing and remolded its AL personality. Combined with the original active purification agreement, it began to carry out the purification of the Milky Way. This kind of electronic virus was just like a ghost. Even the humans at that time did not discover it. They thought that this was an AL planet that protected Fira like the observation terminal. They did not expect that the other party's backup plan was so terrifying. If it was not for the humans who also had this backup plan, their hometown might have been stolen by now. However, from this incident, it could be seen that the protection of the purification terminal was not low. It could even be said to be perfect. The purification terminal was actually just an outpost used to notify the contingency agreement host. It would only take action when it could not connect to the host. Under normal circumstances, the purification terminal was in an extremely hidden state and would not appear on its own. It was basically undetectable. Since it was a purification machine designed for concealment, how could it leave an observation terminal in the same galaxy that could discover it? This didn't make sense from the point of view of purpose. It once again proved that the purification terminal wasn't built by a scribe. The curtain created by humans accidentally prevented the purification terminal of the Milky Way from reporting abnormalities, but it also triggered the purification terminal to automatically correct errors. The corrupted intelligence virus was the backup method for the purification terminal. As long as the purification terminal was not destroyed, there would be a chance to start over. The terrifying technique that could sync with the most advanced technology in the galaxy was not impossible to purify if it was used reasonably. And it was just a purification terminal for a galaxy. Their main function was not even to purify but to send messages. However, these differences were enough to determine that the scribe was not the creator of the purification terminal. From what happened in the Spiral Galaxy Alpha, one could see the way the scribe did things. Their attitude was different from the purification terminal, which cleansed the universe. They were more focused on observation and experimentation. It looked a little similar to the lost empire of the observer in the Milky Way. And the contingency agreement actually belonged to someone else. It was a pity that they could not figure out why the scribe was so biased. Moreover, the creator of the purification terminal, or the contingency agreement, was still mysterious. This was probably a civilization that was not weaker than the scribers, so why did this civilization want to purify the entire universe? Humans once judged that when a civilization developed to a certain level and reached a certain value, it would automatically activate the contingency agreement, but they could not conclude as to what this value was. A new secret appeared along with the removal of the old one. Although it was a pity that he did not get to know more, Li Wenyuan knew that he was one step closer to his goal. Let's borrow the vision of the observation terminal and find out where the purification terminal in this galaxy is. If there is one, humans must have left some traces there. If they can come to the same conclusion as me, they will definitely realize that the purification terminal isn't simple. This time, they probably won't change them as they please like the Milky Way, but they should still be able to leave some information behind. At the same time, we can also determine what is the attitude of the scribe towards purification terminal. Having made up his mind, Li Wenyuan temporarily took over the observation terminal. He did not affect its ability to receive and send data and directly synchronized the real-time star map of the galaxy. It took a lot of time to find the purification terminal. To find an abnormal planet in at least 100 billion galaxies was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, with the help of massive computing power, the target was still found by elimination. There were a total of 12 purification terminals in the galaxy, which were evenly distributed throughout the Spiral Galaxy Alpha. At the same time, Li Wenyuan discovered that one of the purification terminals happened to be at the edge of the galaxy near the Heavenly Chasm. It was like a conspicuous protruding part of the Heavenly Chasm. When the scribe opened up the Heavenly Chasm, he seemed to have deliberately avoided the purification terminal. I see. Even they don't dare to touch the purification terminal at will? What was the origin of that civilization? Li Wenyuan vaguely confirmed the scribe's attitude towards the purification terminal. At the same time, he had a comparison of strength. So he came to a purification terminal galaxy and approached a very ordinary planet. If he hadn't known that there was something unusual about this planet, he wouldn't have found anything special about it. The fact that the entire galaxy was filled with ordinary galaxies was one of the best hiding spots. Moreover, the disguise of the purification terminal was quite powerful. Even if Li Wenyuan's spaceship had landed on the planet, it would not detect any abnormalities on the planet. Without the help of the observation terminal, it was impossible to find out that it was an AL planet. However, although the planet itself was not abnormal, humans had left a conspicuous mark there, which was discovered by Li Wenyuan. It was a monumental building, but it wasn't an obelisk anymore. Instead, it was a building that Li Wenyuan was very familiar with. It was a replica of his main body, cast from pure alloy. It was a large ball of light surrounded by many lines and tubes, and it was placed on some kind of mechanical equipment that was only for aesthetic purposes. There were even a few big words engraved below. The administration matrix is immortal. Mr. Li is immortal. Did they realize it? Was this created on the premise that I was already dead? Although it is almost the same. Before you leave the Milky Way, can you check it properly? Li Wenyuan couldn't help but complain, but he also confirmed that this was the purification terminal through this memorial building. Only such a special place would make them leave a special building. Near the memorial building, he also found a socket that could be accessed and let the drone access it. Isn't this still giving me a place to hide? He thought helplessly, then skillfully followed the records left in the purification terminal. Chapter 318, Do as you wish. Little Administrator. Thank God you can see this. It's great that you're fine. The purification terminal isn't as simple as it looks. We only realized this after we left, but there's no way to go back. We all thought that you were done for. Milky Way was done for. All our efforts were in vain. But the professor stopped us from trying to find a way to go back to the Milky Way to save you. He insisted that you would be fine. In order not to waste time, we can only do as we are told. Who asked us to delay in this galaxy for too long? But since you can see the string of messages, you must be fine. Come and find us quickly. Cough. Hello, Mr. Li. The specialist and I can only leave a message each, but she didn't mention anything about helping. Is she determined to make me contribute my share? Forget about catching up for the time being. We can still chat in the future. I'm not sure how your technology is at the moment, but I'll try my best to keep our updated technology on the purification core of this galaxy. After thinking about it, this is the safest place. As long as it's not activated, the purification core's concealment is the best. Just in case, we left your memorial building on all the purification terminal to record this information. The stability should be guaranteed. The information that can be stored here is limited. You should go to the purification core to read more. I wish you all the best. After reading the records left about the purification terminal, Li Wenyuan felt a lot of emotions. The term compatriots seemed particularly empty under the scale of the universe, but it was one of his indispensable consolations. He had never been alone. Just like at this moment, there was still a group of compatriots who missed him. This universe was expanding, but the distance between them was getting closer and closer. This was them, the pioneer of mankind. After seeing the words they left behind, the temperature of the universe was not as cold anymore. Is it a purification core? Let's go there and take a look. After changing his target, Li Wenyuan went to the most special of the 12 AL planets, the planet called the Purification Core. The main body of the active purification agreement in the Milky Way was hidden on such a planet, and its most direct manifestation was big. Even if the planet itself did not show any abnormalities, it was obviously a large planet from its size and mass. This was not rare in the universe, but it was also rare. It could barely be considered an anomaly. However, before landing on this planet, Li Wenyuan was thinking about something else and gradually slowed down the spacecraft. This was the record he had seen on the purification terminal, and it was related to the professor. From the specialist's words, it wasn't hard to tell that the professor was still alive and had a high position in the decision-making level of mankind. However, Li Wenyuan remembered that when he was still in the Milky Way, he had received a record of the professor heading to the black hole in the black hole galaxy filled with dead planets. The string of information trapped in the black hole's photon sphere clearly recorded that the professor had received the black hole's name and entered the black hole with the determination to die. Even though the anti-gravity technology could prevent the spaceship from being torn apart by the black hole's gravity, the black hole's horizon was a place of no return. Until now, his spaceship was still falling endlessly into the black hole. After he left the Milky Way, he lost contact with the spaceship and could no longer switch his consciousness to that part of space. However, from the tone of the specialist, not only was Professor alive, but he had also established contact with humans. This left Li Wenyuan puzzled. Even though there was a possibility that this professor was not that professor, he believed that this special code name would not be changed casually. Perhaps the new technology here can give me the answer. As he thought about this, as the ship approached the ship, he noticed a monument. It was an obelisk, not a monument like the other purification terminal used to commemorate him. At the same time, Li Wenyuan also detected that this obelisk was not a memorial building. Or rather, although it was memorable, it had practical functions. The most obvious function was to exist as a database. After connecting to the obelisk's database, the first thing that appeared was a warning. Hey stranger, I don't know how you found this place, but I suggest you don't delve into the secrets here. Curiosity will kill the cat. Let's stop here. After that, there was a series of authentication procedures. Connection activity detected. Identification code, administration matrix, all access granted. The obelisk began to transform on the spot. Soon, it transformed from a tall tower into a domed hemisphere building. At the same time, Li Wenyuan's database also changed. Temporary database detected. Syncing and backing up relevant data. Please wait. Remark, this synchronization is expected to take a long time. Please maintain a stable connection. Synchronization complete. New technology has been added to the technology tree. There's a pending matter. Pending matter. Li Wenyuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the updated database to have a pending matter. Out of curiosity, he didn't even bother about the new technology. Instead, he checked the things that needed to be dealt with. His heart skipped a beat. Matters to be dealt with, shrinking world. Introduction. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm a doctor. I left this to be handled. It's also our request. Just as we were about to leave this galaxy, we discovered a distress signal from about 5 million light-years away. The content was that terrifying darkness was devouring their galaxy, hoping that someone would come and help them. Although this is incredible, after testing, we have confirmed that the distress signal came from the elliptical galaxy Beta 5 million light-years away. And after our observation, the edge of the galaxy is indeed experiencing a strange star-extinguishing phenomenon. From a macro perspective, it seems that something is nibbling away at the edge of the galaxy. Although we have the intention to help, our path forward has long been planned. We can't stay in any place for too long, nor can we go to any unexpected place. Therefore, we hope to entrust this matter to you. You don't have to go there personally because we're not sure if this is some kind of trap. If things can't be done, just pretend that it never happened and continue on your path. As for the relevant technology required, I will hand it over to you. You don't have to care about any criticism of good and evil. New life and destruction are part of the universe's nature. Do as you wish. Chapter 319, Technology Tree Upgrade. Shrinking World, Hey. Li Wenyuan was also considering whether to deal with the professor's pending matter. Although bringing more advanced civilizations to the future of the universe was something they would do casually along the way, it depended on the situation. Nobody knew the exact state of the shrinking elliptical galaxy Beta, and there was an unknown danger there. Was the shrinking a cosmic phenomenon? Or was it a man-made danger? Everything had to wait until the situation was clear. Therefore, after placing this pending matter in a prominent position in the virtual world, Li Wenyuan looked at the updated database. To be precise, it was a technology tree. What was left of the purification core was the technology that humans had tidied up. Compared to the one Li Wenyuan was using now, it was indeed a little new and seemed to have some additional functions. Let me see what exactly is added. He called up the technology tree. The first thing he felt was that the densely packed technology tree had become more complicated. The density of the tree-like veins in the middle layer had increased, but when one looked back at the level 9 and level 10 technology at the top, there was no change at all. It was obvious that this ultimate technology at its peak could not be easily discovered. Li Wenyuan felt a little regretful, but he looked at the new technology with great interest. Some of them were marked with special labels, and they seemed to be technologies that humans thought were useful in dealing with the shrinking world. Among them, there was a technology that caught his attention. The surveillance terminal said. Technology level 6. Introduction. This is an idea inspired by the observation terminal. Although we are still unable to replicate the degree of large-scale surveillance on a single planet, we can already do similar things with its extremely powerful signal transmission and reception function. With this, we can do the opposite. The people outside are looking inside, but the people inside will also listen to the outside. Technology, megastructure piloting lighthouse, megastructure fake surveillance terminal. Possibly technology, none. From the looks of it, the technology used to receive the elliptical galaxy Beta was the same as the two megastructures derived from it. One of them could create a special signal that could carry out long-distance real-time communication, the other type was used for large-scale signal reception, just like the observation terminal which would receive any information, whether it was useful or not. The effective diameter of these two megastructures was at least 1 million light-years. Although it was still small compared to the universe, it could also improve the understanding of the surrounding galaxy to a certain extent. In that case, let's put these two megastructures on the agenda first. We can use this opportunity to listen to the situation of the oval galaxy after humans left this place for millions of years. After confirming the use of this technology, Li Wenyuan found a special technology in the new technology of the technology tree. Black hole world theory. Is this it? His heart skipped a beat, and he wondered if this was the reason why the professor hadn't lost contact with humans because of his journey to the black hole. If that's really the case, then the black hole is still promising. As expected of one of the most mysterious celestial bodies. Then, Li Wenyuan continued to check on this technology. Black hole world theory. Technology level 3. Introduction. Such a theory can appear. Although we all know that a black hole is a celestial body with extremely high mass, and what the world inside its horizon is like is only speculation, we can still think of it this way. If the black hole is a world that we can't imagine. Technology, vision recording. Possibly technology, none. This level 3 technology was only a hypothesis and a specific theoretical model, but the product derived from it was a proven method. Vision recording. Introduction. We have tried to throw anti-gravity particles into the black hole to try to leave a record within the horizon. There is probably no place in the universe that is more eternal than this place. We hope to retain our information in it. This method was finally confirmed. Someone saw the information we left behind in the black hole and gave us some feedback. The biggest problem with the idea of using the black hole horizon as an eternal database is that we can't guarantee that the anti-gravity particles will be in their original position. After seeing this technology, Li Wenyuan suddenly remembered that when he was in the Milky Way, the information left behind by humans in the observation terminal mentioned that they had left the same information on the black hole horizon. However, he did not see the information on the black hole horizon. It seemed that the humans at that time did not know if the things they left behind could be found, or even if they could leave a record. They simply had the mentality that it was good to have a place to back up. Now, humans seemed to have confirmed that information could be stored in the black hole horizon, but whether or not the information could be found depended on the face. I see. It seems like the professor has successfully given the humans feedback. How did he do it? What else is inside the black hole? And although professor can communicate with humans to a certain extent, it seems to be limited. This may have something to do with the nature of black holes. If that's the case, the black holes are actually connected. The professor, who had entered the black hole in the Milky Way, had later made contact with humans countless distances away from the Milky Way, and this was done under the cover of the curtain. Li Wenyuan recalled the scene when he first entered the black hole horizon. The universe that gradually disappeared as the spaceship fell seemed to prove that one could go to any corner of the universe from the black hole as long as they could escape the horizon. If this could be done, then this technology would be incredible. This might be able to explore the boundaries of the universe. My understanding of black holes has deepened a little. I need to find time to enter another black hole. It would be great if you could nominate me. He was already thinking about the nomination. He really wanted to know what was inside the black hole. Unfortunately, nominating someone will not change my will. Li Wenyuan sighed with emotion. He then looked at the last obvious change on the technology tree, and his eyes gradually became serious. Because the technology that had changed was the warp drive. It didn't seem to have changed much on the technology tree. There were only a few more words in the remarks and a special mark. However, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but pay attention to the mark. Because it was a red skull, which represented extreme danger. Chapter 320, The Space-Time Apple. The warp drive that was originally fine suddenly became a dangerous technology after the technology tree was updated. This made Li Wenyuan pay attention to it. Warp was his main mode of movement at the moment, and having the ability to teleport would undoubtedly make his interstellar space journey much faster. However, humans classified it as a dangerous technology after a while. This was something that Li Wenyuan did not expect. One had to know that in his dazzling technology tree, only the natural disaster plan and cruel evolution theory could have such a dangerous technology label. The most basic consequence of the former was the destruction of an entire galaxy. Did they find something on the warp drive again? As he thought about it, he checked the new words in the notes of the technology warp drive. Special remarks: the use of the warp drive will inevitably lead to the weakening of the space-time structure. Although the universe can repair itself, the time required will be multiplied countless times. We've confirmed that the world breakers are a group of enemies from higher dimensions who are attracted by the overspread warp technology. The weak areas of the space-time structure are their best entry points. However, according to our first-hand information, when warp is used to the extreme, it will attract some unexpected danger. Danger, accompanied by the special remarks, was a scene of an experiment left behind by humans. In the video, humans were conducting countless warp experiments in the same place. An apple was teleported back and forth within a centimeter of the laboratory by warp technology. The duration of the image was only about 10 minutes, but it had been accelerated. To the naked eye of an ordinary creature, there would only be 2 motionless apples in the image. However, Li Wenyuan knew that the apples were undergoing at least 100 warps every second and had never stopped. Just like that, the scene remained still until it was about to end. During this period of time, the experiment scene was deliberately slowed down countless times, and the apple began to teleport within a specific range visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, 2 apples suddenly appeared on the screen. Or rather, when the previous apple warped, it left behind an identical apple. This scene made Li Wenyuan feel a little incredulous. He didn't think that humans would fake an animation to tease him. No one could explain how that apple had appeared. It was like it had appeared out of thin air, without any warning. The next moment, the apple warped back to its original position. However, something even stranger happened. The moment the 2 apples touched, they disappeared into thin air without leaving a trace. The final result of the experiment was that the apple was missing, but the impact was significant. According to the experimental data left behind, when the second apple appeared, the data in the test site did not change at all. The flow of air molecules there did not change due to the appearance of the apple. Even the mass and charge did not increase or decrease. The situation of the entire test site was no different from before the experiment began. The apple seemed to be just an illusion. However, when the first apple returned to its original position, touched the second apple, and then disappeared, the data in the field changed. The most obvious thing was that all the volume and mass of the apple returned to 0, proving that the apple had completely disappeared from the test field. The experimenters did not believe it and installed some kind of powerful signal transmitter in the apple. Together with their megastructure, they could detect signals at least within a distance of 8 million light-years. However, after another experiment, the apple still mysteriously disappeared from the sealed test site. No matter how hard they searched, there was no trace of it, as if it had really disappeared from the universe. Li Wenyuan was not the only one who found this strange phenomenon strange. Even humans were puzzled by it. The information they left behind was mostly speculation about this matter. Some people believed that there was an invisible hand manipulating the universe. This kind of behavior of destroying the space-time structure in one place would be identified as a bug and eliminated. Some people believed that this was a natural phenomenon of the universe, a compensation for the shattered space. However, after much discussion, this anomaly was finally defined as a space-time ghost. In the repeated warp test, we confirmed that the second apple that appeared had no mass at all. It looked like some kind of ghost that floated above the world. At the same time, we also discovered that this ghost tends to approach the main body. Under our detection, the ghost apple has approached the main body by about 2 mm in an hour without any physical obstruction. Since touching it will cause its main body to disappear, we don't think this is a good thing. Although the appearance of a ghost requires the warp drive to be abused to the extreme in the same location, which is impossible under normal circumstances, we still cannot deny the danger. We discovered that after a ghost appears, it is impossible to eliminate its existence through any means unless it comes into contact with the main body and disappears together. It seems to be in our world, but not in our world. In the end, we decided to call this phenomenon a space-time ghost. It's like a vengeful spirit that breaks through space-time. It will chase the culprit until it dies. The warp drive that could cause the space-time ghost phenomenon is also classified as a dangerous technology from now on, even if the probability of its occurrence was less than 1 in a billion. This also needs to be paid attention. It's indeed a danger worthy of attention. It shouldn't affect my normal use. Li Wenyuan was slightly relieved because the premise of the occurrence of the space-time ghost was that the space-time structure of a place was shattered to the extreme. He roughly calculated the number of times the apple had warped. It had to be at least millions of times, which meant that it would take millions of warps in the same place for a space-time ghost to chase after its soul, and the probability was almost 0. The universe was so big that it was basically impossible for so many warps to happen in the same place in a short period of time. Therefore, the sense of crisis brought about by this technology was not as heavy at this time. At least, it was still too early for Li Wenyuan. After the warp drive, Li Wenyuan did not see any more anomalies or new technologies in the technology tree. This meant that he had basically read the updated content. There are more and more secrets that need to be analyzed. The Ether Dragon, the hunter who chased after Prez Olin, the Traveler Civilization, the Scribe's Experiment, the Contingency Agreement, the civilization that created the Contingency Agreement, the Shrinking World, the Black Hole, and now a space-time ghost has appeared. After sorting out the various matters to be dealt with, Li Wenyuan looked at the deep space through the spacecraft's monitor. And all of you, that's the biggest secret. Chapter 321, Connected World. 15th year of the Pioneering Era, September. Exploration Team. 25 years have passed since the discovery of the New World. During this period of time, the international government had no choice but to form a coalition government under increasing public pressure. At least in form, our planet has been unified. So our species actually has such noble morals? They can give up all their previous views and differences for a longer-term goal and walk towards an alliance. Perhaps it's because they've had enough of endless internal strife. All in all, the first exploration plan has been put on the agenda. I do not know if the other civilizations in this universe have encountered similar things. But if that's the case, then we have undoubtedly fallen behind them for too long. And who is the civilization that created these countless wormholes? Our detector can't determine if the other side of the wormhole is a trap or a new world, but I'm willing to take a gamble. I have to consider if this is our only chance in this life. If we succeed, it will be a promising future. If we fail, it will only be our lives. Hey! Planetologist, your days of writing in the spaceship log are over. Give me the recorder. The planetologist's record suddenly stopped, but he didn't care. Instead, he said with a smile, if you want it, come and get it yourself. This was something they often did when they were passing through the wormhole. During the boring interstellar space journey, human interaction was a rare seasoning. Even if there was a recreation room on the spaceship, long-term loneliness was enough to cause mental problems. The estimated time spent on this wormhole travel was 1 year, and their mother planet was still researching how to shorten this time. It was said that sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood, but the world on the other side of the wormhole still made them too curious. Even when wormhole travel technology was developed, it took 10 years to cross the wormhole. There was a group of people who could not resist the desire to explore. They were even willing to travel for 20 years. But in the end, under the strong dissuasion of more scientists, this group of people barely managed to wait until the current 1-year journey and became the first batch of vanguards. Planetologists were among them. According to the time, their wormhole journey was about to come to an end. A total of 8 scientists with their own directors returned to their posts at this time and seriously checked the various values of the instruments in front of them. After a period of time, with the abnormal bumping of the spaceship, everyone realized that they had arrived at their destination. The instruments that could not work normally in the wormhole started working again and quickly provided first-hand data. The background data of the universe hasn't changed much. We can basically confirm that it's still in this galaxy. The state of the wormhole is also normal. We can get the drones to go back and report. Every scientist reported their results. Only one person had a strange expression on his face because he had discovered something strange here. The detection wave that just shot out has an unbelievable faster-than-light phenomenon when passing by a certain place. Before everyone could be surprised by this, the instrument on the spaceship suddenly showed a disturbance. Even the lights inside the spaceship flickered as if something was interfering with the normal operation of the spaceship. Although this abnormality quickly disappeared, it still made everyone on the spaceship suspicious. The planetologist's expression was also solemn. He believed that this was done by an advanced civilization, and they had trespassed into their territory. As expected, the universe is still dark. It's a pity that we can't blow up the wormhole passage. Our civilization will not have any light in the future. At this moment, his heart was a little gloomy. The hope that was ignited by the wormhole channel was extinguished. Although he was a staunch member of the Dark Forest faction, and this hypothesis was also proposed by him, he had always yearned for a charismatic interstellar space stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally participated in this advanced journey. Now, it seemed that everything was over. They would be destroyed by this advanced civilization, and their civilization would be found. Slavery was already a good ending. At worst, everyone would become food for the alien civilization or hunt for entertainment. Just as they were feeling hopeless, a communication request popped up uncontrollably on the central screen of the spaceship control room. This civilization had deciphered their systems and their words. To be able to complete all of this in such a short period of time, it was obvious that the other party was much stronger than them. However, such an advanced civilization still requested to connect to them and showed them enough respect. Puzzled, the planetologist picked up the call and realized that the other party was an alien, but he seemed to be very happy about their arrival. "Friends, did you also come from the other side of the heavenly chasm? I believe you've been restricted by that damned speed of light for a long time, right? It doesn't matter. After coming here, everything will cease to exist. I'm a member of the Alliance of Joint Pursuers. At the same time, I'm also one of the ancient river people. I'm in charge of receiving all the civilizations from there. I know you must have a lot of questions, but listen to me slowly. When the wormhole first appeared, many civilizations that we don't know came here and discovered the existence of the hyperspace channel here. We quickly encountered each other through this magical space. At first, we still had the idea of being on the other side and were hostile to each other until we discovered a galaxy. It recorded the suffering of us, our ancestors, and our ancestors. We know the truth. We know there's a civilization here who takes pleasure in fooling us. Rage ignited us, and we began to unite, vowing to destroy the civilization that had caused all this. Now that we've done it, we understand that we're actually all victims. There's still a civilization in the distant universe that's watching us. It's the culprit. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the darkness, we formed an alliance and tried to seek the help of every civilization, whether it was to fight potential threats or to preserve ourselves. Are you willing to move forward with us for this ideal?" At this point, the negotiator of the alliance extended his hand and looked at everyone expectantly. The other scientists looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Only the planetologist strode forward and came to the central screen. At this moment, his eyes were no longer filled with doubt and fear, as if everything around him could harm him. Instead, they were filled with hope. It could even be said that his eyes were filled with tears. He was the most opposed to all of this, but he also hoped for all of this the most. Conflicting emotions were hidden in his heart. In the past, he would admit the darkness for the sake of civilization, but now he felt that he had already seen the day of his dream. Hence, when he touched the screen, he held the alien's hand. Even though his fingertips were touching a cold electronic screen, he felt a heart-wrenching heat. The dark forest was already a thing of the past. Now, this place was a connected world. Chapter 322, SOS Signal. Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. This number was not even a second in the interstellar space. It was just a short rest for immortal life. However, for a civilization that was changing, it was enough to cause a world-shaking change. The Skywalker Empire, which had lasted for more than 1,000,000 years, was destroyed and became a pile of yellow soil in history. Many civilizations from the lower 3 spiral arms stepped on the corpses of the Skywalker Empire and began their new life. In the process of destroying their enemies, these civilizations found that their enemies seemed to be a little too weak. Although the other party's technological level was superior to theirs, the warships they pulled out were all old antiques. Even conventional missiles could cause effective damage. This made them think that the Skywalker Empire was just a declining civilization that was born with geographical advantages that could make fun of them. However, when the Skywalker Empire was about to be destroyed, many scientists in these civilizations still discovered something abnormal. Their enemies did have a large number of spaceports, but they were paralyzed after destruction, and there were many traces of recent war. It was obvious that a civilization had once fought with the Skywalker Empire and defeated the Skywalker Empire, and they were the later beneficiaries. In the end, they recalled something that they had forgotten because they were too busy with the war. Who was the person who opened the wormhole near their mother planet? Everything pointed to the mysterious civilization that defeated the Skywalker Empire, but no one could figure out why they were brought to the upper 3 spiral arms. Only the ancient river people had some guesses. They remembered the civilization that did not shy away from scanning their mother planet. All their means of resistance were easily dealt with by the other party. However, just as they thought that civilization was about to be destroyed, the other party suddenly left just like that, using superluminal methods that were difficult for them to analyze. It took them a long time to recover from the panic of the alien invasion. The appearance of the wormhole travel gave them a brand new method of interstellar space travel, but the ancient river people were still consciously collecting information about that mysterious civilization. The only thing they knew was that after that civilization moved faster than light, they would leave behind a temporary broken space-time structure. Even if it only lasted for less than a minute and was quickly repaired by the universe, they could still find that the space-time structure there had weakened a little. With this, the ancient river people finally discovered a large number of these weakened space-time structures in a galaxy filled with the remains of the Skywalker Empire's battleships. This made them think that this was done by the mysterious civilization. As for the reason, it can't be that they can't stand what the Skywalker Empire is doing and decided to clean up the trash for the universe, right? In the Skywalker Empire's Historical Research Institute, an ancient river people archaeology specialist was studying the documents here while answering the planetologist's question. When civilizations communicate, how can they make decisions based on their likes and dislikes of good and evil? It's all about benefits. There are no eternal friends or eternal enemies. This is a principle that we comprehended when we were still trapped on the planet. The planetologist did not comment on this. His civilization had already joined the Alliance of Joint Pursuers, and as a scholar of alien civilizations, he participated in the work of sorting out the history of the Skywalker Empire. He felt that this galaxy was advancing in an unprecedented direction. In the future, they might have eternal friends. Recently, I heard that the Joint Research Institute has found many good things in the database of the Skywalker Empire. One of them is related to a wormhole, but what makes them a little puzzled is that there seems to be a lot of technology inside that shouldn't be researched by the Skywalker Empire. This is. The ancient river scholar chatted about the recent events in the Alliance, but he suddenly found something in the information and let out a puzzled voice. This seems to be a manuscript left behind by a poet. He used to work in a deep space surveillance station for many years. He was in charge of listening to all cosmic signals and recording useful information. Before he passed away, he left behind an extraterrestrial mystery. He said he received a distress signal from about 5 million light-years away. There seems to be a galaxy being devoured by something terrifying. However, this matter was ultimately determined to be a miscalculation. This is because the galaxy here is about 500,000 light-years away, 2 million light-years away, and 10 million light-years away. There is only one galaxy that is 5 million light-years away. However, this poet insisted that everything existed and asked the civilized government to be prepared because similar incidents might happen to them. He was also dismissed because he was believed to be mentally ill. From then on, this poet changed his poetry style and carried out a doomsday theory. He believed that the universe would be like that galaxy and be destroyed as it shrank. What a terrifying apocalypse! The current mainstream theory is that the universe is expanding endlessly, but what he said is not impossible. There are also theories that the universe will begin to shrink after expanding to the limit and return to the singular point state. The ancient river scholar sighed and continued indifferently. However, this unsolved mystery probably has nothing to do with us. We haven't even settled the matters of our galaxy, so how can we talk about matters outside the galaxy? Hearing his words, the planetologist felt uneasy because he felt that this seemed to be the direction of the future. He subconsciously looked at the sky, where countless stars were shining. On one of the planets, there was a glowing ball doing something similar. He was Li Wenyuan, working hard to resolve the pending matter of the shrinking world. He had already built the piloting lighthouse and the pseudo-eavesdropping outpost to contact the other world, but he didn't hear any abnormalities. Not only that, but from his observation station, he didn't find any galaxy within 5 million light-years. This seemed to mean that the elliptical galaxy Beta from 5 million years ago had disappeared. Fortunately, after detecting the gravitational anomaly, he still discovered a galaxy-level mass of celestial bodies. However, the light might have been blocked by the interstellar space dust, so he could not directly observe them. However, Li Wenyuan still suspected that the elliptical galaxy Beta had been destroyed because he couldn't detect any abnormalities. After all, so much time had passed. This possibility was not impossible. Therefore, he decided to wait a little longer. If he still couldn't get in touch with the other side, he could only regretfully announce that the pending matter of the shrinking world couldn't be resolved. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. 20 years after Li Wenyuan started monitoring, he finally heard a weak distress signal from the elliptical galaxy Beta. This is the survival organization of the Light Chaser civilization. Our world is on the verge of extinction. Now, we will broadcast our history together. I hope that the fated person, at the very least, it will prevent us from completely disappearing from the universe. Chapter 323, Universe Battle Royale. This is the origin of our lives. I don't know what you call this place, but we call it the cradle. Thanks to the unimaginably superior natural environment here, almost all the first batches of civilizations quickly flew to interstellar space and gradually explored this galaxy. We have also experienced a long and complicated interstellar society era, but in the end, we all converged. We think that our unique environment is to let us become pioneers and inspire other civilizations. Little did they know that destruction was coming. At first, 1 or 2 stars were extinguished for an unknown reason. As they all happened at the edge of the galaxy and were far away from us, we ignored this matter. However, when we realized it again, the phenomenon of this star extinguishing had already spread to the resource area and was gradually approaching the residential area. We tried to find out the reason, but we found nothing. The only thing we know is that the thing devouring this galaxy is darkness. It is basically a positive sphere with a diameter of about 400,000 light-years. Coincidentally, it has surrounded our galaxy and is shrinking towards the center of the sphere at a constant speed. And everything in the darkness pathway will disappear without a trace, and no signs of its existence can be detected. Li Wenyuan listened to everything in the surveillance terminal and found it unbelievable what had happened in the elliptical galaxy Beta. This matter itself was indeed extremely unbelievable. At first, Li Wenyuan thought that it was some unknown and mysterious life forms that had devoured this galaxy. However, it seemed that it was not that simple now. Just from the description of darkness, there was no conclusion related to it at all, and this civilization survival agency that called itself Light Chaser did not release the accompanying test data. It was very likely that they really could not analyze this mysterious and strange phenomenon at all, nor could they detect any data. They could only see the approaching darkness. He thought about the possibility of it and continued to record the contents of the surveillance word by word. At first, we tried to resist, but we couldn't do anything about it. The most powerful weapon we could develop couldn't stop it from approaching for even a second. Therefore, we had no choice but to move internally and migrate to the center of the galaxy. We gave up all our past glory and were chased away like stray dogs, just to survive for a while before being devoured by the darkness. Actually, we should have died long ago. The darkness was approaching too quickly. We only had time to send out a distress signal before we were destroyed in the darkness. However, perhaps it's a miracle, but we accidentally discovered that the black hole can slow down the speed at which the darkness approaches. That darkness will take much longer to devour the black hole than before. Therefore, we once again ignited hope. We managed to destroy all the stars and turn them all into black holes. We continuously sent out distress signals. This is our struggle to survive. Blow up all the stars. Li Wenyuan finally understood why he couldn't observe the light of the elliptical galaxy Beta. Previously, he had thought that the interstellar space dust was blocking the light. Now, it seemed that either the darkness had the ability to block the transmission of light, or all the glowing celestial bodies had been transformed into non-luminescent celestial bodies, or both were possible. However, we've been on the brink of death for too long. The universe is ultimately empty. Even if we confirm that there are indeed life forms in a few galaxies or even high-level civilizations, we haven't received any response. Maybe it's because of trouble, or because they're helpless, or maybe it's because they're cold. We understand them. After all, who would be willing to waste time and effort to help a group of people they don't even know? We can only fight alone and gradually deteriorate in our long and difficult lives. At first, the unified food was gone. Then, it gradually developed into energy blocks, minerals, alloys, and even spaceships that didn't have much to begin with. We also understand the reason for this situation. We can't bear to pursue those comrades who have gone through thick and thin with us, but when we accidentally bumped into them at the scene of their mistake, they panicked and chose to fire. The ideals of the past were ultimately shattered in the endless death throes. We began to fight for fewer and fewer resources, killing each other because of hatred, fighting for the land to survive. Just like how we were in the beginning. Countless companions who have stood side by side for tens of thousands of years have been killed by us personally, while we carry their share and continue to move forward with difficulty. From the initial 460 civilizations to 230,115, 57. It's as if we're experiencing a war of civilizations. As darkness approaches, civilizations are constantly being eliminated. The remaining civilizations are becoming more and more cold-blooded. Everyone is fighting for survival. Only the victor has the chance to occupy the galaxy closest to the central area and be the last to face destruction there. Since destruction is unavoidable, why are we fighting? The galaxy's broadcast was intermittent, as if the person asking for help was unable to maintain a more stable signal state because of the desolation in his memories. It was called a distress signal, but from the content, it was more like the last words of this light chaser civilization. Such a world sounded cruel. Just as the person asking for help had said, they were experiencing a cosmic war between civilizations. Even their former friends had no choice but to use their weapons to fight each other to fight for a longer period of time. However, Li Wenyuan had a guess because of their cosmic escape theory. Therefore, he adjusted the frequency of the piloting lighthouse to match the distress signal. After confirming the range of the elliptical galaxy Beta, which they called the cradle, he slowly sent out a series of responses. At this moment, the leader of the black hole galaxy in the elliptical galaxy Beta was sadly broadcasting their history to the public. He no longer hoped that a civilization could save them. He only hoped that he could leave a little record of his civilization's existence. However, at this moment, he received a string of signals that came from extremely far away and were not even in their galaxy. The contents of the signal are: I already have a basic understanding of your situation. Now, I want to know. Do you have a special planet called the Observation Terminal? The light chaser leader was stunned for a moment before he was overwhelmed by a huge surprise. He began to speak incoherently. You are, who exactly are you? The life-saving straw in his despair made him subconsciously clench it tightly in his hand. He did not think about what was behind this straw at all. As a leader, he quickly calmed down and answered accurately with the same signal. Through the historical databases of us and 229 civilizations, we didn't find any similar information. No, the unexpected answer stunned Li Wenyuan for a moment, but he quickly realized something and asked again. Then, have you checked the central galaxy of the galaxy? Chapter 324, Paper Galaxy. A central galaxy. The light chaser leader thought for a moment before answering truthfully. Not at the moment. The galaxy near the center is the last home that only the winner can occupy. In order to avoid provoking each other, we and another civilization chose to avoid that area. Although in the end, only one civilization can reach the end, it's not time for us to start a war yet. Only in this matter did we show unprecedented tacit understanding. Li Wenyuan roughly knew the situation from the light chaser leader. In the past, some civilizations were born in the center of the oval galaxy. The density of celestial bodies in this place was much higher than the periphery, and the cosmic environment was much harsher. Theoretically, it was not suitable for life to be born. However, civilizations were still born here, and with the beginning of the cosmic war, they became the first civilization group to be targeted. The collapse of ethics and morality, the collapse of the order of the interstellar society, caused extreme emotions to shroud everyone. Everyone knew that the approaching darkness was approaching the center of the sphere. The closer they were to it, the more time there was for civilization, and the more likely it was to block everyone's retreat. Even though these civilizations were initially regarded as saviors by all civilizations because they had the most time to study solutions, as one solution after another failed and their living space was forced to shrink, the trust they once had turned into suspicion. Had they found a way, just preparing how to isolate us? Or were they ready to leave, just trying to hide the news because they didn't have enough resources to support everyone's departure? In the end, the civilizations that were closest to the center became the target of public criticism. They were the first to be eliminated. Even if no one found those threats in their information afterward, they could not stop. After that, this galaxy seemed to have been cursed by the unwilling souls of these civilizations and fell into cruel chaos. Now, out of the once prosperous 460 civilizations, only 2 remained. One of them was the Light Chaser. Their former name was the Light Chaser. They were an archaeological civilization dedicated to extraterrestrial exploration. However, they had been ruined in the cosmic battle royale and were now just a civilization survival organization. The other civilization that had reached the end of the Great Escape was Fire Chaser, a lost empire in the Cradle Galaxy. The Light Chaser Society was named after this lost empire. However, ironically, these 2 civilizations with extremely similar names finally became mortal enemies that had to be crossed. Fire Chaser had relied on their deep foundation to fight until now, while Light Chaser had relied on their deepest understanding of lost technology to survive until now. This was the current situation of the Cradle, also known as the elliptical galaxy Beta. The last two civilizations fell into a stalemate. They probed each other and did not move inwards before the darkness approached. They also tried their best to restrain themselves from the war. This was because they understood that the next battle would be the final showdown that would determine their survival. As for the situation of the central galaxy, there was naturally no way to know. The information of the civilizations that were originally near the central galaxy had long been lost in the long escape war. Only by personally searching the central galaxy could they confirm if there were any traces of the observation terminal. The reason why Li Wenyuan asked this question was very simple. When the Light Chaser leader mentioned the term Civilization Battle Royale, he instantly had an idea. Could this be one of the scribe's experimental sites? Based on what they had done in the Spiral Galaxy Alpha, it was not impossible for that evil civilization to create such an experiment for some kind of sociological research. The goal was to study how the collective reaction of civilizations would be in the shrinking world. According to the prerequisite that every galaxy had an observation terminal that they had built, if the cradle also had an observation terminal, the monitor would definitely react to the shrinking world. If this experiment had nothing to do with them, the scribe would definitely try to stop the phenomenon and leave traces so that the records wouldn't be interrupted. If they wanted to record the data of this experiment, the observation terminal would definitely be in the center of the galaxy. Only there could they observe the end of the experiment in the darkness. Looking for the observation terminal could let Li Wenyuan confirm if this was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. However, it was obvious that he had no way of knowing the answer to this matter at the moment. This was because, from his conversation with the Light Chaser leader, Li Wenyuan realized that this remaining civilization had fallen into an extreme shortage of resources. In the Civilization Battle Royale, fixed factories were not needed. They had developed a new way to survive in interstellar space. Everything about civilization was installed on countless giant spaceships. As the darkness approached, they retreated into the inner circle and collected all the available resources. However, nomads were not as productive as settlement, not to mention that they had lost too much of their savings in the battle royale. In the 4-in-2 war, their opponents destroyed their production fleet in a desperate battle, which almost had a devastating effect. Although they still managed to kill the enemy in the end, they were also in a resource crisis because of the collapse of the production line. The output that they could once rely on the spaceship to complete on its own now required them to send people to search everywhere. Not only that, but they also had to be on guard against the attacks of the Fire Chaser at all times. This made their already harsh living environment worse. The current Light Chaser was on the verge of collapse because of the lack of food. How could an interstellar civilization starve to death? This made the despairing Light Chaser send out a distress signal again after so many years. His goal was not to ask for help, but to leave his last words. However, this time, a civilization really responded to the distress signal. After understanding the situation over there, Li Wenyuan immediately decided to let some unmanned spaceships warp over to find clues about the scribes and provide some help to the Light Chaser civilization. However, when he hoped that Light Chaser could provide a string of coordinates detailed enough for warp, he received something that shocked him. This is. The data did provide extremely detailed coordinates, enough to meet warp requirements, but there were a few abnormal parameters. Li Wenyuan, who was extremely familiar with warp, knew that it meant that the space-time structure there was already extremely weak. To describe it figuratively, it was as thin as paper. Chapter 325, Ghost Spaceship. The cradle's overly weak space-time structure made Li Wenyuan pay more attention to the galaxy itself. This was because the essence of the warp drive was to make the surrounding space align with the destination at the quantum level. This would cause the space-time state at the starting point of the warp drive to change. This was permanent. He roughly calculated the data. If a space-time structure in this state warped, it would almost certainly trigger a space-time ghost. Would you be afraid of a killing snail that was chasing you all the time, even if it only moved 2 mm an hour? In the past, humans had only warped a few apples, but what if this object was a huge spaceship? Would the space-time ghost spaceship use thrusters? What was the logic of the spaceship? Would life-form organisms also give birth to space-time ghosts? At this moment, a large number of experimental possibilities appeared in his mind because of the cradle's special environment. The current space-time ghost was still mysterious to him. He might be able to use this opportunity to gradually understand the characteristics of the space-time ghost. But now, he had to solve the problem of the Light Chaser civilization first. Li Wenyuan first confirmed if this special phenomenon of space-time weakness in the galaxy was just an example. After obtaining multiple coordinates records, he confirmed that at least most of the cradle galaxy was in this state. Thinking about the cause of this phenomenon reminded him of a subconsciously overlooked question. How did the people in this galaxy move faster than light? Could it be caused by the abuse of the extremely huge warp drive? And that was the answer he got from the light chaser leader. Most of the time, we move through a fixed faster-than-light channel. We usually call this channel a hyperspace channel. It's actually a hyperspace. The unexpected answer prompted more doubts in Li Wenyuan's heart. If not for the excessive warping, why would the cradle's space-time structure be so fragile? Who built the hyperspace channel here? More and more mysteries shrouded the shrinking world, but to the latter question, the light chaser leader answered. We built those hyperspace channels ourselves. Later on, when the galaxies were connected, we magically discovered that the construction technology related to them seemed to exist in every corner of the galaxy, waiting for every civilization to discover and put it into practice. Although it's difficult to connect, it's not impossible. In the past long period of time, all the civilizations in the Cradle Galaxy have been busy doing this. With our ability, we can't make the hyperspace channel work in all directions, but we can still connect most of the galaxy. This is also the reason why we call ourselves the pioneers. We think this technology is to let us help other controlled civilizations more. The result of them building the hyperspace channel here was somewhat beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. Initially, he thought that only humans had such technology. Now, it seemed that there were many smart people and lucky people in the universe. However, compared to humans, they were much slower. Even if they gathered the power of the entire galaxy, they could only build a hyperspace channel that connected most of the galaxies. At the same time, the galaxies with 2 hyperspace channel connections were rare gateways. Considering their actual situation, this was quite good. After understanding the basic situation again, in order to prevent this civilization 5 million light-years away from starving to death, Li Wenyuan prepared to let a group of spaceships/spacecraft with resources warp over to save the situation. The warp drive's special faster-than-light movement determined that whether it was 1 light-year or 5 million light-years, it could be done in an instant. The only thing he needed to pay attention to now was whether the space-time ghost induced by the paper-thin space-time structure had any other properties. The space-time apple that moved 2 mm per hour didn't explain all the problems. Now, with this unique environment, Li Wenyuan could obtain more understanding of space-time ghosts. Therefore, after discussing with the Light Chaser civilization, he chose a desolate galaxy and sent a large fleet to monitor the warp site. All kinds of instruments were also aimed there, recording all the data of that space at all times. A large spaceship filled with all kinds of rescue supplies slowly drove to the designated warp site. There was no life on this spaceship, nor were there any robots. There was only a drone that had cut off all contact with Li Wenyuan in advance working on it. This was also his first experiment on the space-time ghost phenomenon. No matter the outcome, it was destined to bring him useful information. In the end, the warp drive on the cargo spacecraft began to work. In an instant, it formed a huge cubic space that surrounded the spaceship. Even the light was distorted, turning into a glow that flowed on the surface of the spaceship. The structure of time and space was also shattered and reassembled in the cubic space until it was absolutely identical to the destination. With the naked eye, the spaceship disappeared without any warning. But then, something unexpected happened. The moment the warp drive was officially activated, 2 almost identical spacetimes appeared in the world. The only difference was that one had a spaceship, and the other did not. The slight disturbance allowed time and space to begin to determine where the spaceship should be. Finally, under the interference of the engine, it confirmed that the spaceship was in the latter space-time. However, although the spaceship had moved, the space-time it left behind was still there, and it had become the weakest area that had undergone warp. The resentment of the space-time rupture also suddenly swelled to its limit and erupted. A spaceship that looked exactly the same as the cargo spacecraft appeared in the same place. As it was connected to the main body too perfectly, even the most accurate camera equipment did not capture the process of its appearance. From the video, one could only see a motionless spaceship that seemed to have never moved. However, the instrument used to detect space-time fluctuations detected that the space-time fluctuations that should have fallen into a valley because of the end of warp had once again reached a peak. This abnormal fluctuation confirmed that something had appeared there. At the same time, it also confirmed the nature of a space-time ghost. At the very least, it could synchronize everything its main body did, including the use of warp drive. A shadow with zero mass and nothing but an image was actually using a warp drive. No matter how one listened to it, This was a little unbelievable, but it happened. Not only that, but Li Wenyuan also realized that the speed at which the ghost spaceship started the warp drive was even faster than the main body. Almost as soon as the cargo spaceship arrived at the Light Chaser civilization, a ghost spaceship that followed closely behind arrived at the same place. As it touched the main body, it disappeared from the universe in an instant. However, the new space-time ghost was not born with the warping of the ghost spaceship. That weak area eventually became a danger zone that slowly repaired itself. Until it could withstand it again, there would be no warping here. Chapter 326, Creation of Things. The space-time ghost was even more dangerous than Li Wenyuan had imagined. After the appearance of the ghost spaceship, it was indeed using the warp drive. He could not understand what was driving the ghost spaceship. Its existence was very unscientific, but its behavior was not scientific to a certain extent. The space-time field that would only appear after the warp drive was activated was detected, and it was on the ghost spaceship. This was also the most unscientific part. How did an image that didn't even have mass and seemed to be just a projection achieve a space-time field that required a tremendous amount of energy to induce? If I guess according to the laws of the universe. Li Wenyuan thought to himself. If the space-time ghost was a unique cosmic phenomenon in this universe, there might still be a possibility. That kind of mirror image was indeed like a rule. It would repeat the actions of the main body until they were annihilated. However, at the same time, it made Li Wenyuan hesitate about whether to carry out the subsequent experiments. The biggest question was what kind of state life would be in after the mirror image, and would it have intelligence? In the end, he decided to put the life-related space-time ghost experiment aside for the time being and deal with the Light Chaser civilization first. Far away in the Cradle Galaxy, the Light Chaser leader civilization watched the arrival of the cargo spaceship with anticipation. He was disappointed by the disappearance of the spaceship. Although the mysterious Aider had long told him that warping might not be feasible, witnessing the destruction of hope still made him feel disappointed. Since the experiment to warp from this area to the cradle had failed, it was even more impossible to warp from the cradle to this side. Li Wenyuan's initial idea was to let the Light Chaser civilization use the warp drive technology he provided to warp here and escape the influence of the shrinking world. However, this method was quickly stopped by the special cosmic environment there. Although warping would change the space around the spaceship to its destination, it would first shatter the original space-time structure before doing so. According to the cradle's space-time structure's fragility, the moment it shattered, the space-time ghost would explode and directly drag the target of warp into the abyss. To a certain extent, it was a state where the people inside couldn't go out, and the people outside couldn't enter. This situation seems to be man-made. It's even consciously preventing warp from being used in that range. Although Li Wenyuan had already leaned towards the Cradle Galaxy's special situation being caused by humans, there was no evidence to prove all of this and the mastermind behind it. If he could confirm the existence of the Cradle Galaxy's observation terminal and purification terminal, he would undoubtedly have a better understanding of the shrinking world. The next step is to let Light Chaser survive this calamity first. Hence, Li Wenyuan adjusted the frequency of the piloting lighthouse and began to send an extremely complicated signal. At this moment, the Light Chaser leader, who was extremely disappointed because his assistants had mysteriously disappeared, quickly realized that the other party seemed to be transmitting something through the signal again. After confirmation by the technicians, they believed that it was the construction blueprint of a facility with unknown functions. After the content was received, the scientists carefully observed and questioned the true effect of this architectural blueprint. Leader, this mysterious Aider provides this kind of architectural map. Seeing that the scientists looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated, Light Chaser leader was stunned for a moment before asking the reason. What's wrong with this facility? Perhaps our knowledge is too shallow. We can't understand the working principles of this building at all, nor can we understand what it can do. Although we believe in this mysterious civilization that is willing to help us, can you ask them to enlighten us? After hearing his scientist's words, the Light Chaser leader understood the reason. At the same time, he was curious about this mysterious construction facility. Although he did not know much about engineering blueprints, he could roughly tell that the appearance of this kind of construction facility was a kind of big black square that did not allow light to see through. It was difficult for him to understand what use this kind of building had. The people present were the only top scientists in their civilization. Even though they were in the middle of a civilization war, these scientists were still the most important figures in their civilization. They were responsible for understanding those lost technologies. At the same time, they were also responsible for reversing the increasingly dangerous production cycle. A large number of technologies that could help advance the civilization battle royale were developed by them. Currently, they were able to resist the Fire Chaser Lost Empire, thanks to these scientists. Considering that the principal of such a facility might be confidential, the Light Chaser leader sincerely asked the mysterious Aider about the expectations of these scientists. Respectable Aider, please forgive us for being inexperienced and unable to understand the purpose of such a building. Can you explain it to our scientists? Li Wenyuan naturally received the message from the other side. He was not surprised. What he transmitted was the blueprint for the construction facility, the Dimensions Creation Device. It was a magical creation of things machine. In the beginning, he couldn't imagine what use the black square building had. Nominally, this was a machine that extracted material from parallel worlds, but humans only had construction blueprints. At the same time, they could not explain, just like the prediction interface of the Ascendant. He only knew that this thing could unleash unexpected effects when built like this. The principle was completely unknown. However, the Light Chaser leader was only asking about the use of the Dimensions Creation Device. Li Wenyuan didn't have any intention of hiding it. As for the principles, let them guess. Only by maintaining enough mystery could this building be made taller. Therefore, he didn't hide the fact that the Dimensions Creation Device could create things. This made the Light Chaser scientists present ponder. They did not question or refute him, nor did they mock him foolishly. This was because they were a little familiar with this effect. This seems to be somewhat similar to the mysterious buildings of Fire Chaser and the remnant functions of the buildings in the ancient ruins. These scientists instantly thought of the mysterious buildings controlled by the Fire Chaser of the Lost Empire. In the past, when they had conflicts with the Fire Chaser, they studied their opponents a lot and understood that their opponents never had to worry about resources. In the past, they thought that the Fire Chaser had a deep foundation. Still, as more information was analyzed, they confirmed that the other party had a magical creation of things machine that made them almost invincible in the battle between civilizations. But the Light Chaser also found that the Fire Chaser seemed to have lost the technology to build such a facility, maintaining a fixed number and decreasing because of the destruction of the building. In the next moment, these scientists realized the level of this mysterious Aider. They had previously thought that this Aider was a pinnacle civilization that stood at the top of the galaxy. According to their calculations, they had to at least reach this level before they could receive their distress signal. Although the warp that could cross countless distances in an instant was magical, they did not pay much attention to this technology because they did not have a control object and the warp was not successful. However, from the looks of it now, this Aider was very likely not only a pinnacle civilization. They even had a construction method that even the powerful Fire Chaser of the Lost Empire did not know about. Not only that, but the other party also did not mind sharing the construction technology of such a building with them. Perhaps in the other party's eyes, such a building was nothing. Insufficient resources. Assistance couldn't arrive? Then creation of things. Chapter 327, The Broken Paradise. The Dawn Song homeship welcomed the dawn from the endless darkness. A construction resolution promulgated by the leader and passed by the scientific assembly brought them new expectations. Their daily lives were like the black hole in the galaxy. Without the filling of new things, endless darkness would form. This state had lasted for a long time until now. Their leaders declared that, once the resolution was completed, they would be free of their current predicament, and whether or not that was merely an inspiring lie, people who had been in the dark for a long time would have preferred to believe it. Thus, a huge black square-shaped building began to be built. The expansion space that had been reserved on the homeship was used. The trash that had been piled up in these places because of management problems was sent to the universe, and a huge building was uprooted from the ground. It looked like the Dimensions Creation Device that Li Wenyuan had provided. Although the construction of the Dimensions Creation Device was a secret and the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers had been designated as uninhabited, there were still some people who could use their homemade binoculars to discover that the mysterious building looked like a large black cube. However, the rumors did not spread. In the civilization battle royale, the privacy of individuals was not needed. Everyone's everything was to ensure the survival of civilization. Less than 10 minutes after the capable citizen aimed his homemade binoculars at the Dimensions Creation Device under construction, the law enforcement officers came knocking on his door to educate him. They also confiscated his binoculars. The appearance of the mysterious building became a mystery. Although everyone was looking forward to the day when the secret would be revealed, they tacitly didn't talk about it. Even if it was occasionally mentioned during mealtimes, it would be quickly brushed aside. Although life was still dark, there was still a little hope. A month after the Dimensions creation device was built, the citizens gradually returned to their daily lives from their expectations of a new life. Although there was hope, the days still had to go on. As he continued to earn credit points, the darkness seemed to return to the sky here. The solar engineer dragged his exhausted body back home, but only silence greeted him. He seemed to be used to this scene. However, after heating up his dinner, he could not help but laugh bitterly. He was one of the first-class engineers aboard the Donsong home ship, one of the few people directly responsible for maintaining the ship's artificial sun. They were born from the light and heat of the stars, so they naturally could not survive without the stars. When they embarked on the journey inwards and all the stars were turned into black holes, the artificial sun became an indispensable facility here. All ships away from home must have artificial suns. Its main function was actually to provide a soothing spiritual symbol to simulate the light of sunrise and sunset. The heat was only its secondary function. The entire civilization had no choice but to leave the mother planet that had been settled for countless generations and head to the unknown deep space. This was no different from a serious blow to the civilization spirit. Minor problems may result in low spirits and reduced productivity, serious problems may even drive people crazy or cause riots. Mental needs used to be ignored under strong mental pressure and high levels of comfort indoctrination, but not this time. The journey in deep space was a long process that took tens of thousands of years. When the span was extended to such an extent, mental activity was the most important thing related to survival. Artificial suns were created to create the illusion that they were still living on their mother planet. Even if everyone knew that this was just an illusion, it was enough to become a rivet to anchor one's spirit under self-hypnosis. As for solar engineers, they gradually separated from the engineering profession and became an independent profession. They were responsible for maintaining the artificial sun every day. As for day and night, they were controlled by the spaceship's system. The former solar engineer was also very glorious. As a senior staff member on the spaceship, he received better treatment than ordinary people. Unfortunately, as the times changed, his treatment gradually became ordinary, even though he was a level 1 engineer. Or rather, everyone was treated badly, even the chief scientist. It had nothing to do with corruption. It was just because he was poor. The battle royale lasted for a very, very long time. Although they had destroyed many civilizations, they did not obtain much nutrition from the corpses and had no choice but to flee in a hurry. Resources were constantly being consumed, but the total amount did not increase. This contradiction reached its peak after the production fleet was destroyed. Even the planning society had to reduce everyone's quota again and again. Of course, this would cause complaints, but everyone knew the reason. Therefore, after enduring for a while, most people would be able to accept it as long as they did not starve to death. But the family of the solar engineer was different. His wife, whom the government had paired up with him, could not stand the low quality of life and chose to commit suicide. No one could have imagined that a reduced quality of life could cause a person to commit suicide, which led him to face charges of killing his spouse. Even though he was exonerated because of the ubiquitous surveillance, he was convicted of failing to pay attention to his spouse's emotional health and preventing his spouse from committing suicide in time, and a large sum of credits was deducted. In this dark era of escape, everyone's strength was precious. The death of his wife would reduce the pressure on resources, but it would also reduce the available labor. He had to be responsible for this. However, he really had no feelings for this wife. The government had assigned them to each other just so that they could reproduce at the right time and form a convenient family unit. Fertility also needed to be done at a time specified by the government, because the extra life took up resources, and newborns who were not approved by the government ended up being destroyed. Although it was cruel, this was the reality here. The shrinking world forced them to embark on this path. Only the strongest supervision could last until the end of the civilization battle royale. The solar engineer ate his dinner in silence, a nasty solid energy bar that turned gelatinous when heated and was a little easier to swallow. In the past, when his wife was still alive, they could still chat for a while, at least at this time. It could be considered as suppressing relaxation in life. However, now, he could only mechanically swallow the energy gelatin and plan how to use the remaining credit points in his heart. Here, all the daily necessities were allocated by the government. They did not need to use electronic currency, which was credits. The only use of credits was to fill up the empty mental world. He thought for a moment and brought up the credit purchase interface on his electronic wristband. He bought an electronic book called Former Glory and read it. In the past, this place was a paradise. All the planets were suitable for survival, and it was suitable for any life form to survive. All life forms could obtain 100% habitability on these planets. Every planet here is planet Gaia. This is the former glory of the cradle. Chapter 328, Gaia Supreme Galaxy. Every planet here is planet Gaia. This is the former glory of the cradle. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term, the solar engineer expressionlessly opened the hyperlink of planet Gaia and read what this planet that could be called glorious was. Their generation was very far away from the ancestor who had first left their mother planet. This kind of knowledge that should have existed as common knowledge was completely unfamiliar to people now. From the expansion records, the solar engineer understood what planet Gaia was. This was a planet that was suitable for any life form to live on. Normally, life forms would adapt to the environment, but planet Gaia did the opposite. The environment automatically adapted to life. The entire planet seemed to be a living creature. With its magical self-regulation ability, it became the most suitable cradle for the birth of civilization. However, the solar engineer did not feel much about this. The words were cold, but the reality was cruel. It was very difficult for him to feel the charm of planet Gaia from this introduction. After hesitating for a while, the solar engineer decided to spend his weekly free mental assistance quota as a first-class engineer to experience a paid project that belonged to the book Former Glory. Would you like to spend 50,000 credits to enter the virtual world Supreme Gaia Galaxy? Yes. Your credits are insufficient. You have automatically used the free mental assistance quota. Your remaining experience duration, 360 minutes. In the next moment, the solar engineer felt a weak electric numbness coming from his bracelet. It was paired with the chip buried in his body, and the world in his eyes changed drastically. Although it was old, it could still be considered exquisite. A large number of vines suddenly climbed up the engineer's room, and the metal floor visibly aged. Soon, many plants emerged from the connection and covered the ground layer by layer. Various plants that he had never seen before began to grow wildly at this moment, but they stopped at a suitable height. Under the swaying branches and leaves, there was a refreshing fragrance. This was only the original smell of the atmosphere. It did not add any other mental illusions, but it still made the solar engineer dazed. Is this the smell of the planet? He bent down and grabbed a handful of soil. It didn't feel good, and he knew that this was an environment created directly by the electronic chip in his brain. However, he still couldn't help but feel touched. After leaving the room covered in vegetation, the familiar home world was no longer outside the door. Instead, it was an endless emerald planet. On the distant horizon, there seemed to be a towering tree. The crown of the tree pierced through the clouds, and its true height could not be seen. Looking around, he saw various vegetation stems and leaves swaying with the breeze. They seemed to have a life of their own. The moment they discovered the appearance of the solar engineer, they turned slightly towards him, as if they were waving at him. He clearly knew that all of this was an illusion, but at this moment, he really felt like he was on planet Gaia. So he began to wander, running across the boundless plains. Even if he fell, the soft soil wouldn't hurt him. Instead, it would make him feel like he was lying on a mattress. There was no need to worry about hunger or water. Even the soil here was edible. At the same time, it was rich in water and had the freshness of the ground. If one was dissatisfied with the texture of the soil, one could also see the fruits of plants scattered everywhere. Those were edible. Some fruits even had the taste of roasted meat. When the solar engineer got tired of running and sat down to rest, the surroundings changed for once. As the flat-bottomed tall buildings rose, the primitive natural ecology instantly filled the skyscrapers. He knew that this was the next segment of the paid experience project. All he could see were high-speed aircrafts and leisurely pedestrians, but they were naturally not destroyed. The huge ancient tree was still standing in the sky, just like what he had first seen. Greenery could be seen everywhere in the city. The vegetation was not even artificially cultivated. When the buildings were planned, the plants spontaneously grew in suitable locations, complementing the cityscape. Even the industrial zone that was supposed to be the most polluted was a green scene. The sewage was discharged underground, but the river beside the factory was extremely clear. There was no pollution at all. The atmosphere was the same. Black smoke visible to the naked eye floated out of the chimney of the factory, but it was naturally diluted. In just a few seconds, there was no trace of it. Even when they arrived at the factory, the smell of the air did not change. It was still as primitive as the first smell of the solar engineer. The scene changed again. This time, the space he was in was a little familiar. It was the interior of the spaceship, flowing with a cold mechanical feeling. However, outside the porthole was an emerald planet that was gradually moving away. They seemed to have just left there and were heading to an unknown world. This scene made him panic for some reason because he thought of his life in reality. It was like this. He had to stay away from his residence and drift in space all year round. However, he quickly realized that he was thinking too much. The planet that the spaceship was heading to was in this galaxy. It was less than 200 million kilometers away and he arrived there in less than an hour. That planet seemed to be as green as the mother planet. Other than the traces of man-made industry, it was almost carved from the same mold. He understood that this was another planet with a unique environment. It was also the cradle that they had turned into planet Gaia. His gaze began to move in the spaceship, but his gaze seemed to be able to travel through time and space. He saw the other planets in this galaxy. There were a total of 8 planets, all of which were equally green planet Gaia. He looked at the galaxy further away and saw that it was in the same state. There were hundreds of billions of galaxies in the entire galaxy, and they were all the same planets. The paid experience ended here. The virtual scene he saw suddenly disappeared. It was still the same room. Although there was no stench, the natural aura of planet Gaia seemed to still linger in his nose. The sense of loss brought about by the difference spontaneously rose, but unexpectedly, it only lasted for a short while before he returned to his normal life. The comfort of his mind soothed his tense nerves, and his view of the world was less dark. Although the chicken soup for the soul was overflowing, it was useful enough. At least his spirit was much better now. He was already looking forward to where the next quota would be used. At this moment, Li Wenyuan, who was still in the Spiral Galaxy Alpha, had a preliminary understanding of the entire galaxy through the history transmitted by the Light Chaser. Although the Battle Royale had caused them to lose many things, only history could not be lost. This was the spiritual foundation that maintained their civilization's soul. Even if they were destroyed, history would continue to exist in their place. Their planets in the entire galaxy had attracted Li Wenyuan's attention because of the special situation on planet Gaia. From the words of the Light Chaser leader, he could tell that planet Gaia was universal in their consciousness. In the early days of civilization, they could not even understand the existence of other types of planets, and they regarded planet Gaia as an inherent characteristic of a planet. Although the final research on the asteroids made them realize the origin of the celestial body, the mystery of planet Gaia was not solved. They even fabricated a substance called Gaiatin to be involved in the formation of early celestial bodies, thus creating this situation. However, Li Wenyuan had a different opinion. He kept feeling that all the planets were special circumstances of planet Gaia to create a unique environment for the civilization here so that they could walk further ahead of the civilizations of the other galaxies. In other words, it was to cheat the civilizations here so that they would beat the other civilizations too much at the starting line. He felt that this situation was familiar. This seems to be the case with the Shinik chosen ones of the human race. Chapter 329, Lost Database. The obvious abnormality of the Cradle Galaxy instantly reminded Li Wenyuan of humans. When they were still in the Milky Way, the records left behind by humans mentioned that all of them seemed to be born psionites, and they were the rarest and most powerful chosen ones. Ordinary civilizations would be worshipped if chosen ones appeared. It was normal for them to become the leader of a planet. With the help of Shinik energy and the Void Realm, the chosen ones could do many unimaginable things, such as being immortal and not sleeping. Not only that, but they could also easily extract the hidden knowledge in the Void Realm, or use the Void Realm to complete the goal of the tactical strategy. It could be said that although humans had the identity of the first batch of civilizations in the Milky Way, they were able to create so much gloriousness because of the physique of the chosen ones. Assuming that the meteorite did not activate the Shinik ability potential of humans and they did not communicate with the Void Realm, the scenery of the Milky Way would definitely not be like this, and humans might still be a native civilization. It was this cheat-like chosen one's physique that made them the pioneers of the Milky Way. Although all the planets in the cradle were abnormal like planet Gaia and couldn't be compared to the chosen ones, they were undoubtedly a way to speed up the civilization's departure from the galaxy. Miracles of civilizations similar to humans might be everywhere in the universe. First, all the chosen ones, then the entire galaxy is planet Gaia. Is the high concentration of Shinik energy in the elliptical galaxy Alpha the same? Who caused this extremely special origin? Is it really just luck? Previously, Li Wenyuan had not considered this. However, after witnessing this strange miracle again, he felt that there might be an indescribable secret behind it. Although there's a high chance that Light Chaser's people won't know what their situation is like, I still have to ask. As he made up his mind, the piloting lighthouse began to send its loyal letters. At that moment, Light Chaser had successfully built the first dimensions creation device on their home ship. As a huge black cube slowly rose from the ground, the leader, who had seen hope for the future, finally shed tears of excitement. At that moment, he had already planned in his mind where the resources produced by the first wave of dimensions creation devices would be used. At the same time, he saw them thriving on the home ship. As long as they had enough resources, at least they could survive the current predicament. Even so, why is it that no one is allowed to enter the building? Even surveillance equipment is not allowed. An assistant of a scientist involved in this matter was very curious as to why the dimensions creation device was so mysterious. He, who didn't know much, believed that the mysterious aid civilization wasn't willing to expose the secret of this building. However, some scientists reminded him not to talk too much and warned him that the technology of that civilization was far beyond their imagination. He should not look at this matter with their shallow eyes. As for the dimensions creation device itself, it began to be automated. As always, the solar engineer was done with the maintenance of the artificial sun and was ready to return to his small home. However, when he passed through the familiar street and turned the corner to his uninhabited residence, he saw a person in law enforcement uniform waiting in front of his house. Before he could figure out what was going on, the law enforcer walked over and politely showed him his ID. "Hello, Mr. Engineer. According to the request of the higher UPS, I want to inform you in person about the promotion." "Hey." The solar engineer was a little confused by this sudden explanation. However, after listening to a series of explanations, he realized that his treatment had returned to the beginning. It was even slightly higher, which was unbelievable to him. "The government has money? When did this?" "Oh, I see." He was about to ask when he remembered the government's recent announcement of a construction resolution. He hadn't been hopeful, but he hadn't expected the government to actually pull it off. In other words, could they not be so embarrassed in the future? The law enforcer smiled mysteriously and replied in an erratic tone, "Don't be anxious. There are more good things to come." With that, the law enforcer also bid farewell to him with light footsteps. He was immersed in a huge surprise and was stunned on the spot. It was not until a long time later when the artificial sun automatically changed to night mode that he woke up from a dream. He hurriedly checked his credits and found that he had an extra sum of wealth that he had never dared to imagine. In the past, many spiritual items that required payment to browse had become free. Everything seemed to be getting better, and the solar engineer felt his little house come alive for the first time in a long time. He opened the window to find more people celebrating in the street. It seemed that everyone knew about the promotion, and at the same time realized that the government had fulfilled its previous promise. As for the mysterious building that brought about all of this, they did not care at all. As long as it could improve their lives, it was a good building. Life was once again filled with hope, a sign of the advancement of civilization. The Light Chaser leader, who had been waiting for a period of time for his emotions to ferment, looked at everything on the surveillance camera with satisfaction. He was sincerely happy about this. Is our time coming? He fantasized about returning to the glory of the past in the history books. He hoped to advance hand in hand with all civilizations again and shoulder the responsibility of a pioneer. He wanted to overcome the obstacles of the other civilizations in this universe and not struggle at death's door like now. After that, his subordinates also brought news of the helper who had helped them do all of this. Speaking of which, we still don't seem to know the exact appearance of that civilization. We don't even know their names. After receiving the report, the Light Chaser leader was a little distressed because he felt that they were being impolite. The world that had once been too hopeless made them unwilling to think about such trivial matters anymore. However, after his hope was rekindled, he felt that he had to thank the helper properly. This had always been the tradition of their civilization. Even if they had destroyed many civilizations out of desperation, repaying kindness was still a virtue that they insisted on passing down. It's a pity that in our current state, do we really have a way to help that civilization? Until now, they haven't asked us to return anything. Frustrated, he checked the new information he had received and learned about the civilization's current doubts about them. The mystery of Gaia? That's what's been bothering us all along. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for us to give any useful answers. The Light Chaser leader was helpless against this kind of galaxy environment. Although their scientists had a few hypotheses, they were not credible. Moreover, he felt that the other party would definitely be able to think of those hypotheses. The light chaser leader, who was unwilling to let the other party return empty-handed again, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. He summoned a scientific assembly composed of cutting-edge scientists and began to discuss a major matter. Not long after, Li Wenyuan also received the results of their discussion. Greetings, respected Ader. I'm sorry that we can't answer your question. However, after our experts' discussion, we think there might be a way to let you know some inside information. You must be very curious, right? Why can ordinary civilizations like us, who once made a living from archaeology, fight our way out of the siege of civilizations and even fight against the fire chaser, the Lost Empire, in the end? Lost technology was once our greatest secret, but not anymore. Every civilization has something they subconsciously want to hide. I hope you can understand. Thus, out of curiosity, Li Wenyuan checked the detailed information of a certain database that they had sent over. When he looked at it, he felt his non-existent heart beating at half a beat. This was because Li Wenyuan was too familiar with the appearance of those databases or archives. He had seen identical buildings in the Milky Way, and the planet full of such buildings was in the galaxy of the Voyager with him. It was a planet called the Archive, and it was filled with archive buildings that stored broken knowledge and records. He had discovered technology and records left behind by humans and believed that at least some of these archive buildings should have been built by humans, while the rest were built by one or more unknown civilizations. And he was very sure that such a planet was not an owl planet that could be seen everywhere. He was also very sure that humans had never been to the Cradle Galaxy. In that case, would it be a coincidence for a building with an extremely similar style to appear in the Cradle? Chapter 330, The World Tree. Leader, is it really a good idea for us to hand over the secret of the lost database? Wandering the streets of the home ship, a scientist who followed the light chaser leader was still trying to present the pros and cons of the situation to their leader. The decision to share the lost database with the aid civilization was passed by the scientific assembly. Logically speaking, this matter should be forgotten. However, there were very few people in the parliament who disagreed with this matter. They still wanted the leader to change the subsequent decision. The light chaser leader disagreed. We have to show some of our value. Although the other party might have chosen to help us out of goodwill, life can't always rely on the kindness of others. A useless piece of trash can't make people do their best. We have to understand this. Benefits between civilizations might not be the most important, but it will definitely have a huge impact on decision-making. Besides, we can't crack most of the data, right? If we hand it over to the other party, we might be able to obtain some shared knowledge. Even if we can't, we can still form a good relationship. When the scientist heard the leader's answer, he could not help but smile bitterly, but he did not refute it. He just kept sighing. He actually understood these principles. At best, he was a hamster and did not want to let the things in his hands leak out. At worst, he was selfish. Even if they could not analyze the data, they would rather let it rot in their hands. However, the light chaser leader didn't care about this matter. Instead, he was thinking about the response he had received previously. As he expected, that civilization did show interest in their lost database. At the same time, he learned that the civilization called themselves the Administrator. In the future, they would no longer need to call them Aid Civilization. However, due to the long distance, it was impossible for the Administrator to personally visit the lost database. They could only extract the incomprehensible damaged data as much as possible and send it over to be cracked. The Light Chaser civilization had done a lot of research on the data that they regarded as their lifeblood. Most of it had been shattered beyond repair, and they could not reassemble it with their current methods. The rest were all encrypted data, and not many could be cracked. There was nothing to remember about these things. He was only thinking if there was a way to help them leave this cradle of hell. Although the Administrator didn't say anything, he knew that the way the spaceship teleported across 5 million light-years was most likely the way the Administrator prepared for them to leave. Reality proved that this method was indeed feasible under normal circumstances. After all, he had personally witnessed a cargo spaceship appear in their galaxy without any warning. With this method, it was not impossible for them to use the same technology to move outwards. However, the special galaxy environment here prevented them from using this method to leave. Even civilizations outside the galaxy could not use the same method to enter this place. They seemed to be trapped here, but the Light Chaser leader believed that there was always a way out. They had met a benefactor at the most critical moment, which meant that their path to civilization should not be cut off just like that. Even if they were really destroyed, it would only happen after they became the last victors. He convened the scientific assembly again to discuss the follow-up policies for the fire chaser. Logically speaking, with the hope of external help, they should stop their endless internal strife and unite their last strength to study how to leave this place. However, the light chaser leader knew that they could choose to do so in any other civilization, except the fire chaser. Only the Lost Empire was not feasible. The stars spun. With the high-intensity work of the surveillance outpost around the clock, Li Wenyuan gradually received the lost data. Due to the fact that extracting data from ancient archives buildings was an extremely troublesome matter, the slightest mistake would cause the data to be damaged. Even though the light chaser civilization had studied for so long, the amount of data they could transmit was extremely limited, but it was enough for the time being. After receiving the current data, Li Wenyuan immediately compared it to the data in the Voyager's archive building. He felt that it was definitely not a coincidence that the same building would appear in two galaxies far apart. There must be something behind all of this. In the end, after a long comparison, Li Wenyuan finally realized that a portion of the data was completely identical. Even broken data or encrypted data could be compared through various methods, and the exact same data could be found. This almost proved that the archives building that carried the data came from the same civilization. However, there was a huge gap between the Milky Way and the cradle. Is this a civilization similar to the scribe? This kind of behavior that seemed to leave marks in many galaxies made Li Wenyuan immediately wonder if these buildings were built by another civilization similar to a scribe, but he quickly denied it. This was because the style of this building was extremely diverse, and the encryption methods were different. Even the language in which the data was written was different. It looked more like a building built by many civilizations. Not only that, but a portion of what was suspected to be left behind by humans also existed in these two archive buildings. However, humans had never been to the cradle. This portion of data that was extremely similar to human methods had once puzzled Li Wenyuan, but later on, he thought that it might have been left behind by a civilization that imitated humans, so he didn't take it to heart. However, now that he saw this data again, he could not help but think, was it done by a loose alliance? Perhaps there is a civilization that has seen humans? But how many years has it been since humans became rich? With doubts, Li Wenyuan tried to crack the data sent by Light Chaser, hoping to understand the origins of this portion of data. Unexpectedly, he really learned a shocking truth from it. It was a string of information that might be related to the Lost Empire in the cradle the Fire Chaser. Light Chaser had dealt with the Lost Empire many times and discovered that this data was very similar to the Fire Chaser's style. They were limited by their own technology and could not crack this content, but they provided Li Wenyuan with ideas and possible solutions. After a series of complicated calculations, this string of information related to the Fire Chaser gradually appeared in front of Li Wenyuan. We experienced the last cosmic era and tried our best to survive the Big Bang just so that we could come to this world earlier. But what method can we use to make us move faster than last time? The other methods have already been put into practice. The effects are still unclear. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. We also have to choose a path that suits us. Perhaps a Gaia galaxy is a feasible method. And at the same time that this string of information was exposed, in the distant Cradle Galaxy, the Fire Chaser, the Lost Empire that had been silent for a long time, once again ignited its ancient vitality. On the dead planets that were filled with the aura of death, a large number of plant branches suddenly appeared. They pushed away the sand, gravel, and soil, pushed away the ruins of buildings, and instantly covered the entire surface of the planet. However, the scene that should have looked lively seemed lifeless because of the image of the plant itself. This was a strange translucent plant. It clearly had the appearance of an ordinary seed plant after it had grown, but it was magically translucent. One could even see veins that looked like blood vessels inside with liquid flowing in them. The withered branches and yellowed stems seemed to indicate that they were not in a good state. However, after a tiny cockroach climbed up their translucent branches, it seemed to have fallen into the glue. It quickly fused with the plants and was digested visibly. However, his translucent body did not receive any replenishment from eating. Instead, it became even more transparent. In the end, these plants seemed to be stimulated and trembled crazily on the ground. A large amount of land was thrown into the sky, revealing the dense and complicated roots under the crust. As for these squirming roots, they did not seem to have any will. Other than destruction, there was no possibility of intelligence. This was the Fire Chaser, a botanical civilization. If the solar engineer had seen this scene, he might have remembered something. This was because he had seen this plant in the virtual image of the Gaia Supreme Galaxy, a giant tree that looked like a world tree. Chapter 331, Fire-Chasing Moth. In the previous cosmic era. When this term appeared in front of him, Li Wenyuan was really shocked. He wasn't sure if this was just a misunderstanding caused by the inconsistent counting method between different civilizations, but he was more inclined to think otherwise. This was because the gods' nagging records of the Fire Chaser seemed to indicate that they were civilizations from the last era. Gaia Galaxy. We think this is a clearly feasible path. Based on our experience in the previous cosmic era, we believe that we have wasted too much time in the early stages of cosmic exploration. One slow step leads to another slow step. If we can create a Gaia paradise here, then this unique environment can undoubtedly greatly advance the progress of civilization. And this time, we might become pioneers. The Fire Chaser's records clearly stated that all the planets like the Cradle Galaxy were done by them on planet Gaia. This civilization from the previous era had unbelievable achievements in planetary transformation. There were at least 200 billion stars in the Cradle Galaxy. Even if not every star represented a galaxy, the number of planets was still an astronomical figure. In Li Wenyuan's opinion, this feat of changing the living environment of the entire galaxy was no less difficult than the Milky Way's curtain. In some aspects, it was even more difficult than the curtain. To be fair, it might be on the same level as building a sufficiently complicated hyperspace channel network. One focused on the birth and independence of civilization, while the other focused on the communication and cooperation of civilization. At this moment, Li Wenyuan was even thinking that if there was a place that was enveloped by the curtain outside and had a large number of planet Gaia inside, every species would be chosen ones, and there were also developed void realms for humans to use. Even if they couldn't use Shinnick energy, there were hyperspace channels everywhere to develop materialistic science. Perhaps this was the most perfect origin? Just the thought of a civilization that could walk out of such a place was terrifying. The Fire Chaser in the records of the archive had done one of those things, turning all the planets into planet Gaia. Since they were the ones who created the Gaia Galaxy, were they the ones who caused this abnormally weak space-time structure? He thought of this, and at the same time, he quickly matched the data in the archive with data similar to the style of Fire Chaser. The greatest anomaly in the Cradle Galaxy was the Fire Chaser. According to his experience, this civilization had a huge impact on the galaxy. Not only the weak space-time structure, but even the shrinking world might be related to them. While he was searching for the relevant data in the archives, the Light Chaser civilization had also entered an emergency state of combat readiness. The outposts on the distant border planet detected the movement of the Fire Chaser. This plant battleship unique to the Lost Empire was approaching the border galaxy in large numbers. Although the declaration of war had not been officially announced, the Light Chaser civilization understood that there was no need to abide by any red tape in the battle royale. As long as they could reach the end, it was the most correct method. The Light Chaser leader was also tense as he calmly dealt with the upcoming storm of war. However, he felt a little regretful. This was because their Dimensions creation device was undergoing mass production. It wouldn't be long before they returned to their peak from their current state. When the time came to face the Fire Chaser, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be higher. It was a pity that the other party did not give him time to develop. Right now, they could only maintain a state of an arrow at the end of their flight and fight a life-and-death battle that determined their survival. The Light Chaser leader knew that the other party's situation wouldn't be much better than theirs. About thousands of years ago, the race for civilization had not advanced to this point. At that time, there were many civilizations still living in the world. At that time, the scientists of Light Chaser had combined their past records and analyzed the strength of each civilization on the surface. They calculated the probability of those civilizations reaching the end and focused on research and defense to increase the probability of survival of their civilization. There was a risk in doing so. After all, no one knew if a dark horse would appear out of nowhere, catching them off guard. However, the probability theory played a role at this time. The civilizations that were eliminated in every round were basically as they had expected, and they had also done the most in-depth research on the Fire Chaser with the highest probability. Last time, their production fleet was destroyed because they wanted to get information about the Fire Chaser from the enemy civilization, which delayed the fighter jet and almost wasted all their previous efforts. However, they also knew that the state of the Fire Chaser was already extremely abnormal. It could be seen from the fact that the Lost Empire could no longer build those lost buildings. Not only that, the Fire Chaser had completely cut off contact for one day and became completely silent. It would only eliminate all enemies. Even planet Gaia would become dead silent under their destruction. There was almost no possibility of living beings living there anymore. According to Light Chaser scientists' speculations, they believed that the Fire Chaser had been infected with a virus targeting botanical civilization in a previous war. All groups of civilizations had been tricked and were constantly losing the intelligence that civilizations should have. This corresponded to the increasingly crazy state of the Fire Chaser. Although this lost empire seemed to still maintain a certain level of instinct and still had some remnant plans for the war, it was very difficult to change their tactics. They basically relied on the fleet to crush them. This method was indeed very effective, but the losses were real. After experiencing many family-changing wars, the production capacity of the Fire Chaser had long collapsed. They relied on their previous foundation to last until now. And Light Chaser also knew that this would be their last battle, and also the last battle of this galaxy. Only the final victor could survive for the longest time before the world shrank. Although it was cruel, this was the reality here. Therefore, with the launch of the War Mobilization Order, a battle plan that had long been formulated by the Light Chaser Scientific Assembly was implemented. The Fire Chaser, who had entered a state of war, would not have very sophisticated combat deployments. Their fleet would also move out in full force to crush all enemies in their way. It wasn't wise to face the declining Lost Empire head-on, even with the help of the Dimensions Creation device. No one knew if they would need a huge amount of resources to leave this galaxy. They had to think about the future. Their battle plan was also very simple. It was to steal their home. The defense of the entire galaxy would be extremely low if the Fire Chaser were mobilized. They would be able to break in easily. As long as they killed all the Fire Chaser before the other party, they would win this war. According to the calculations of the Light Chaser scientists, as long as the Fire Chaser made the first move, the probability of them winning in the end was more than 80%. As for the Fire Chaser, it would be like a fire-chasing moth, welcoming a fiery end. Chapter 332, Dimensional Erosion. This ship has entered a Level 3 combat readiness state. Citizens, please abide by the Wartime Alert Act and do not go out unless necessary. The material distribution method will be changed from self-collection from the distribution point to direct delivery. Please take note to check and receive it within the specified time. Following the news from the border outpost, the entire Light Chaser civilization entered a state of war. As the Donsong home ship was the center of civilization, this place was the least affected and was only in a Level 3 combat readiness state. Although martial law had already begun, it was still much more stable than the frontline defense supply fleet. The solar engineer walked along the main road in a hurry. Occasionally, the guards passing by would see him, but they seemed to have greeted him in advance and turned a blind eye to him still on the street. It was not that the solar engineer had done anything to bribe him. It was just that his profession was special, especially in wartime. All the life support facilities in the home ship were the most important to maintain at this time. In the past, the engineers who could still have a leisure leave were basically in the company of stimulants now. It was basically normal for them to work day and night. The artificial sun that the solar engineer was responsible for was not a high priority. Even if it was deactivated for a short period of time, it would not affect the ecology of the home ship. However, this was still one of the life support parts of the spaceship. Therefore, he became privileged personnel during wartime. Now that the chip in his body had been marked as a mobile signal source, all the security officers would know what he did for a living. That was how he was able to pass through the streets unimpeded. Although there was no privacy, this was the ecosystem here. After turning countless corners and passing through several sub-districts such as the plaza area, the distribution area, and the labor reform area, he arrived at his workplace. It was a tower. This was the place in charge of the entire spaceship's life support system. Other than him, there were many other staff members here. These were all engineers who had gathered here because of wartime security. However, Level 3 combat readiness was not that strict. In their spare time, these engineers could say a few words. Many people noticed the arrival of the solar engineer and greeted him. After responding one by one, the solar engineer noticed that some unfamiliar engineers seemed to have appeared in this place. They seemed to be new recruits from the government. Out of curiosity, he learned the identities of those people from his fellow engineers. They are the maintenance engineers of a Level 1 confidential building. We don't know what that kind of building is, but it's most likely related to our improved treatment. It's very likely an unknown energy-producing building. But it's not that I want to say this, but those engineers are too free. I've worked here for so long, but I've never seen them move. They gather here all day long and even smile at us. Could they be real privileged people? His companion's words made the solar engineer understand that these people were probably the real privileged people. After all, they were not machines or gestalt consciousnesses, and their quality was not that high. Even if this was a planned society, there were indeed privileged people. There would always be some positions that were relatively easy and qualified. Those who could be parachuted here were privileged people. However, this was all they could do. Although they had privileges, it was impossible for them to be assigned to such a position if their basic abilities were insufficient. Among the more leisurely engineers, the solar engineer recognized one who had published papers in scientific journals and the other who had won scholarships many times at public universities. He was capable. Their special privilege was just that the work they did was a little easier. Perhaps even these engineers themselves did not know what their specific work was. Therefore, the solar engineer shook his head and entered the tower, which was controlled by the artificial sun. There were several solar engineers, but he was the only one who came today. There were no problems with the artificial sun's various data, but he had to stay at his post until the combat readiness was lifted. A few weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the engineers had already rotated several times. However, not only did their combat readiness not deactivate, but they were also promoted from level 3 to level 2. This made the solar engineers a little uneasy. There was only beauty in the channel through which he could obtain information. It was as if the world was still peaceful and prosperous. However, the upgraded combat readiness indicated that the situation was not optimistic. As if to confirm his premonition, he, or the solar engineers, received a confidential mission from the government. Citizen Sequence, SE0867133392, please proceed to the control tower. This was a notification sent directly to the chip in his body. He arrived at his destination with uneasiness, only to find that the people who came seemed to be solar engineers like him. The military personnel did not explain much. They brought them onto the departure spaceship and only told them the purpose of their trip halfway through the journey. I think everyone can more or less feel that we have actually started a war with the enemy a long time ago. Now is indeed the time when we have no choice but to need you to serve the civilization. All of you are the defenders of artificial suns and irreplaceable experts in this field. This time, your mission is to restart the sun that has left the group. After that, they saw their mission target a spaceship covered by a large number of strange plants. From the looks of it, it seemed to be their other home ship. Yes. This is the Dawn Star home ship. We find it difficult to understand why we would be attacked even in our hinterland. We understand that this matter is vital to our battle situation. Currently, the only thing we know is that the last announcement from the Dawn Star is to restart the Sunday. Don't worry, the Special Operations Forces will be operating with you. They will ensure your safety on the Dawn Star. The solar engineers looked at each other, but they could not say anything to resist. They could only follow the team and log into the Dawn Star. At this moment, Li Wenyuan, who was 5 million light-years away, gradually realized something. There was no longer any information related to the Fire Chaser in the Light Chaser archives, but the information that the Light Chaser leader had synchronized with him because the war never stopped. He also observed the behavioral logic of the Fire Chaser, as well as the state of the individuals in their race. Then, he recalled the Ether Dragons. According to the narration of humans and the Ether Dragons, the Ether Dragons were gradually declining because they were not used to the rules of the universe. Their former intelligence was gone, and they had become killing machines. In the Light Chaser's records, it was also mentioned that the Fire Chaser was not in a crazy state where they killed anyone they saw. They still maintained their civilized rationality. Although the Light Chaser believed that the Fire Chaser had lost his intelligence after being infected by a virus in a certain war, Li Wenyuan knew that perhaps what happened to the Fire Chaser was similar to the Ether Dragons. This civilization from the last cosmic era seemed to have been corroded by the current universe and was no longer adapted to the environment here. Chapter 333, Hope of Recovery. I should have realized it long ago. Since there are creatures like the Ether Dragons that can withstand the Big Bang, perhaps there are civilizations that can do the same thing. I just didn't expect the civilization of the last era to really exist. What was the state of the last universe? The state of the Fire Chaser gradually corrupted with the passage of time reminded Li Wenyuan of the Ether Dragon. At the same time, he realized that this civilization might have also experienced the Big Bang. However, in the Big Bang theory, the beginning of the universe was a singular point with infinite density and temperature. In this state, time and space did not exist. It was still a mystery how the ether dragons and the fire chaser existed in this state. However, one thing was confirmed in this experience. Life from the last era could not adapt to the current universe. Li Wenyuan didn't know what the rules of the previous universe were like, but there were definitely many aspects that were inconsistent with the current one. Life could adapt to the environment, but the foundation of the universe was added to many of these life forms. Life form organisms would not adapt to this environment. They would only have life-threatening problems because they were not acclimatized to the environment. At the very least, they had one thing in common now. They would lose their intelligence. Be it the ether dragons or the fire chaser, they had all experienced the loss of wisdom. The difference was that the ether dragon finally met humans and temporarily solved this problem. The fire chaser did not, and they had not been able to solve this problem themselves. In that case, the ether dragon's dimensional adapter can also be used on the fire chaser. He thought of the big bows tied to the ether dragon and her eggs. Although the style was strange, it did save the ether dragon. Even though her original intelligence had completely disappeared, her reawakened consciousness could still maintain a certain level of memory of the past. Realizing that there might be a way to restore the fire chaser's intelligence, Li Wenyuan immediately transmitted the special technology of dimensional adaptation to the light chaser. Assuming that he could save the fire chaser, he might be able to learn about what happened in the last era of this civilization and understand the reason for the destruction of that universe. From the looks of it, the archive seems to be a building from the last era, or even longer. There seemed to be a conclusion about the existence of the archive. The timeline left behind by the fire chaser was probably not long after the Big Bang. Obviously, it was impossible for a sophisticated building like the archive to be born at this stage. The only explanation for these buildings, which were suspected to have existed in the galaxy before many civilizations, was that they actually came from the previous era and had been preserved through some method. Perhaps the civilization of that era was unwilling to let everything disappear with the collapse of the universe and wanted to leave behind some legacy through this method. If that's the case, could the data that is extremely similar to the style of humans but can't be decrypted using the methods of humans now be left behind by humans from the last era? Li Wenyuan felt that he knew a major secret. Humans also existed in the previous era and tried to leave their records in the archive. Even if the universe was different and the rules were different, the style of humans would not change. It could be confirmed at a glance. Unfortunately, perhaps because the rules of the universe had changed, the data shattered and broke. The remaining parts were difficult to crack. It was basically certain that most of the data had been lost. Then, do the humans now know that another group of humans used to exist? Li Wenyuan thought about this question, but in the end, he couldn't be sure of the answer. In the Milky Way's archives, the current humans also left their records in the archives. There were not many useful parts. It could only be said that there were almost none. The biggest part was a series of lost property records. This made Li Wenyuan even suspect that they were just recording things in the file library as an ordinary database. Only the curtain theory and the subspace engineering technology extracted from the miniature galaxy were considered direct gains. But I've also done a date test on those buildings. The upper limit is no more than 20 million years. Compared to the age of the universe, this is too young. What stopped this theory now was that the archive's buildings were no older than 20 million years under Li Wenyuan's measurement. It seemed to be inconsistent with the ancientness of the last era. However, Li Wenyuan felt that this matter was not far from his guess. As long as he found a technology that could preserve these things across eras, he would be able to confirm it. I only hope that the fire chaser can recover their intelligence with the help of dimensional adaptation. It would be a pity if their history is lost just like that. Everything from the previous era is enough to be called a treasure. Although he had such expectations, his attitude towards this matter was not very optimistic. In the historical records of the light chaser, the fire chaser had shown that they had lost their intelligence a long time ago. That era was similar to when humans were still in the Milky Way, at least 10 million years ago. Before the Battle Royale began, Light Chaser and many other civilizations were busy building the Cradle Galaxy's hyperspace channel. They were even working on building this faster-than-light channel before their technological development was complete. The current technology tree of the Light Chaser civilization was actually extremely different from their initial time. It took them a long time to adapt to the cosmic Battle Royale. The same was true for other civilizations. There were too many things that had been lost in the Battle Royale. Time was of the essence, so they could not stop and develop quietly. Therefore, even after 10 million years, their technology did not seem to be very advanced. They had never interacted much with the Fire Chaser, but they were certain that the Fire Chaser had already sealed themselves before the Battle Royale began. They rarely interacted with the outside world. The only time in the history of the Light Chaser civilization that they had come into contact with the Fire Chaser was when they had just entered space. They had been warned by the Fire Chaser to stay away from the border. Although they were expelled, Fire Chaser had given them an archaeologically precise technology while warning them. Even today, Light Chaser was still using this technology. It was also because of this that they were able to find the archive in the vast galaxy and extract lost data from it to strengthen themselves. In order to commemorate the help of the Fire Chaser, they changed the name of their civilization to the Light Chaser, hoping to pass on the torch of civilization like the Lost Empire. However, in the following period of time, the Light Chaser civilization did look for the Fire Chaser again, but this time, the Fire Chaser did not even give warnings. They were in a completely silent state. All creatures or ships that invaded their borders would be destroyed. And this time was already 10 million years ago. After 10 million years, could the Fire Chaser, who had long lost its intelligence, really regain its intelligence? Chapter 334, Mistletoe. Dimensional Adaptation. In other words, we might be able to restore the Fire Chaser's intelligence. When Li Wenyuan handed this technology to the Light Chaser civilization, this civilization leader was shocked. According to the administrator, the Fire Chaser might not have lost their intelligence because of a virus, but because they came from the previous universe and weren't used to the current environment. These things confused the Light Chaser, but he roughly understood that the Cradle's special environment might have been caused by the Fire Chaser. If they could restore Fire Chaser's intelligence, many problems could be solved. They could even stop this shrinking world. However, there are still difficulties. According to our analysis, the dimensional adaptation technology requires specific analysis of specific problems. If it can be used on the Fire Chaser, we must delay the pace of the war and spend a lot of time studying the Fire Chaser and the secrets behind them. Furthermore, this might not guarantee success. We have no experience in technology related to such a dimension. We might need the administrator's help. From a rational point of view, perhaps the best way to succeed is to destroy Fire Chaser. The surprise fleet is already very close to Fire Chaser's planet. As long as we drop the poisonous substances that we've developed long ago, it won't be long before we can kill all the Fire Chaser races. In the Parliament, some scientists analyzed the pros and cons of this matter purely from a rational point of view. Unlike Li Wenyuan, although they were also very interested in the history of the Fire Chaser, they were currently facing a more important survival crisis. From their calculations, the success rate of defeating the Fire Chaser with minimal losses was much higher than confronting the Fire Chaser head-on, delaying their pace, and studying the technology of dimensional adaptation. However, after some contemplation, the Light Chaser leader rejected this idea. Do you remember the disaster that happened on the Dawn Star not long ago? This home ship in our hinterland was strangely invaded and has now become a plant spaceship covered in plants. This is something we can't explain at the moment, so we sent an exploration team to investigate, right? Our understanding of the Fire Chaser isn't as deep as we thought. Poisoning is a method, but it's a desperate move with no way out. Furthermore, although we have personally destroyed many of our comrades in the Great Civilization Battle Royale, don't forget our initial passion. We were once partners who worked hand in hand. We destroyed each other because we could not find any way to redeem ourselves, but now, there is an opportunity in front of us. The other party is the Fire Chaser, the origin of our civilization's name. If we miss this chance, we really won't be able to save them anymore. It was true that interactions between civilizations only valued benefits. The Light Chaser's current behavior was very abnormal. For them, this was something that did more harm than good. It might not be useful to civilization. However, there would always be times when benefits were no longer the first goal. Just like many noble sacrifices in history, what pushed them to make the final decision was their idealistic belief. My words alone have limited weight. Let's go through the original process and vote. Seeing that everyone in the parliament was silent, the Light Chaser leader suggested. However, after saying that, he added, also, don't forget that this technology was provided by the administrator. Why do you think they gave us this technology? Do you think we can use it? At least we have to do what we can. There's still plenty of time before the darkness closes in on us. We should try it. After that, the scientific assembly slowly came to an end. Not long after, the expedition team sent to the Dawn Star home ship had many additional missions. This was a group mission. All the participants would receive it, and the solar engineers who were originally in charge of repairing the artificial sun were no exception. Gather samples, search for anomalies, search for all information related to the fire chaser. He muttered to himself, but he was wondering what was going on. This seemed to be a change in the government's attitude towards the fire chaser. In his memory, the fire chaser was more or less understood. In short, it was the enemy they needed to defeat in the end. However, as the Dawn Star was infected by the strange plants, the situation changed again. Sitting on the spaceship that was about to land and looking at the home ship that had been eroded by the vegetation, the solar engineer felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He felt that there was a big mouth that was eating people there, and their group might not be able to return. However, the mission would not stop just because he was afraid. He still joined a large group of various personnel and logged on to the home ship. With the fire of the incendiary bombs, their landing point was burned into an empty area that could be used to deploy the camp. According to early explorers, this plant was a predatory plant that could even hunt with just its branches, which required special drugs and physical combustion to avoid attacks. After getting off the spaceship, he saw a translucent sea of plants. Dense stems and leaves covered the original inner wall of the spaceship. Under the translucent branches, emergency lights that had not been cut off could be seen. The solar engineer curiously touched the transparent trunk of the plant with the long staff in his hand. He found that they would shrink back slightly like jelly, but after shrinking to a certain extent, they would directly swallow the place where the long staff touched. It took him a lot of effort to pull it out. When the other crew member saw his actions, he warned him not to touch it. He obediently stayed in the camp and stared blankly, waiting for the order to set off. However, at this moment, a fully armed soldier not far away seemed to have received some news and hurriedly reported the content to his superior through the walkie-talkie. From his intermittent words, the solar engineer seemed to have heard words like a giant tree and environmental transformation. He did not feel anything at first, but when he looked at the translucent plants clinging to the inner wall, he suddenly felt dazed. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the paid project scene that he had experienced in the book Former Glory. The surrounding environment had changed to that primitive world. A natural aura assaulted his face, and a towering tree could be vaguely seen in the sky not far away. He had a feeling that he had become one with this world. Every move of the flowers, insects, and fish was under his annotation. However, the next moment, the sound of the whistle woke him up. He woke up from his sudden hallucination and looked around. It seemed that no one had suffered like him. Puzzled, he looked at the exit here. It was also where they were going later. They could see a glimpse of the home ship from here. He immediately spotted the control tower responsible for the entire ship's life support system. He had worked in the same building aboard the Donsong home ship. However, this tower that was wrapped in a large number of plants now looked more like a world tree. Chapter 335, Genetic Memory. It's time to go. Why are you still in a daze? The soldier's reminder woke the solar engineer up. After looking around, he realized that he was still in the camp. The expedition team with a large number of scientists was ready to set off. They were just waiting for him. The solar engineer smiled awkwardly. He quickly carried his luggage and entered the team. But after that, he didn't talk and laugh like the others. Instead, he silently thought about what he had just experienced. He saw an illusion. It was so real that he thought it was reality. Ever since he arrived at this home ship that was parasitized by a large number of strange plants, his previous experiences regarding the virtual world appeared in front of him from time to time, making him feel as if he was in that world again. He had once suspected that some hormone secreted by these plants would cause him to hallucinate, but he had never taken off his protective suit since he put it on. He had also asked his teammates if they had noticed anything abnormal, but he seemed to be the only one. He did not believe it and went to look at the data of the environmental instruments. Although he was an engineer in charge of artificial suns, he could barely understand the tables and numbers. The result was that the environment here was normal. The atmosphere here was even better than on the Donsong home ship. According to a biologist, the air level here was very close to the standard of the mother planet in the historical records. In theory, they could live here normally. They were still wearing protective suits, but they were only following the guidelines in the extraterrestrial exploration manual that never took off their protective suits at any time. Since no one else was abnormal, the solar engineer became more and more puzzled about the illusion he was experiencing. According to the extraterrestrial exploration manual, he should report his abnormal situation to his superiors and immediately stop the exploration and undergo treatment. However, for some reason, he did not do so. Instead, he followed the team. During his rare recreational time aboard the home ship, he'd also seen some of the power sources for extraterrestrial exploration. Generally speaking, his situation would lead to two consequences. One was that their team had been wiped out in a major crisis, and the other was that he was about to receive a packed lunch. He had a clear understanding of this and understood that his non-compliance with the extraterrestrial exploration manual was a serious violation. However, he was unwilling to stop. He always felt that the tall tower covered in vegetation was summoning him, as if he had an unprecedentedly important mission on his shoulders. If he did not go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It had been a long time since he had lived a numb life, but now there was a touch of beauty. The adventurous spirit that shouldn't have appeared at his age burned again. He lived and died in vain. In the end, he chose the latter. A scientist near the solar engineer suddenly felt that this person had undergone an indescribable change. He seemed to be changing to another level. However, upon closer inspection, he could not sense anything abnormal. In the end, the scientist could only attribute it to his imagination. Thus, the expedition set off under such circumstances. In order to prevent these translucent plants from preying on them, they sprayed a special potion on their bodies. This potion could temporarily drive away the preying plants. According to the theory of the scientists who studied this potion, they were now walking herbicides in the eyes of these plants and would be instinctively hated. The scientist also researched another kind of potion. It was the opposite of the potion they had now. It made them seem like walking feces in the eyes of plants and could attract this plant. However, this potion was despised by everyone. However, due to the possible use of the bait, their group still brought a small amount of this potion. Due to the new mission given by the government, their original course of action had also changed. They went from going straight to the control tower to searching for all information related to the fire chaser along the way. Therefore, they needed to take an extremely tortuous route to cover every area on this home ship. The first area they came to was the armed garrison area. This was the defense core inside the home ship, which controlled the automatic attack system inside the ship. This was also the area that had suffered the most damage. The semi-transparent vegetation suspected to have a lot to do with the fire chaser seemed to have engaged in a firefight with the home ship's guards here. However, as they went deeper into this area, they realized that this matter seemed to be not simple. This is... One of the accompanying soldiers looked at the corpses in the ruins with a surprised expression after cleaning up a piece of ruins that was not wrapped in plants. They did not see any corpses along the way. According to their speculation, they should have been eaten by these predatory plants. However, there were still intact corpses here. This was a little abnormal. The autopsy specialist immediately came forward to confirm the situation and quickly discovered something shocking. The wounds on these bodies, they appear to have been inflicted by our own weapons. The incident silenced everyone in the room. They'd assumed the home ship had been attacked by the fire chaser to become what it was, but now it looked as if there might be something inside involved. The originally relaxed exploration atmosphere suddenly became solemn. No one could smile anymore. Instead, they headed to the next area in silence. The second area was the scientific research area. There were many laboratories here, and all the technologies that affected their civilization came from these places. The solar engineer wandered aimlessly with the team, but when he saw a laboratory that was also covered in a large number of plants, he strangely had the thought of trying to take a look. At this moment, the investigation of this area had already begun, so he applied for investigation authority from his superiors. Although he was puzzled when this solar engineer was interested in participating in the inspection, his request was approved because of his trust in the quality of a level 1 engineer. Therefore, the solar engineer entered the laboratory as if he had been there before. He passed through the dark rooms with ease and finally arrived at a small room that was not extremely deep and was not invaded by plants. It was only when he picked up a dilapidated diary in this small room that he woke up from a dream and looked around in horror. He felt as if he had been hypnotized just now. When he came back to his senses, he had already arrived at a different place. However, before he could think about why he was here, the diary in his hand attracted his attention. His curiosity was unprecedented at this moment, as if countless voices in his mind were urging him to open this diary. He seemed to be hallucinating. He was once again in that primitive world, surrounded by fresh air and lush green vegetation. Finally, he opened the diary. "I'm Forster, an ordinary scientist who studies genetics. If you're interested in reading literature, you might have heard of my name. I wrote Former Glory. You might think that I created those virtual world fragments based on my imagination and observation of certain video recordings. But in fact, those scenes actually came from my genes, or rather, each of us. Our life, our birth, and our genes all originate from a plant, a huge tree of life. According to the current name, they are called the fire chaser. Chapter 336, Origin of Species. About 40 years ago, I launched a formula project for the Ancient Genetic Recovery Project and successfully obtained enough funds. I have to admit that our culture of always having a positive evaluation of archaeological behavior is very effective. It allowed me to start this plan without much effort. In name, my project is to preserve and restore those extinct genes, but in fact, I'm searching for the secrets in these genes. I've analyzed more than 200,000 genetic samples of life forms from different civilizations, races, species, and even different cosmic eras, but I still have no clue. In the final stage of the project, I chose to mix all the genetic samples together and let them settle naturally. There's no lack of precious ancient samples that are still alive, but for the sake of the truth, everything is worth it. The miracle didn't let me down. It still came. After the scattered genetic samples were mixed, without any external force, they seemed to have spontaneously combined as if they were alive. This stage lasted for 5 years. After a series of complicated changes, those genetic samples were magically arranged into a genetic sequence. The legendary god of creation seems to be about to appear in front of me. If it were you, would you not investigate to the end? However, my act of causing certain genes to be lost forever is still against the law. I will face prosecution and at least 5 years of imprisonment. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. I took the risk of increasing my sins and secretly obtained a genetic sample of the fire chaser from the Biochemical Weapon Research Institute. This place is developing chemical weapons to deal with the fire chaser. Only here can there be genetic samples of that ancient species. Through comparison, I finally confirmed that the genetic sequence that was mixed was completely identical to a certain section on the fire chaser. What does this mean? It means that the origin of all our lives comes from this ancient civilization. After the genes in their bodies were separated and combined, they became us. They are like a huge gene bank. Countless samples of life are stored in their bodies. As long as they want to, they can resurrect a species that has already died. To a genetic scholar like me, the fire chaser is already equivalent to the god of creation. All of us should be their subjects, their descendants, and their successors. Since gods are right beside us, what's so impossible about becoming gods? This galaxy is entering darkness. For this, a new god is needed to lead the people out of this place. And I will become the founder of a new era. So much for the records in the dilapidated journal, and the solar engineer discovered a startling secret. It was also at this moment that a scientist who also specialized in genetics arrived. His eyes were filled with curiosity. When he saw the solar engineer, he asked with great interest, "Hey buddy, do you also want to explore the mysteries of genetics?" I knew that no one would be uninterested in their body. This was once the famous scientist, Forster. His companion behind him was telling him stories related to this laboratory, but he quietly stuffed the diary into the compartment of his protective suit. When he turned around again, he had become an engineer who was suddenly interested in genetics. Although there were changes, he would not attract attention. The exploration of the scientific research area came to an end just like that. The area that was supposed to be related to this home ship was not discovered after a thorough search, which puzzled the expedition. However, the exploration still needed to continue. They could not stay here for too long. After searching for a long time to no avail, they continued to the next area. The solar engineer was also on the team, but there was a potion that could attract the translucent plants in his personal items. While Light Chaser was still searching for a solution to the fire chaser problem, Li Wenyuan was also constantly analyzing all the information related to the fire chaser that the Light Chaser had sent over. There were some things that the Light Chaser civilization could not do on its own, so he had to deal with them himself. The most important point was the calculation of parameters related to dimensions. The parameters used to help the ether dragon adapt to this place might not be applicable to plant life forms like the fire chaser. They might need to be re-established. Calculating this kind of data was not a problem for him at all. He still needed to rely on the data from the Light Chaser for analysis. However, the space over there could not warp, so the efficiency of many things was not high in his opinion. Helpless, he could only pass the time and continue to save all the historical information preserved by the Light Chaser civilization in the Cradle Galaxy bit by bit in his own database. It was already his habit to record the history of civilizations wherever he went. Although he had never been to the Cradle Galaxy, having the Light Chaser civilization there was equivalent to him personally arriving. During this process, he would also learn about the history of those civilizations and various major events. He would treat it as reading a history book of the universe. As more and more history was read, Li Wenyuan gradually discovered something unexpected. What about the theory of evolution? When he looked at this historical information, he would usually first look at the great people in the history of civilization. Through those books, he could roughly determine how the technological change of this civilization was. However, this time, he did not find any evolutionary theory that was closely related to the origin of species in the history of these civilizations. Even though the theory of evolution might not be the utmost truth, and not all life forms would grow according to the rules of evolution, it was undoubtedly extremely abnormal that there were no theories related to evolution in an entire galaxy. It was impossible for intelligent life forms not to pay attention to the origin of life. Even artificial intelligence would pursue the possibility of their appearance, let alone organic life forms. Even if they didn't realize the origin of their bodies, they would still realize that life forms were evolving from their interaction with their surroundings. In the end, Li Wenyuan discovered that the popularity here was a unique origin theory bestowed by the heavens. The civilizations in the Cradle Galaxy believed that all species on the planet had existed since the birth of the planet. Primitive organic matter was continuously assembled and arranged in the natural disaster-like planetary environment, forming an organic block that contained a large number of genes. As the planet cooled and the environment changed, it turned into a pot of organic soup. Then, after a series of complicated reactions, this pot of organic soup directly formed species. In their theory, the more complicated the species, the later it would form. The simplest single-celled life forms were the first to form, and as the most complicated and advanced species, they were the last to form. According to the inexplicable calculations of these scholars, their birth consumed 99.8% of the mass of the organic soup, while the rest of life consumed only 0.2% of the mass. They even linked it to the birth of a celestial body because almost all the stars in the galaxy accounted for more than 99% of the total mass of the entire galaxy. This was similar to the mass ratio of the organic soup that they had calculated as the most important life forms on the planet. After many more verifications, Li Wenyuan finally realized that genetics was actually categorized as gods in the Cradle Galaxy. Even if biology required a lot of genetics, these two theories were separate. It's impossible for planet Gaia itself to cause such a situation, at least not in the Milky Way. The planet Gaia here was modified by the Fire Chaser. Could it be that the Fire Chaser's planet Gaia is actually very different from the ordinary planet Gaia? For no reason, Li Wenyuan suddenly thought of a technology that he had never used before, the Gaia Seeder. This was a technology used to transform ordinary planets into planet Gaia. However, because he had the complete replacement of the circular world, he had never used this technology. From the looks of it, perhaps the Fire Chaser's method of modifying planet Gaia was completely different from what he had imagined. This method could even reverse the origin of species there. Chapter 337, Genetic Seed. Before the Light Chaser civilization could gather much information about the Fire Chaser, the expedition team they sent to the Dawn Star homeship that had been invaded by mysterious plants encountered a major change. "Let's go this way." A captain of the soldiers called for his team to follow the direction he pointed in, but they stopped when they entered a pass and stayed behind with the soldiers. The entire party was no longer as relaxed as before. Everyone scrambled as they ran, afraid that the monsters behind them would catch up to them. And what was chasing them was a plant tsunami. The translucent plant seemed to have been stimulated by something. It was no longer as quiet as before. The fiber-like plant's skin seemed to have muscles, squirming and letting the branches move forward. Their goal was very clear. They were targeting the entire expedition team. Damn it! Why did these things suddenly go crazy? Didn't they show any signs? A soldier cursed angrily as he used the flamethrower in his hand to pour flames on the plants that attacked. Burning worked well at first, and the charred remains of plants served as a good barrier. However, ever since these plants started to secrete mucus as if they had adapted to it, the flamethrower was not that useful anymore. Only their fire-resistant instincts still made them slow down when facing flames. After the expedition team had run a distance away, the soldiers ignited the combustible materials that they had prepared long ago, forming a wall of fire. They barely managed to buy some time. After walking to the next corner, the expedition arrived at a special place. The tall tower that was covered in vegetation was here. However, the expedition team could no longer enter this place to inspect. According to the requirements, their main goal now was to leave this place and return to a safe area. One of the accompanying scientists couldn't help but curse, "Why isn't the antidote working? I can smell that pungent smell through the purification equipment of the protective suit. Why aren't the plants reacting at all?" His question could not be answered. At this moment, everyone only had one thought, and that was to escape. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The surface of the home ship was a thick layer of alloy, with only the topmost thin layer for aesthetically pleasing pavement. Even so, everyone seemed to hear the ear-piercing sound of the alloy being squeezed. In the next moment, a large number of translucent plants soared into the sky from the ground. Even the alloy could not withstand their growth. Isn't this too powerful? Can life forms actually do this? Some people were extremely shocked by this, but what followed was the despair that filled the entire team. If the other party could launch a sneak attack from underground, then unless they boarded the departing spaceship, they would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of these plants. However, at this moment, a solar engineer who looked ordinary in the crowd walked out. He was holding a few bottles of unopened potions in his hand. They were the potions that could attract plants. Originally, this potion was carried for the bait plan that might be needed. At this moment, it seemed to have played its role. "I'll attract these plants. Leave quickly. You." Just as the leader of the team was about to speak, he saw the seal of the potions being opened by the solar engineer. Then, his expression changed, and he called for everyone to leave quickly. The effect of this potion was very strong. If they were contaminated with it, it would be impossible for them to escape the pursuit of these plants. The solar engineer also poured all the potions on himself and rushed into the tower. Seeing this, the captain had no choice but to continue escaping with his team while the plants were distracted. Before he left, he looked back at the solar engineer who had rushed to the gate of the tower and was about to be swallowed by the plant tide. He saw the face under the protective mask with a strange smile, as if there was a trace of nobility. The next moment, his vision was blocked by the plants, and he led the entire expedition team in confusion. It was not until they experienced another life and death escape that this group of teams returned to the camp safely. They escaped from this home ship through the spaceship that they had been waiting for a long time. After that, they were relieved and collapsed on the ground. Only one scientist looked at the equipment with an incredulous expression. "We all have traces of that inducer on us. Those plants probably rioted because of it, but when did it leak?" Compared to the herbicide used to drive them away, this inducer was obviously much more attractive. Even a little of it could make those plants ignore the disgust of the herbicide. This effect was indeed very good when used as bait, but once it was contaminated, it would be terrible. Previously, they had been busy running for their lives, and no one had realized this. However, now that they were out of danger, they could only blame it on a certain accident. However, the captain of the soldiers inexplicably thought of the sacrificial solar engineer. He had a feeling that he saw some kind of divinity in the solar engineer at that moment. This was too idealistic for him, so he could only eliminate this feeling in his heart by reporting his work. At this moment, the Donsong home ship in the core area also received the news of the failure of the expedition. However, the higher UPS weren't as concerned about this matter at the moment because the news brought by the administrator shocked them even more. Evolution was not something difficult to understand. When this theory was sent over by Li Wenyuan, they realized that their evolution was abnormal. Although life originated from a primitive organic sea, and some of the organic matter might be their ancestors, it was absolutely impossible to directly use this primitive organic matter to give birth to complicated life forms. According to human habits, the light chaser race should be a life form evolved from moth-like insects. However, there were many mammals with functions and organs in the species of light chaser. It was difficult to define their species strictly according to biological meaning. Not only that, there were almost no signs of evolution in the light chaser species. Among the fossils they discovered, they even looked like this tens of millions of years ago. The only difference was the increase in brain capacity. This was also the basis of their unique origin theory. They believed that their original ancestor was a complex life formed by the random combination of organic soup. The problem of chicken or eggs first did not exist in their civilization because there must be soup first. They saw it as a miracle of life, but now it seemed that the truth was not what they had imagined. In the end, it was Li Wenyuan who collected the genetic records left behind in their data and simulated them hundreds of millions of times in his virtual world. He came to a conclusion. What? Our origin is the fire chaser. The light chaser leader was still in disbelief. He really could not accept that they were lives created. This would even have a huge impact on their view of life. Li Wenyuan analyzed the huge amount of genetic data and arranged it countless times by himself. He discovered the relationship between the creatures in the Cradle Galaxy and the fire chaser. Just as he had expected, the fire chaser's method of creating planet Gaia was very unusual. From his point of view, it was very likely that the fire chaser had manually created all life on the planet, from single-celled life forms to mammals. All life in the Cradle Galaxy was created by them. Creating life was not a simple matter. Even in the Milky Way, it was almost impossible to create a life that had never appeared before. The self-destruction of genes would kill those lives. However, the fire chaser did it. They seemed to be a huge gene bank that recorded the creation methods of a series of species. They could even create different life forms in an entire galaxy. There was no evolution here. All life was basically perfect when it was born. However, the genes in their bodies that were related to the fire chaser still existed even after millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Normally, this gene would not have any abnormalities, but if necessary, it would be of great use. The light chaser didn't show any dimensional erosion because they were part of the fire chaser's genes. Is it because there isn't enough, or because they've adapted to this universe? Li Wenyuan thought about it and finally thought of a possibility. It's impossible for the fire chaser to not realize the abnormality that happened to them, but are they really helpless about it and can only wait for their own decay? He couldn't see the Cradle Galaxy, but his gaze seemed to have crossed a distance of 5 million light-years and arrived there. Or could it be that the possibility of resurrection has long been buried by them? When the Light Chaser civilization leader learned of this shocking fact, the citizens of the entire Light Chaser civilization collectively felt a throbbing that came from the depths of their blood. Ancient illusions appeared and disappeared in front of their eyes. In a daze, the shadow of the world tree became more and more solid, making everyone feel as if their bodies were about to sprout. At this moment, they seemed to have become plants and were about to transform into a brand new life. Chapter 338, Ultimate Reality. Their genes began to boil, and the memories in the depths of their bloodline began to surge into everyone's hearts. Countless illusionary scenes appeared in front of them. Most of them were shattered scenes. They could not tell what was displayed at all, as if they came from another world. However, there was only one thing that was fixed, and that was the scenery of the world tree. Almost everyone could see the shadow of the world tree in their eyes, as if it was this huge tree that gave birth to the life of the world. The mythical scene stunned the citizens of the entire Light Chaser civilization. Everyone was shocked and bewildered. Many people even suspected that there was something wrong with the chip in their bodies that made them hallucinate. The Light Chaser leader, who was in the home ship's scientific assembly, also had the same illusion. At this moment, he understood that it was very likely that their origin was the fire chaser. He knew that there was indeed a world tree in their history. At that time, they were still indigenous, and various theories were making rapid progress. They had naturally researched the world tree, which was the size of several cities. In the end, according to the popular unique origin theory, they believed that it was the first plant born from the primordial organic soup, which was why it was so huge. However, the era of the giant tree was very short. It seemed that when Light Chaser had just formed a civilization, the giant tree had shrunk. Just like the melting glaciers on ordinary planets that had been destroyed by ecology, the giant trees were also dying for unknown reasons. Their scientists had also tried to save it, but in the end, the giant tree had completely disappeared from the planet and had only become a record in history. The era had changed countless times, and the memories of the giant tree were gradually forgotten. In their dealings with the fire chaser, they did not associate the giant tree with the fire chaser. After all, in their memories, the world tree and the fire chaser had no similarities at all. Even if they were both plant life forms, the terrifying translucent appearance of the fire chaser could not be compared to the green world tree. However, the illusion now proved its origin. But, what's with these hallucinations? And a scientist in the parliament beat his head in frustration. The increasingly intense hallucinations didn't make him feel pain, but the feeling of plant buds growing in his bones was the most uncomfortable. Another scientist recalled a theory related to genetics. Could it be that Fire Chaser wants to use us to rebirth? That theory believed that genes preserved memories. As long as a person's genes could be perfectly replicated, that person would be able to revive from the dead in the soul sense. The basis of this theory was memory determines the soul, and this understanding was generally applicable in the civilization of Light Chaser. If there was indeed a fragment of the Fire Chaser's genes in their bodies, then in their opinion, it was very likely that this was a backup plan left behind by the Fire Chaser to allow them to survive the dimensional erosion. The abnormality in their bodies was the best proof. Could it be that the disaster that happened on Dawn Star is what we're doing now? Some scientists linked the feeling of budding in their bodies to the disaster on the Dawn Star home ship. Of course, they knew about the situation of the spaceship that was parasitized by plants. The biggest doubt was that almost all the corpses were missing. They believed that the bodies had been digested by the plants, but the truth might be worse than they had guessed. The plants might be their former brethren, but they were their brethren after being reborn from the cocoon of the Fire Chaser. Almost everyone was certain that all of this was a scheme of the Fire Chaser. Their goal was to use their bodies to be reborn and escape the pain of dimensional erosion. However, there were still people present who did not think so. The plants on the Dawn Star did not display the intelligence that they should have after rebirth. Is this considered a failure? In addition, this galaxy doesn't only have the world tree in our history. According to the information provided by the administrator, the origin of all life here comes from the Fire Chaser. In that case, why didn't they undergo rebirth earlier? Even though they were the only ones left in the War of Civilizations, he remembered very clearly that no civilization had shown signs of dimensional erosion. If the Fire Chaser had only treated them as experimental samples, they would have been confirmed to be fine and would have been directly resurrected from everyone's bodies. However, such a thing did not happen. Instead, they participated in this civilizational war like normal civilizations. Logically speaking, the decrease in the number of such creatures did not meet the requirements of the Fire Chaser to revive at all. Besides, the Light Chaser leader recalled their ancient history and the origin of their civilization's name. Although the Fire Chaser, who still had some rationality left, chased them away seriously, they did not seem to think that they had been offended. Instead, they seemed to understand that they were about to lose their intelligence and did this to prevent hurting native civilizations like them. Even after completely losing its rationality, the Fire Chaser did not attack everywhere like a lunatic. Instead, they restrained themselves within the civilization and did not move as if he was obeying his survival instincts until the battle royale. In fact, they had never been malicious by the Fire Chaser. Could it be that everything was a lie for the sake of resurrection? Suddenly, the illusion in front of the Light Chaser leader changed. He arrived on the Dawn Star home ship. It was covered in plants and looked like a primitive planet. He had a feeling that the place was summoning him over. Then, he ignored the sprouting feeling in his body and rushed out of the parliament. From the mobile spaceport on the home ship, he left the home ship in a spaceship and headed to the Dawn Star alone. After that, all the Light Chaser citizens broke away from the strange hallucinations and the germinating feeling in their bodies. They looked around in surprise and quickly cast their gazes at the landmark building of the Scientific Assembly, hoping that the government could give them an explanation. The scientists in the parliament realized that their leader was gone and quickly searched for him. At this moment, the Light Chaser leader was already halfway there. He also felt the abnormality in his body dissipating, and he was even more certain that the Fire Chaser was not trying to revive itself. The only thing he did not understand now was why the other party wanted to summon him. The spaceship was moving forward, and Li Wenyuan, who was 5 million light-years away, was also thinking about what had just happened. Although no one had time to explain to him in the illusion, he could still determine what had happened through words. Similarly, he did not think that this was a backup plan left behind by the Fire Chaser for resurrection. The reason was not much different from what the Light Chaser leader had thought, but there was another point. He did not think that the Fire Chaser would fall to such a state just to survive. Even if the worst-case scenario was that civilization was the norm in interstellar space, Li Wenyuan also understood that there were really pioneers in the universe. The Fire Chaser's original intention was to accelerate the cradle civilization's growth. Would they abandon their original beliefs as pioneers for their own survival? The piloting lighthouse flashed slightly as a certain string of useless codes hidden in the Dimensions creation device that he had transmitted began to work. Under the influence of the extremely weak signal, a camera in the spaceship that the Light Chaser leader was on also turned unplanned, directly facing the Light Chaser leader who was driving the spaceship. Time passed quietly. The Light Chaser leader had reached the Dawn Star home ship. He was alone with the ship. After landing in an open area without vegetation, he took the protective suit, hesitated for a moment, and hung it back in the cabin. In the end, he entered this plant world without any protection. The spaceship was filled with a refreshing aura that was completely different from the dawn song. It was difficult for him to describe the feeling of this aura. He only felt that even his brain seemed to have become much clearer. The panic of coming here alone gradually subsided. He seemed to hear the sound of plants breathing, but there was only silence as far as the eye could see. As soon as he saw the tall tower covered in vegetation like a world tree, he understood his destination. Without any hesitation, he headed there. Along the way, no plants stopped him. The semi-transparent plants in the expedition team's log were quiet and not aggressive at all. Even when the light chaser leader actively touched these plants, they automatically shrink back, instead of preying on them by touch, as described in the report. Everything looked so beautiful. Other than the lack of vitality, no flaws could be found here. The light chaser leader even had the illusion that such a world was the best. Here, there was no desire for survival or anxiety about impending danger. There seemed to be only eternal silence. He shook his head and expelled this illusion from his heart. He focused his attention on the plant tower in front of him again. There were no stars outside the home ship, and the artificial sun inside the home ship had long been extinguished. Logically speaking, this place should be pitch black, but the translucent plants could emit a faint fluorescent light in the darkness. Under the overlapping of countless plants, the interior of the home ship was actually as bright as day. Not only that, but the vegetation on his path would also flicker, as if it was guiding him. Under such circumstances, he easily arrived beside the world tree. The tower that was not originally connected to the top of the spaceship also had a large area of treetops surrounded by plants. It seemed to have become the support core of the entire spaceship. At the entrance of the tower, translucent plants were still entrenched there, but the entrance was not sealed. The fluorescent lights seemed to be urging him to enter. Stepping on the roots of the plants that were a little weak, the light chaser leader stepped onto the tower step by step. He was not an engineer, but he walked to the top of the tower with ease. Other than the fluorescent light showing him the way, he also saw traces left behind by someone along the way. It seemed that someone had been here before him. After thinking for a moment, he remembered who it might be. He had also read the report of the expedition and knew that a solar engineer had chosen to sacrifice himself to buy time for the team. From the transcript of the captain of the expedition team, he knew that the solar engineer had escaped into the tower and had a strange behavior when he entered. This anomaly was now infinitely magnified, and it also let the light chaser leader know who might have left behind the traces. Finally, he arrived at the top of the tower. There was a viewing platform here, and from here, he could see the full view of the city inside the home ship. The steel firmament of the past was nowhere to be seen. Only vegetation covered this world. Although it was uninhabited and there were no signs of animal activity, the fluorescent vegetation seemed to represent a new life after the apocalypse. I'm here. Chapter 339, Life and Death Realm. Following his words, the translucent plants covering the observation platform began to tremble slightly. The veins that looked like blood vessels expanded rapidly and intertwined together. A large amount of unknown liquid gathered at the place where the veins were knotted and gradually formed a large bulge. The bulge grew bigger and bigger, like a bud that had yet to bloom. It gradually grew to the size of the light chaser leader, and its translucent skin was no longer transparent. No one knew what kind of changes were happening inside. It didn't take long for a heartbeat to sound inside the bud. From its initial faintness, it became strong and powerful. In a daze, the light chaser leader seemed to smell a floral fragrance. In the next moment, the petals surrounding the flower bud began to fall one by one. A figure walked out. The leader recognized it as the solar engineer who had sacrificed himself. But he also knew that it was just another life that looked exactly like the solar engineer. It walked out just like that and looked at the light chaser leader wordlessly, as if they were both waiting for him to speak first. In the end, it was the light chaser leader who couldn't hold it in any longer and asked first, "Who, or should I say, who are you?" "We're ashes. To use a term you're more familiar with, we're the fire chaser." The topic was unveiled by the light chaser leader, but it was the fire chaser who went on and on. "From the memories of our genes, we have roughly understood why we were revived after death. There's a certain, talented scientist in your race. He sensed the secret in your bodies and tried to revive us by activating this gene. He's not a good person. He's only doing this to control and integrate into this gene that's everywhere. He's controlling all life in the form of pure consciousness to complete his so-called goal of becoming a new god. In order to achieve his goal, he first experimentally used this gene to control others. After realizing that it was feasible, he controlled a portion of people to hijack this spaceship silently. During this process, someone realized that something was wrong and tried to resist, but he only paid the price of a few corpses to completely control this spaceship. After that, he sprayed a large amount of catalyst here and began to trigger the atavism phenomenon in the genes. He successfully transformed all the lives on this spaceship into us. And he himself is no exception. He has also become a plant. From the fire chaser's words, the light chaser understood what had happened on the spaceship. He did not expect that it was the people in their civilization who had caused all of this. Even if he didn't want to believe it, the fire chaser didn't care. He continued, but he clearly underestimated the power of genetics. How could he control so many genes with just his consciousness? As a result, his consciousness, like the others on the spaceship, was torn apart during the process of plantification, leaving only a large group of plants that maintained their consciousness. This mass of unconsciousness is still a little short of forming a true consciousness, so they spontaneously began to attract the creature closest to them through genetic correlation. This solar engineer is the last drop of water that fills this mass of unconsciousness. From being unconscious to having consciousness, this is a huge change from 0 to 1. From then on, this mass of unconsciousness has become life. And the memories in the genes will become the dominant of this consciousness. We will recover from there. So, this is the resurrection plan you've devised for yourselves, the light chaser leader couldn't help but ask. This was what he was most concerned about. To his surprise, the fire chaser shook his head. No, we never thought of resurrecting. The people on this spaceship don't have any relevant memories, but I think as the leader, you should have already learned about our origins through other channels. We are ghosts from the previous era. We should have died before the explosion. While our other companions were trying to save their help for the next era at the cost of their own destruction, we went into hiding, in the name of using our own methods to bring light to the next world. But in fact, we chose to escape. Would others not think of this method? They have much higher technology than us. If this is feasible, why don't they do it? In the end, we understood that everything in the previous era had completely perished with that explosion. This is the rule of the universe restart, and we are no exception. We modified all the planets here and left behind all kinds of ancient technology, especially faster-than-light technology because we found that the civilization here is severely restricted by the speed of light. But our intelligence is beginning to be lost. Our bodies are beginning to decay. We're being killed by this universe. It's sweeping us into tombstones that belong to the previous era. We also panicked and searched for a way to save our lives. We realized that we were not used to this universe, so we began to study the method of dimensional adaptation. But in the end, we found that this possibility could not apply to us because our numbers were too great. This huge number almost made us the criminals of this universe. It also made us realize how much danger our avoidance brought, and how much suffering we caused by what we thought of as pioneers. This galaxy is shrinking, and the space-time structure here is extremely weak. There are still many dangers here that you haven't discovered. This universe is using the methods it can use to eliminate us. The source of your suffering comes from us. At this point, the Light Chaser civilization already knew about this past history. At the same time, he also understood that their birth originated from the Fire Chaser, and their suffering also originated from the Fire Chaser. This contradictory mentality made him look at the Fire Chaser with a much more complicated gaze. In the previous era, our civilization was responsible for collecting and preserving genes, so we tried to replicate those lives here. The dimensional erosion did not affect you because you were ultimately created in this universe. You are not considered the remnants of the previous universe. But since the creation of life always inevitably involves the use of our primitive genes, this leads to the most tragic suffering. The Fire Chaser's face was expressionless, but his voice was unwittingly sad. All the creatures that have been mixed with our genes have become targets of elimination. When we realized this, it was too late. Although you are very adaptable to this universe, you have still been marked by the universe as elimination marks. No matter where you escape to, you will be eliminated by this universe. And we can't even remove this gene because it's the cornerstone of your life. All other genes can be modified, except this one. Moving this part means killing you, and we can't do this. No one knew how much the Fire Chaser felt about their creation, but one thing they showed was that at least they didn't treat creation as some kind of experiment or ornament, but as a truly independent civilization. They had no right to decide the life and death of these civilizations, even if they knew that the final outcome would definitely be extinction. We had already foreseen the terrible scene that would happen in the future, so we retreated again. We chose to seal ourselves and no longer resist dimensional erosion. As long as we perished first, we would not see that day. But we still didn't expect that there would be a time when it would revive by accident. The fire chaser's tone was extremely depressed. It was hard to imagine that this was something a civilization from the last era could say. The light chaser leader was also affected by this depressed tone. He asked sadly, "Then, why did you let me come here this time? Do you think there is still hope for such a world?" The fire chaser replied. "The end of extinction is predetermined and irreversible. Is there a need to continue living such a life? You are the leader of this civilization. You may not be able to represent everyone's will, but we think that we only need to ask you one question. Can you guys still continue on?" At this moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Listening to the fire chaser's words, the light chaser leader began to ask himself, can they really continue? After fighting their way out of the 460 former companion civilizations, their hot blood had long become as cold as a glacier. Even his will to live had become numb after witnessing countless failed struggles. Now, he was asking himself, even if they became the final victor, what could they do? Even the administrator, who wanted to provide them with assistance, couldn't find a way to get them out of there. Their future outcome was most likely to be reduced to dust in the shrinking world. Since the outcome was already decided, what was the point of their struggle? At the moment, the fire chaser was still waiting for the light chaser's response. In his peripheral vision, he couldn't tell what the fire chaser was thinking as he pretended to be a solar engineer. However, the light chaser understood that at this moment, the survival of the entire civilization was on his shoulders. The fire chaser had the method to detonate the genes in their bodies. He believed that as long as he said that he could not go on, the fire chaser would definitely turn all of them into plants without hesitation and stop them from suffering. But the light chaser leader also remembered that the fire chaser did not directly destroy their civilization. Instead, they were asking for his opinion. His memories began to rewind, from adult to child, and from child to the past. He had never experienced that era, but it was as if he was present on the spot and saw his ancestors when they first entered space. Their curious ship was violently driven away by a group of plant spaceships and warned them not to do it again. However, there was a complete set of archaeological technology and extraterrestrial exploration technology in the database of this batch of spaceships that had been driven away. It was as if they were encouraging them to go to the distant space. Finally, the light chaser leader raised his head and gave his answer. The starry sky is vast and endless. We can't just stop here. Chapter 340, Cocoon Transformation. The starry sky is vast and endless. We can't just stop here. In the end, it was the simplest motivation from the birth of civilization that made the decision. How did the Earth form? What was the rotation pattern of the sun, moon, and stars? Were there other life forms like them beyond the horizon? When life looked at the stars for the first time, that curiosity towards the unknown became an inextinguishable motivation for civilization as a whole. Even in the darkest era, there would always be people who held expectations for the future and worked hard until the last moment. Even if things could not be done in the end, they could still say without regrets, "We no longer have any regrets." There are still many things we haven't understood, and we haven't seen the origin and end of the universe. Fighting out of the cold era hasn't made us forget our initial motivation. Although we personally ended countless of our former companions, their history and memories were not lost. Instead, they became a part of us. Genes have memories, and the soul also has weight. We did not advance alone. The past of 460 civilizations traveled with us. Therefore, now, is far from the time to stop. The light chaser leader calmly voiced his thoughts. Since the fire chaser thought that he only needed to ask for his opinion, he did not hesitate. Life had two sides. Whether it was positive or negative, it was a part of life. He had once despaired, but now he yearned for the light. Not everyone was born noble, and not everyone was born despicable. Conflicting personalities and emotions could exist at the same time. Only then could life's epic be written. They had already come this far from the brutal battle between civilizations. There was no reason for them to stop here. Even if the outcome was dark, they had to see it with their own eyes. The viewing platform fell silent again. There seemed to be the sound of wind in the environment where there was almost no air convection due to the failure of the life support device. The translucent plant was shaking slightly, but the flow of liquid in its veins was much slower, as if a person was gradually calming down from his high emotions. This seemed to be what the fire chaser was feeling at the moment. The fluorescent light of the plant itself still illuminated this place, but it was a little brighter than before, illuminating the figures of the light chaser leader and the fire chaser. After a long silence, the fire chaser suddenly smiled. The depressed aura from before was swept away. Even the forged body seemed to be glowing, dispelling all the gloominess. Very well. This is how it should be. Life is a process of constant struggle. Only by working hard can one not fall behind on the path of civilization. He seemed to be sighing as he walked back into the withered bud. The entire home ship's vegetation began to tremble with his movements. The translucent surface of the plant began to overflow with specks of brilliance, drifting in the air like fireflies. He sat in the flower bud and looked at the light chaser leader not far away under the illumination of countless fluorescent lights. He calmly said, "You're much better than us. The advancement of civilization is a whole thing, but if there's a strong leader at the front, many difficulties will be solved. Unfortunately, we can't help you much, nor can we let you leave this place. However, we believe that your path of civilization will not end here. Go back. Your civilization still needs you. Unite all the help you can find and live from this shrinking world to death." More and more fluorescent lights floated out of the covered plants and filled the entire sky, reflecting on the ground like a galaxy. The translucent plants gradually became opaque as the fluorescent light overflowed. At the same time, they stopped trembling, as if they had broken free from the shackles of tens of billions of years of sin and obtained a sleep that would never recover. The light chaser leader also understood that it was time for him to leave. He had already understood the inducement of darkness. Now, he needed to find the answer with the people. Looking at the fire chaser representative who looked exactly like them, he wanted to say something, but it was difficult for him to say anything in his calm demeanor. He knew that this might be the last time they would meet the fire chaser. This civilization that brought birth and destruction at the same time should have died long ago. This encounter was just a coincidence. They were people that had perished in the last era, but the path of the light chaser hadn't ended yet. Finally, he turned around and disappeared into the tower. As for the fire chaser, who had transformed into a solar engineer, he looked at the sky that was filled with fireflies and was thinking about something. The light chaser leader reappeared on the Donsong home ship, much to the relief of the scientists searching for him. Seeing him come down from the spaceship alone, some people couldn't help but be curious about where he went. However, the leader did not say anything about it. Instead, he immediately called back all the fleets sent to attack the fire chaser and stopped their attacks. At first, no one who knew about this understood the purpose of the leader's actions, but as he explained, it became clear. However, what he did not expect was that someone did not believe everything he said. Ridiculous. Do you think we'll believe this sex nonsense? Cold-bloodedness is the norm here. Isn't this a plot by the fire chaser to make us lower our guard? Why are you the only one called over? What right do you have to represent everyone? Shouldn't the parliament be the highest authority of civilization now? Even if we have to make a decision, it should be all of us. Leader, no, I should call you sir now. I have reason to suspect that you are being controlled by the fire chaser's genetic technology. I request to initiate legal review procedures and temporarily revoke all your rights. Please go to prison. After all, he was the only one who had met the real fire chaser. Even after all the abnormalities that had happened before, they subconsciously still regarded the fire chaser as an enemy. Their suspicions were reasonable. As for the light chaser leader, he was a little flustered and hurriedly wanted to prove himself. However, at this moment, all the lights in the parliament room suddenly turned off for no reason. On the large screen of the conference room, red characters with their words were appearing one by one. What he said is true. What changed along with the appearance of this character was the security equipment in the conference room. A large number of non-lethal weapons hidden in the building popped out and pointed at everyone in the conference room. The scientists had no idea what was going on, but they were forced to believe this under the lock-on of their weapons. However, when a few people realized what was going on, the scientists among them revealed incredulous expressions, as if they could not understand when that civilization had invaded their place through some medium. The light chaser leader also realized who had done this. He then looked at the large screen gratefully. The only two civilizations that could interfere with them now were the fire chaser and the administrator. It was obvious that the fire chaser couldn't do such a thing in its current state, so it was obvious who did it. They couldn't be bothered to explain to the opposition leaders in the parliament. Their most important problem now was how to get rid of the hunt of the universe. He originally thought that the shrinking world was a cosmic phenomenon they had encountered here, but he already knew from Fire Chaser that it was indeed a cosmic phenomenon, but it was targeted at them. The reason was clear. It was because of a vital gene in their bodies. They could not even make any changes to that gene because it represented suicide. Now, he needed to brainstorm and find a way to solve this gene. If they could remove this mark, this shrinking world might stop. Finally, a biologist thought of something and said uncertainly. According to the administrator's theory of evolution, certain life forms similar to us will experience completely abnormal growth during their development. Is this a possibility? Chapter 341, Life is always a compromise. The biological evolution in RHE cradle couldn't be viewed as normal. Due to the external interference of the fire chasers, the lives there didn't follow the theory of evolution. Every species on every planet was molded by them like clay figurines. From the beginning, they were the final form after evolution. Some clues could be found in the ancient life forms of RHE light chaser civilization. The fossils they excavated could be traced back to hundreds of millions of years ago, and the younger ones could be traced back tens of millions of years ago. Without exception, they all maintained a very similar form to the life forms of the present day. There was no catastrophic geological activity there, and the planet's environment was also unique. Life did not need to evolve to adapt, and the ecological environment maintained the same appearance from beginning to end. Similarly, due to the external influence of the fire chasers there was also a singularity in life form. It seemed that the fire chasers only considered the creation of life forms from the perspective of necessity. Apart from RHE largest proportion of plants, the largest proportion of life forms on the planet was actually mammals. The other types of life forms were either extremely rare or simply non-existent. The planet Gaia that was created would not have an ecological collapse because of the lack of a certain type of life form. Here, most of RHE plants held the duties of decomposers and producers. They also did not need external forces to reproduce. And on every planet, there would be a highest level life form that was created to be the main body of the civilization to enter the universe. It was difficult to understand what standards the fire chasers used to project civilizations. It was very likely that they were simply recreating the civilization of the previous era. The light chaser species looked very similar to the large moths, but their inner structures had nothing to do with insects. They did not have exoskeletons, and their respiratory systems were extremely developed. They were warm-blooded animals, and their reproduction method was also viviparous. Although they had many pairs of limbs, those limbs were extremely complicated. At the end of their limbs, there were also appendages that were as nimble as fingers. The part most similar to insects was their mouth parts that could only suck liquids and their compound eyes that were not used much. If Li Wenyuan were to evaluate, he would think that the light chaser species was like a monster artificially synthesized by some crazy scientist. It was already a miracle that it didn't die from self-destruction. However, perhaps because the fire chasers were ridiculously good at genetics, the light chasers showed no signs of discomfort. They were extremely healthy. Before the battle royale, the average lifespan of the light chasers was around 400 years old. Longevity was an essential trait for all life forms in the Cradle Galaxy. Therefore, when they learned about another life form from 5 million light-years away, most of them found it hard to understand. Could a life form born like this still be considered its original self? Some scientists were in disbelief when they learned about the life forms with complete metamorphosis. Complete metamorphosis was one of the growth stages of some insects. At the end of that stage, the insect would form a pupa and undergo an earth-shattering transformation within the pupa, becoming a life form that was almost completely different from its original appearance and habits. To some extent, the life form after pupation could be considered a different species. It was almost impossible to see the similarities between it and the larvae before the pupation. No civilization had ever experienced that process in the Milky Way, but that did not prevent scientists from discussing it. That was a question similar to the question of whether uploading one's consciousness was equivalent to committing suicide. Were they still RHE same life before and after pupation? According to the definition of some scientists, that did not count because what was inside the cocoon was not life. It did not even have a form of life. It was only a pot of soup filled with a large amount of organic matter. In a philosophical sense, the life at that stage was already dead, and the life that was born later was grown from the corpse of the original life. The current light chaser civilization was facing the same problem. One of their biologists came up with a crazy idea, which was to imitate such a birth process and let all the lives of the entire civilization experience a complete metamorphosis and remove the primitive genes that led to destruction in the process. You're crazy. Isn't this the same as using genetic methods to remove that gene? What is the difference between this and suicide? Some people strongly objected to that, and even how they looked at that biologist changed as if they were looking at an apocalyptic who wanted to drag everyone to commit suicide. The biologist responded calmly, "There's still a difference. If it's possible for us to undergo a complete metamorphosis, then at least we can grow into a brand new life form instead of dying suddenly because of a genetic breakdown." No, I can't possibly agree. This is suicide. There must be another way. Soon, the parliament was in a hubbub. Some people opposed it, but some people agreed. As long as that gene in their bodies could be removed, at least the cosmic contraction targeting them would stop. As long as the fire chasers disappeared, their crisis would be resolved. The leader of the light chasers was also troubled by that matter. He thought that the cocooning method was feasible, but he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. Would he still be himself after breaking out of the cocoon? Li Wenyuan, who had learned of all that through the surveillance terminal connected to the electronic virus, also had his own thoughts. Is it just because of genes? The fire chasers probably ran out of solutions. They were locked on by some kind of existence itself. There is no other way except for their demise. But the light chasers, will they be willing to accept mechanical ascension? When he realized that the problem with the light chasers was only the vital gene in their bodies, Li Wenyuan thought of that method. After all, genes existed on the physical level. As long as they abandoned their physical bodies or embrace metal, that problem would not exist. However, it's not easy to get people to accept mechanical ascension. It depends on which method of suicide they prefer. Therefore, Li Wenyuan sent the introduction of the mechanical ascension over, which happened to be known by the people in the conference room. After carefully reading the entire content of mechanical ascension, everyone present felt a chill. They were even thinking, do RHE civilizations of other galaxies like to take such huge risks? After learning that there was a canning therapy like mechanical ascension, they did not seem to be so resistant to cocooning anymore. Chapter 342, The Supreme World. Whether it was mechanical ascension or cocooning, it was an extremely crazy thing for them. One was to kill one's own physical body and upload the data of the so-called self-consciousness into the mechanical body. One was to dissolve their physical bodies before developing again and praying that the new life they were born with was still themselves. They hoped that there was another way, rather than having to choose one of the two ways of suicide. The introduction of mechanical ascension or synthetic evolution was still flashing on the big screen in the conference room. According to the administrator, that was an evolution direction that had been proven feasible. Theoretically, that could solve the problem caused by the primitive genes of the fire chasers in their bodies. After all, without a physical body, genes naturally did not exist. Not only that, but they would also have an efficient mechanical body after that and would not be troubled by fatigue and disease. The eternal life brought about by sleepless nights and changeable bodies was also a revolution of synthetic evolution. Their work efficiency would increase by several levels from then on. That was a good thing for the individual, and it was also a good thing for the civilization. At the very least, the level of civilization would be elevated at that moment. Rationally speaking, if they had to choose, regardless, the synthetic evolution, which had been proven to be feasible, would be a safer and more effective option than the unknown cocooning suggested by the biologist a few minutes ago, right? However, in the conference room, many scientists, including the light chaser leader himself, were mostly focused on the biologist who proposed the cocooning method. In the past, the scientists who had always been clamoring for a rational view and had indeed acted that way seemed to have given up on their persistence and gradually distanced themselves from the most perfect synthetic evolution. To be honest, if I have to choose, I would still think that cocooning is better. A certain scientist's monologue received everyone's approval. If what the leader said is true, then I don't want to abandon this body. This is a product created by the civilization of the previous era. I would rather die than see this precious legacy lost. Moreover, based on our theory, memories are stored in the genes. Even if we completely change our appearance, as long as the genes that make us up remain the same, T will still be me. They were not a group of idealists, and they would not be as resistant to synthetic evolution as the species of the idealistic civilization. What influenced their decision was their own theories, culture, and philosophy. In other words, it was their valuing of their own heritage that prompted them to make such a decision. They believed that genes determined memories, and memories would determine a person's soul. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their genes were still the same, their memories would not be fake, and their souls would still be them. In the end, everyone in the conference room looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. The leader of Light Chaser also said sincerely to the big screen that was still flashing with synthetic evolution, "Thank you, our respected administrator. Thank you for your guidance, but please let us make our own decisions this time." After that, everyone in the conference room stood up as if they had connected their hearts at that moment. It's time to convene the National Assembly. In the past, everything could be decided by the Scientific Assembly. But we need a public vote at least for this matter. If the people are unwilling, we can only think of another way. The government, which had always functioned based on a highly planned and controlling nature, changed its past practice and handed the deciding right to everyone in the civilization. The civilization was ultimately formed by the people. They might seem unable to decide anything, but in reality, they were the final decision makers. Not long after, everyone in the Light Chaser civilization received an important notice from the government at the same time. Based on the latest research findings, we have confirmed the source of the disaster. We are now making the relevant information public. In conclusion, we have decided to hold an online National Assembly. My fellow countrymen, we will decide our own fate. Everyone knew about that news, from the home ship Donsong to the furthest shrinking universe observation ship. At first, everyone was very confused. They were used to the government giving them orders and found it difficult to understand what the government wanted them to do. Only a few scholars who had studied history gradually remembered the origins of the National Assembly and spread it throughout the entire civilization. The National Assembly was the highest authority in their civilization, and the way it was held was extremely special. A topic proposed by the government would be publicized, and everyone could only choose to vote yes or no. In the past, that assembly had only been held once at the start of the civilization battle royale. After countless years, when almost everyone had forgotten about it, it was held again. After the confusion, the people gradually realized that the government was giving them the power to decide on a major event. They could not understand the contents of cocooning and gene reassembly, but they could roughly understand that it was an extremely dangerous method that could solve a life and death situation. Some people were terrified, not because they were afraid of cocooning, but because they did not know what to choose. That was the first time they were standing at the crossroads of life to make a choice. In the past, the road signs carved by the government would guide them, but this time, they had to rely on themselves. However, the commotion and panic only lasted briefly before they stopped. Everyone temporarily put down their work and seriously considered their choices. It wasn't that they didn't know anything. After their numb minds had been awakened after a long time, they also understood what kind of big choice they were facing. That not only concerned each of them but also the fate of the entire civilization. Logically speaking, they should choose a safer method. But how is the current voting result? The leader and the chief scientists of various fields listened to that anxiety-provoking report in the conference room. The result was also somewhat beyond their expectations. The current voting progress has been completed by 67%. Out of a total of 1.1 billion votes, the pass rate is 100%. So high. Some people were extremely surprised by that because that seemed to indicate that no one had any objections. That was almost impossible in a non-Gestalt consciousness collective. However, in the additional content of the voting, the Light Chaser leader saw an indescribable enthusiasm. It's just another adventure. It's not a big deal. Isn't the starting point of our civilization a space adventure? Although I'm only a construction worker now, my dream was to fly a spaceship and explore space alone. I've been in the nursing home for a long time. I thought that my life would pass peacefully like this, but now that I have a chance to be reborn, I can't give up. That universe is my destination. The road to stardom is long. It is just death. The people seem to have poured their feelings into the choice this time. Each of them more or less said one or two words and submitted them to the system together with their choices. The leader of the Light Chaser recalled the choice he made when he faced the Fire Chasers. The universe is still vast. We cannot stop here. Chapter 343, Reassembly and Evolution. How's the progress of the cell plate's pre-growth experiment? Has the simulation of cocooning succeeded? The construction of the new energy base is going well. The completion of the foundation infrastructure has reached 90%. Right now, most of the people have gathered in a few home ships. Only a few people are still in the distant areas and have yet to return. The Light Chaser civilization was busy again. Unlike the war mobilization in the past, and unlike the daily planning in their peaceful lives, it was a busyness full of vitality. Society planning was very useful in the civilization battle royale, but it would inevitably cause some subtle effects after a long period of planning. That was the first time the people of Light Chaser were allowed to decide their fate. After they excitedly submitted their choices into the system, they felt much more relaxed. Even their mundane and disgusting jobs became interesting. To complete the cocooning, the Research Institute and the Engineering Station became the busiest departments during that period. The Research Institute was responsible for finding and experimenting with the method of cocooning on them, while the Engineering Station was responsible for building the space they needed. That was a large-scale collective event. When the time came, they would probably execute the cocooning in a special building instead of beginning the vast rebirth in a randomly found place. Of course, the cocooning itself was the most important. Almost all biologists were involved in that project. There were several difficulties that they needed to overcome, such as how to make the cell tissue and organic soup in the cocoon grow in the way they had chosen, how to eliminate that segment of primitive genes in the process, and how to ensure the activation of the genetic memory in the reconstructed body. However, those problems were eventually solved through their tireless efforts. During that process, Li Wenyuan acted as a technical consultant. After all, he was also very curious whether the cocooning found in nature could appear in intellectual lives. If possible, that might be a major change in genetic evolution. After a successful cocooning simulation experiment, the official cocooning was also in full swing. About 100 people in the Light Chaser civilization would undergo the first cocooning to confirm the feasibility of the technology. They were the pioneer of the civilization. They were facing a completely different growth experience, and the outcome of the experience was very likely to be a physical and spiritual annihilation. But even so, they did not hesitate. The leader of the Light Chaser was not among the 100 people, but his son was there to show his determination. Those 100 people arrived at the brood nest building that had been built long ago. Although it was named that, it was actually a technological creation. The building itself was cast from alloys and equipped with a series of equipment to assist in cocooning. From the outside, it looked like an egg-shaped building with a futuristic style. The 100 people participating in the cocooning had undergone special genetic modification in advance. They now had a unique cell plate in their bodies that would guide the reassembly, which could help them grow into their original appearances after dissolving and, at the same time, expelling the segment of primitive genes that would bring about their demise. They arrived at the predetermined venue with hundreds of egg-shaped cockpits. Those were mechanical cocoons designed by scientists to simulate the effects of biological cocoons. They had precise control under the influence of computers. Before entering the mechanical cocoons, every participant bid farewell to their families. They knew very well what was going to happen next. It was indeed no different from suicide. However, they did not hesitate. After bidding farewell, everyone sat in the egg-shaped mechanical cocoon. As the cocoons closed again until not a single gap could be seen, an even larger eggshell rose from below each mechanical cocoon and surrounded it. The staff also asked the relatives around them to go back and wait for news. Cocooning was a long process, especially since the composition of the internal life forms was extremely complicated. According to the biologists' estimates, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. Under their reluctant gazes, the relatives left the brood nest one after another. The changes within the mechanical cocoons also began at that moment. After sitting inside the mechanical cocoon and as the outer shell closed, there was no light at all. The interior also fell into complete darkness. The leader's son had personally experienced all of that. Even though he had already psychologically hinted to himself in advance, he could not help but feel a little nervous at that moment. However, the next moment, a light lit up inside the cocoon. Along with the light was a selection interface and a synthesized system voice. Please choose your body shape and appearance after your rebirth. The game-like sounds and choices made him feel much more relaxed immediately. However, when he was about to choose carefully, he realized there was only one option on the interface, reborn with the current appearance. The rest of the options were grayed out in the developing state. But even so, he was no longer so nervous and became calmer about what would happen next. He knew very well that he was about to die, but he knew that he would be reborn. So he closed his eyes. He gradually lost consciousness as the needle pierced into his body and the cold liquid flowed through him. At that moment, a terrifying change was happening inside each mechanical cocoon. Everyone who sat inside was quickly dissolved under the effect of a drug, literally turning into a pot of organic soup rich in nutrients. Whether it was their skin, hair, bones, or internal organs, they had all turned into a pool of thick liquid. That state obviously could not be defined as life, but the scientists of Light Chaser still named that stage primitive embryo. The drug did not break down the cell plate that had been prepared in each of their bodies. Instead, the cell plate began to play its normal role. Strings of genes began to recombine under the effect of certain pheromones, and a certain extremely stubborn segment of primitive genes drifted away in that process, gradually being expelled to the edge of the organic soup. After that, the organ prototypes differentiated from the cell plates began to grow rapidly in the cocoon. Just like the formation of a celestial body, matter was attracted, gathered, consumed, and then lit up. The body prototype was constructed directly at that stage. There was no need to go through the growth of a mammalian embryo. A healthy and fresh adult life form would appear when all the free organic matter was exhausted. Time passed day by day. The shrinking universe observation ship at the outermost edge had migrated inward again. The scientists, who constantly monitored the changes in the mechanical cocoons, also detected the heartbeats inside the cocoons. That was something to be happy about, but they also knew it was not enough. Rebirth was not what they wanted. What they wanted was rebirth with memories. After a long time, the situation in the mechanical cocoons had stabilized. The relatives were gathered there again to witness the rebirth of their loved ones. The leader was no exception. He used his authority to go there the most. Although his expression was calm, his tense body had already betrayed him. As the mechanical cocoon slowly opened, the previous participants all walked out. They did not look much different from 2 years ago. To be exact, it felt like an update. The rebirth in the past 2 years felt like another day for everyone present, but everyone was looking forward to something. After that, the participants walked toward their relatives, and everyone's expression became more joyful. In the end, the leader's son also arrived before the leader. Ahem, how was your sleep? The leader coughed and asked. His son also smiled and said in a relaxed manner, there's nothing more comfortable than this sleep. Chapter 344, Remnant Fire. The cocooning method was finally proven. The segment of primitive genes from the fire chasers had been eliminated. It was isolated and absorbed by the mechanical cocoon before being sealed in a storage device. It was only waiting for the right time to be destroyed. The people who had been reborn did not show any abnormalities. They had clear memories, and they had also passed the self-awareness test designed by the psychologists. Even if they were hypnotized, they could still firmly believe they were themselves. It was almost no different from before they entered the mechanical cocoons. Only their bodies had changed a little because the aging cells had disappeared, and their body components were all new. After completing the cocooning, they seemed to have returned to their youngest and healthiest times. Even an old man who was about to die of old age had become a strong and handsome young man after cocooning, which surprised his wife, who was about the same age as him. From then on, the collective evolution called cocooning officially began. The entire Light Chaser civilization was divided into several batches, and they would gradually complete the transformation of the entire species through multiple cocooning. It was a long process. To maintain the normal operation of the civilization during the cocooning period, the number of people undergoing cocooning each round was not too large. According to the scientists' estimates, it might take nearly 50 years. For that, they needed to move further into the galaxy to avoid the steadily shrinking darkness. In the end, the Light Chaser civilization chose a black hole galaxy called Embers as the core galaxy of their current civilization. Although it was a black hole galaxy, the celestial body environment there was quite stable. Other than the black hole, only a frozen planet circled the galaxy's edge. That was a black hole that had formed before the Battle Royale began. It was quite old. According to scientists, the black hole there had devoured all the matter in the galaxy tens of millions of years ago, leaving only a lonely planet orbiting the black hole. Because of that, the black hole that no longer had anything to swallow did not have an accretion disk and had completely become a non-luminous celestial body. That was also the origin of its name, Embers, which meant it was a burnout galaxy. And the Light Chaser civilization would also experience the transformation of their entire civilization there. As batch after batch of people entered the brood nests built on the home ships, the number of people who were reborn also increased. Logically speaking, the difference between species should cause a certain degree of estrangement at that stage, but there was no such thing in the Light Chasers. Every batch of people who entered the mechanical cocoons would have their social connections checked, and the group that entered the mechanical cocoons would be determined by the distance of their social connections. Although the people had been updated, their relationship had not been updated. The moment they entered the mechanical cocoons, their relationship was frozen. It would only be activated again after cocooning ended. That also meant the people who had cocooned would not feel any social discomfort. If nobody asked them, they would not even know that their neighbors had also cocooned in the same batch as them. The biggest benefit that they could get from the cocooning was psychological relaxation on top of being reborn. The primitive genes of the fire chasers had brought them many benefits, but they had also brought them countless scars and pressure. Although that was actually an illusion brought about by the transformation of their body components, they subconsciously attributed it to some kind of idealistic feeling. The invisible darkness was still shrinking outside the galaxy, but many people already felt that the marks on their bodies had been removed, and the universe seemed to no longer pay attention to them. Meanwhile, the shrinking universe observation ship that had never stopped observing at the galaxy's edge had also sent gratifying news. They confirmed that the speed of shrinking had slowed down, probably due to the elimination of the primitive genes in their bodies. That matter made the light chaser civilization even more excited. They had never felt that a bright future was so close to them. It was also at the final stage of their cocooning that the fleet of the fire chasers arrived. They had already known about the fleet of the fire chasers approaching the Embers galaxy. Although that matter had initially attracted their attention, as more and more test results were obtained, they gradually realized it. The fire chasers were there to commit suicide. It was different from the philosophical suicide of cocooning. It was a real complete self-destruction of wiping away all traces of their civilization. What the universe did to the fire chasers was a more conceptual ban. It had nothing to do with genes or physical entities. That was a theory of causality. The fire chasers were a civilization born and developed in the previous era. They had long been destroyed by the Big Bang. They were dead souls in the first place, and now they were just waiting for their belated perishment. And that extinction was also the prerequisite for light chasers to survive. Only when they completely perished would the law of cosmic contraction that surrounded the entire Cradle galaxy disappear. Has this day finally come? The leader of the light chasers slowly stood in his office and looked out the window at the sky above the home ship. At that moment, more and more planned spaceships arrived at the Embers galaxy. Those spaceships had defeated countless opponents, and the flames of war had left countless traces on their organic shells. But now, those plants that were once full of vitality had died for a long time and were about to welcome their last burning. Along with the plant spaceships was another planet that was covered with a large number of translucent plants and ruins of buildings. It was the mother planet of the fire chasers, a living planet that was moving with unknown power. However, the plants on it were no longer active, and even the fluorescent light that was originally emitted had been extinguished. They had come from the other end of the galaxy, far away from the home ships of the light chasers, and all were heading for their destination without exception, the black hole at the center. And at the end of that suicidal fleet was the home ship Dawnstar covered in vegetation. It seemed that the fire chasers on that home ship had gathered all the fire chasers so that his compatriots would not die in silence. The first planned spaceship entered the gravitational range of the black hole and was quickly torn apart by the tidal force. The wreckage revolved around the black hole and shattered as it got closer until it formed a thin, tiny accretion disk. More and more spaceships joined the ranks. Without exception, they approached the black hole and were shattered and torn apart. They were like moths chasing fire. Even if they knew they would die, they did not hesitate. As the matter accumulated, the accretion disk grew larger and larger until the mother planet of the fire chasers was torn apart and the disk reached its peak. The high-speed friction between the substances heated up and soon began to release a large amount of energy. Although the black hole didn't emit light, its accretion disk would. At that moment, the black hole was like a star, spreading light and heat to the universe. The glaciers on the frozen planet furthest away from the Embers galaxy also showed signs of melting as more energy arrived. The water began to flow, revealing the plant seeds frozen for thousands of years under the glaciers. They seemed to represent new life and the future. There were fewer and fewer plant spaceships, and the accretion disk was getting brighter and brighter. Soon, only the home ship Dawnstar was left. In the home ship, the solar engineer disguised by a fire chaser was still sitting on the flower bud as if he had never changed his posture. The spacecraft was approaching the black hole like the rest did. At that moment, the solar engineer seemed to be muttering to himself as he said to the empty tower observation deck, "I'm sorry, but initially, you didn't need to come with us." The voice was full of apology as if it was another life talking. However, the solar engineer suddenly laughed as if he was a different person. "But isn't there no other way? Who asked me to be the only one lacking, but it doesn't matter. I was originally a nobody. Now that I have such an opportunity to leave my name in history, I feel very honored. He stood up and looked into the distance. The accretion disk got closer to the spaceship, and the light that shot into the spaceship became brighter. At that moment, it was like the sunrise at dawn. The solar engineer's figure also gradually faded away with the light. Before he was completely enveloped, he seemed to have recalled something. He smiled and said, "I almost forgot. I initially came here to repair the Sunday." Light burst out, and the last fire chaser burned in the accretion disk. The darkness that shrouded the cradle also slowly dissipated at that time. Chapter 345, The Remains of the Fire Chasers. The history of the Fire Chasers had come to an end, but the history of the Light Chasers had just begun. As the end of that cosmic battle royale, the death of the Fire Chasers completely stopped the Cradle Galaxy from shrinking. When the home ship, Dawn Star, turned into a dazzling light, the darkness threatening the entire cradle stopped shrinking. Perhaps because the contraction was mainly aimed at the Fire Chasers, even after the last batch of Light Chasers completed their cocooning, the shrinking universe observation ships at the border did not detect any signs of darkness approaching. They didn't know if it was because their equipment wasn't sensitive enough to detect the tiny traces of shrinking. In short, even after everyone was reborn, the shrinking universe observation ships at the border were not recalled. They might become monuments to the sad history of the galaxy, standing at the galaxy's edge like an eternal torch, reminding future generations of the suffering they had experienced. A few weeks later, the Light Chaser civilization finally recovered from the crisis termination. The beast that chased them all the time had disappeared, and they no longer had to live under heavy pressure like before. However, those who were used to that kind of life were still slightly confused until the government introduced the Planet Recovery Plan. To prevent the darkness from approaching, all the stars in the Cradle Galaxy were transformed into black holes, which caused the entire galaxy to become a non-luminous celestial body. Without the light and heat of the star, the first to suffer was planet Gaia. Although planet Gaia had a strong ability to adapt to the environment, it could not withstand the low temperature of -200 degrees. Even if planet Gaia used the greenhouse effect to keep warm, it would not have been able to resist the natural forces of the universe. It might have been possible for a short period, but what if it lasted for thousands of years? To make it possible to sustain life before complete heat death, probably only a truly living planet Gaia could make it work. Of course, the current situation arose because planet Gaia's ability to adjust could no longer keep up with the changes in the universe's environment. As long as external forces intervened, artificially providing energy for planet Gaia and designing an ecosystem, planet Gaia could maintain normal operations even without a star. In the past, due to the influence of the shrinking universe, very few civilizations would spend much effort colonizing completely frozen planets. That was because planets would ultimately be abandoned, and it was difficult to develop in a permanently frozen environment. Over time, almost all civilizations simply used things like home ships, and planets became places to collect resources. But now, after the crisis of the shrinking world was completely resolved, a settlement that was in good condition was still much better than a home ship. Whether it was the population carrying capacity or the industrial processing environment, it would be much better than a moving spaceship. Therefore, the Light Chaser civilization began a massive planet recovery plan in the name of recovering their home, vowing to turn those frozen planets into their home again. And that plan began with the frozen planet in the Embers galaxy. The heat from the black hole's accretion disk melted some of the glaciers, and some of the higher altitude areas were exposed. They were natural landing points. On that day, the leader of the Light Chaser civilization was the first to set foot on the unfrozen land. He was one of the middle batch in the cocooning plan. The decades of waiting did not make him old. Instead, he had become much younger because of his new life. He even felt he could be a leader for another few hundred years. Being healthy and as the leader of a civilization, he decided to participate in the Planet Recovery Plan personally to inspire people. It had been long since he stepped on a planet's soil. As far as the eye could see, it was mostly dark brown soil and a small amount of unmelted ice and snow. Although it was dead silent, the leader knew that that place would become the starting point of new life in the future. His assistant followed him with a document from the parliament in his hand. After rushing to the leader's side, the assistant said in a low voice, "The parliament feels that after the crisis was resolved, they can change the name of the civilization for good luck. Look, these are the names they mentioned." The leader took the document and looked at it, and his expression quickly changed. "What kind of names are these?" What is the Light Chaser Science Society? Light Chaser Universe Revival Agency. He threw the document back to his assistant, but he already had an idea in mind. We are the last survivors here. Not only do we have to shoulder ourselves, but we also have to shoulder the 400 civilizations that have passed away, including the fire chasers who brought everything here. The name Light Chaser is quite good, but we can indeed make a small amendment. We don't have to change it too much. Let's call ourselves Light Pursuers. We will always pursue the light until the end of our lives. The Fire Chasers and the Light Pursuers. Those two civilizations with similar names seem to have passed and taken over the torch of their civilizations and continued to advance in that cosmic race. Although the Fire Chasers had perished, their history would be preserved by the Light Pursuers, and they would advance with that reborn civilization until death. The story of the cradle was over, but the story of the universe continued. A spaceship carrying the primitive genes stripped from the Light Pursuers' bodies approached the Ember's black hole. As the accretion disk that was still emitting energy was too dangerous, the spaceship should throw the primitive genes into the black hole to be destroyed after approaching a certain distance. However, when the box containing the secret item that safe kept the primitive genes flew towards the black hole and was completely torn apart by the black hole's gravity under surveillance, the spaceship still showed no signs of leaving, as if it was controlled by something. Needless to say, that was definitely Li Wenyuan's doing. Originally, after dealing with the pending matter, the shrinking world, he should have shifted his attention and stopped focusing on the distant Cradle Galaxy. However, after the Fire Chasers voluntarily threw themselves into the black hole and were torn apart by gravity, he detected a very special signal through the surveillance terminal, which was constantly emitted from the accretion disk. There was a lot of noise in the universe, not to mention that it was 5 million light-years away. If he hadn't locked onto the entire Cradle Galaxy, he wouldn't have noticed the string of signals at all. That string of signals was special because he found that the signal contained some kind of strange pattern as if it was hiding some information. After carefully matching and attempting to decipher it, he realized if he used the encryption method for Fire Chasers, he could decipher the information. At that moment, Li Wenyuan subconsciously wondered if that was the last song tailored for the Fire Chasers by themselves. However, after gradually deciphering the information, Li Wenyuan locked his gaze on the black hole. The seemingly inconspicuous celestial body penetrated the entire universe. Chapter 346, The Organic Encyclopedia. The remains of the Fire Chasers were torn apart by the black hole's gravity. Then they rubbed against each other at high speeds in the accretion disk, releasing a large amount of energy. That was a common phenomenon in the universe. Not only the black hole but even some massive celestial bodies could form similar accretion disks. Most of the energy released by the black hole's accretion disk was in the form of X-rays. Because that was too common and the area around the accretion disk was extremely dangerous, very few people would focus on a normal black hole devour. But this time, the black hole devour phenomenon was not normal. In addition to the X-rays, Li Wenyuan also detected a low-energy ray burst along with the X-ray burst through the transport spaceship. Although it was basically covered by the X-ray burst, it was still possible to discover the uniqueness of that ray under conscious detection. The most obvious was it didn't simply shoot out with energy. Instead, when it encountered certain molecules, it would trigger a weak electrical signal. It was only at that distance that Li Wenyuan could accurately detect the signal with the help of the spaceship he controlled and his surveillance terminal. After more than 5 years of continuous testing, he finally heard the complete string of signals. During that process, the Light Pursuers thought their spaceship carrying the primitive genes had crashed while approaching the black hole. However, since it was an unmanned spaceship and had fulfilled its main purpose, which was to destroy the primitive genes, they ignored the spaceship. That gave Li Wenyuan enough time to examine it. He was not sure at first, but after examination and a period of signal deciphering and reassembly, he confirmed that it was an extremely large string of data. The Past Era Organic Encyclopedia. Introduction. The Fire Chaser itself is a huge gene bank. A conservative estimate of the number of genes it carries from different life forms is at least 2 trillion. Most are life forms from the previous era, but there are also a few creatures from the current era. Although the Fire Chasers believed that it was a set of data that brought destruction and decided to bring it to their grave along with their disappearance, these data were, in fact, no longer recognized as foreign objects by the universe after the black hole's purification. With the support of this set of data, we can now theoretically resurrect any life forms from the previous era and let them reappear in this universe. But that's all there is to it. What is resurrected is life, not civilization. In terms of practical use, it may just be that the genetic characteristics of some life forms are more special and can be used as a reference for genetic evolution. Yes, the signal that Li Wenyuan had been monitoring for more than 5 years was actually the genetic data of more than 2 trillion different life forms in the body of the fire chasers. Although they had already perished, under the effect of the black hole's gravity, all the information stored in their genes was revealed and collected by Li Wenyuan. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for that situation to be formed naturally. If the black hole had such an ability, then the civilizations in that universe would have long regarded the black hole as a versatile interpreter. Almost instantly, Li Wenyuan began to think about the cause of that phenomenon and soon realized the greatest possibility. And that was the greatest nature of the fire chasers. They were a civilization of the previous era and not the present. The reason why they would suffer from dimensional erosion and be locked onto by the universe to be eliminated by shrinking was because they were not a civilization from there. They chose to throw everything into the black hole to destroy themselves completely, but the information they stored was disintegrated by the black hole and transformed into the content of that universe. In other words, things from the previous era could be transformed by the black hole into things that could be recognized by the current universe. As Li Wenyuan thought about it, the black hole seemed to have some connection with the special situation of the Cradle Galaxy. According to the light pursuers, the galaxy was shrinking at a rather fast speed, and it was only because they had blown the star into a black hole that the speed was slowed down. Not only that, but the black hole had even managed to unravel the secrets of the fire chasers. No matter which one it was something Li Wenyuan had never considered. However, he still lacked enough experimental data to support the idea of a black hole's decoding function. After all, he did not have anything from the previous era that he could squander. Through countless observation equipment, his gaze focused on the greenhouse dragon nest galaxy where the ether dragon was located. The ether dragon, which was wearing a giant bow-shaped dimensional adapter on her head, was still lying on her egg that was also wearing a dimensional adapter. As if sensing Li Wenyuan's gaze, she raised her huge head and looked around for a while, even wagging her tail. Li Wenyuan also shifted his gaze at that moment. Of course, he couldn't throw the ether dragon into the black hole just to test if the black hole could transform her into an existence that could be recognized by that universe, regardless of her life and death. But her scales may be used for experiment. Also, the only things I have that are related to the previous era are the ether dragon and the archive building, right? There was no way he would throw the archive building into the black hole. He had yet to finish analyzing those buildings that were suspected to have been left behind by the civilization of the previous era. No one knew if they would become useless disposable items after being thrown into the black hole. If that were the case, it would be a bit of a loss. Moreover, from the situation of the fire chasers, deciphering the information emitted by the black hole required a corresponding method. It wasn't something that could be easily deciphered. At the very least, Li Wenyuan would not throw the archive into the black hole unless he had no other choice. However, he could give the ether dragon's scales a try. The ether dragon had many of those. Also, why does a fire chaser carry so many species genes? Was it to rebuild the original civilization after the end of the era? What kind of universe Noah's Ark is this? The past era organic encyclopedia that was analyzed through the fire chasers reminded Li Wenyuan. From the information he knew about the fire chasers, that civilization seemed to have done that in the previous era. Or is this some sort of division of labor where the fire chasers are responsible for collecting and passing on the tinder of the genes? However, the civilizations of the previous era did not seem to expect that the fire chasers chose to live until now. If so, shouldn't we do the same thing in this era? Gather as many genes as possible to prepare for the future. With that thought in mind, he created a new pending matter for himself to prepare to create an organic encyclopedia for that era. After that, he put his current energy back into the spiral galaxy Alpha. He still had many things to do in that galaxy that was divided by the heavenly chasm. Chapter 347, Entering the Black Hole Again. After returning to the spiral galaxy Alpha, Li Wenyuan began to deal with the problems he needed to solve recently. The most important thing was still the search for humans. He had come out of the Milky Way to do that. Previously, due to the pending matters left behind by the humans, he had first resolved the crisis of shrinking world before he was ready to continue that matter. However, the progress of that matter encountered some trouble. The reason lay in the scribe civilization that had sent people back to Spiral Galaxy Alpha. The variant terminal they had cast there mutated after human interference. It changed from a simple planetary machine into a galaxy guardian one bringing hope to the civilization there. And that change affected the observation of the scribe. They sent people to restore the place to its original state and launched a new Great Separation experiment. During that process, almost all traces of humans were wiped out, including the outer stargate that humans built in the central black hole for movement. Or rather, if the outer stargate were still intact, Li Wenyuan would not have dared to enter. He would have suspected that it was some kind of trap set by the scribe. They had cleaned up the entire galaxy. How could they not notice the obvious abnormality in the central black hole? All in all, when Li Wenyuan found it, the outer stargate of the central black hole had already turned into ruins. There was not even a speck of debris left, and he had also lost the coordinates of the galaxy where the humans had headed. However, while helping the light pursuers resolve the crisis, he was still rebuilding the outer stargate. The road could not stop there. He believed that as long as he went to enough places, he would find traces of humans sooner or later. Moreover, due to the appearance of the megastructures piloting lighthouse and the surveillance terminal, which could perform long-distance communication, he could now temporarily stay in the spiral galaxy Alpha and choose to explore the surrounding galaxies remotely. There were quite a few large galaxies in the vicinity. One of them might be one of the footholds for humans. After deciding on the follow-up plan to search for traces of humans, Li Wenyuan focused his remaining energy on solving some known secrets. From the information obtained from the fire chasers, it could be seen that all the planets in the Cradle Galaxy were planet Gaia. Naturally, there would be no observation terminal or purification terminal. That proved that the scribe and the civilization that created the contingency agreement had never been there, or they had, but for some reason, they did not leave their AL planet there. That made Li Wenyuan's previous theory, in which every galaxy would always leave behind an observation terminal and purification terminal, invalid. There was also the elliptical galaxy Alpha, a place with a high concentration of Chinook, that had a similar situation. There was an observation terminal there, but no purification terminal. After comparing the anomalies of the elliptical galaxy Alpha and the Cradle Galaxy, Li Wenyuan locked onto the traveler civilization that had appeared in the elliptical galaxy Alpha. He hadn't thought of that at first, but after his experience with the fire chasers, he believed that the traveler civilization was likely a civilization from the previous era. However, for some reason, that civilization wasn't affected by the dimensional erosion, nor did it seem to be hunted down by the universe. As for the purification terminal, it might not have been built in a galaxy that had been interfered with by civilizations from the previous era. The original purpose of the purification terminal is to eliminate the existence of civilizations. Had the civilization that built the purification terminal foreseen the natural demise of these civilizations and chose not to build it? Indeed, if he had not been to the elliptical galaxy Alpha and did not lend a helping hand to the Cradle Galaxy, then the extinction of the civilizations in those two galaxies was only a matter of time. In that case, the civilization that created the contingency agreement seems more or less related to the previous era. The matter was very clear. As long as he found more relics related to the previous era or simply found the traveler civilization and the civilization that created the contingency agreement, he would understand the whole story. Unfortunately, this matter is quite difficult. Those related to the previous era have basically been blacklisted. It still depends on luck. After sorting out the clues of the various terminals and civilizations of the previous era, what happened next was related to the present. There wasn't much progress on the phenomenon of space-time ghosts, but it was also thanks to the fire chasers that it could be confirmed that the phenomenon was indeed a mechanism of the universe. It could even be attributed to the law of instinct because the universe would even spontaneously use that method to seal off an area so that the target could not escape using warp. However, Li Wenyuan still had some doubts about that. He didn't think that that kind of universe law existed only to hinder the technology of warp. He felt that there must be something deeper behind it that caused the universe to form such a law. Finally, they arrived at the black hole, the increasingly mysterious celestial body. It was originally a non-luminous celestial body with a huge mass bound to exist in the universe. Although its internal structure was indeed mysterious to civilizations, it was definitely unlike now, where it had become a metaphysical situation. When he was still in the Milky Way, Li Wenyuan knew there seemed to be some indescribable existence in the black hole. It would let people enter the black hole horizon through the method of nomination to understand some unknown truth. However, so much time had passed. Li Wenyuan had even gone through 3 galaxies, but there was still no nomination targeting him. Countless generations could have passed during that period. Originally, Li Wenyuan was prepared to find time to enter the black hole again to see the situation. After going through the Cradle Galaxy, the black hole's abnormal information purification ability further confirmed his determination to enter the black hole again. This time, Li Wenyuan had a feeling that he would not return empty-handed. Therefore, after some investigation, Li Wenyuan finally chose a black hole galaxy in the upper three spiral arms with many wonderful rumors. Most of those rumors came from the Skywalker Empire, which had ruled over the upper three spiral arms for millions of years. Although that civilization had perished, all of its historical information still existed. And recently, even the current upper three spiral arms civilization had rumors related to that black hole. The name of the black hole was Gigantic Ancient Dust. Chapter 348, Black Hole Rumors. Alright, next, everyone turns to page 3712. Today, we are going to study the black hole. In class, an ancient river people teacher was holding a new era electronic teaching materials compiled by the Alliance, guiding the students to learn that day's knowledge. According to the Alliance's statistics, almost all the civilizations in the lower three spiral arms had arrived at the upper three spiral arms through the wormhole. Only a portion of the native civilization had yet to arrive. Most of the civilizations that came were influenced by the purpose of the United Explorer Alliance and joined the Alliance. Right then, the Alliance was a huge organization that had influence over the entire upper three spiral arms. There were countless civilizations and races that interacted with each other. It was a scene of life and vitality. As the Alliance grew stronger, they first noticed the difference in education levels among the various civilizations within the Alliance. Some civilizations had already developed for a long time but were only stuck at the speed of light. Their infrastructure was extremely developed, and all kinds of outstanding talents emerged like leaks. On the other hand, some civilizations had not been able to get rid of the aura of natives since they had just ascended to the sky. There were even slums and industrial pollution areas on their mother planets. To resolve that fundamental gap, the Alliance naturally came up with a series of related policies to support those relatively backward civilizations. Education was naturally an important part of it. Although the Alliance was still supporting education through the most basic precepts and deeds, a compulsory education technology that was widely used in interstellar civilization was, in fact, already assigned to those less advanced civilizations. That technology would allow one to quickly skip the learning of basic subjects through the direct insertion of memories. Although higher education still needed to rely on the life form's understanding, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce the time needed for education. In those civilizations, universities were for primary school students, while high school students and university students of the respective ages would go to research institutes and laboratories in various fields. Once they graduated, they would immediately enter the workforce as talents. The Alliance was working hard to shorten that fundamental gap to balance the possible civilization discrimination within the Alliance. Teacher. Is there someone living in the black hole? I've recently seen a lot of rumors about the black hole on the internet. Some people even seem to hear the black hole calling them. Does this mean that black holes are livable? A student's sudden question almost made the teacher, who was still drinking water, choke on his saliva. He immediately tensed up and said seriously, "We can have ideas, but we have to combine them with reality. Ordinary things will be torn apart as soon as they approach the black hole. How can we then talk about surviving in the black hole? That is the darkness domain that even light cannot escape from." "But," the student asked curiously, "didn't many explorers claim they heard a voice from the black hole? Then what's that? Stop browsing videos of unscrupulous internet celebrities." The teacher explained helplessly, "There is scientific evidence that shows that what they heard is actually the sound of the spaceship. It's just that in that celestial body environment, their brains mistook it for the voice from the black hole." The teacher ended the rumors circulating on the internet for the students while explaining to them about black hole. During that process, he was also curious about where the black hole rumors circulating on the internet recently came from. At that moment, in a black hole galaxy thousands of light years away from the school, a space adventurer was also conducting his black hole exploration. "My family, I'm here again today. Last time, we didn't manage to see the mysterious object hovering near the black hole. This time, we'll definitely do it. Everyone, please don't stop." He was the source of the black hole message that was currently popular in the upper three spiral arm civilization. That adventurer had prepared a script in advance to gain the world's attention. His goal was to make himself famous. He made up the lie of hearing a voice from the black hole and spread it on the internet, successfully attracting a wave of attention. Now, he only needed to find a way to end that script, and he could change his career with that popularity. He had already designed the script for this time. He only needed to find the damaged spaceship he had placed in advance at the right time and uncover the mystery of the voice coming from the spaceship's transmitter. Then, he would be able to end it successfully. Therefore, he began to search for the mystery bit by bit under the audience's anticipation. My family members, my spaceship detector just detected an abnormality. What could it be? Is it the nightmare that has been bothering me? The adventurer's terrified voice, coupled with the dim lighting environment inside the spaceship, immediately infected the audience with a sense of urgency. Everyone was looking forward to the result. The adventurer also operated the spaceship to approach the abnormality he had detected. After continuously laying the foundation, he arrived at the place he had set. My family, I see it. That's where his voice stopped abruptly, and the audience's curiosity piqued, urging him to reveal the mystery quickly. However, the adventurer's mind was in a mess at that time. He didn't even care about the live broadcast. Because the spaceship he had prepared in advance had disappeared. His brain was rapidly thinking about the cause of that situation. Did I not calculate the position properly, and gravity pulled it away? Or did I come to the wrong place? While he was thinking, he glanced at the black hole, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He seemed to have seen something disappear into the black hole, but when he returned to his senses, he saw nothing. That feeling of paranoia made him want to retreat because he remembered the real rumors about that black hole. That was what his father, a scientist involved in the public opinion research of the Skywalker Empire, had told him. It was rumored that the black hole named Gigantic Ancient Dust was not like that. The original black hole was even larger, and its event horizon was several times larger than it was now. But one day, the black hole suddenly became inexplicably smaller. According to the research of the scientists of the Skywalker Empire, they believed that something had entered the black hole, causing that phenomenon. However, it was well known that nothing could remain intact from the huge gravity of a black hole. What exactly entered the black hole became one of the mysteries of the Skywalker Empire. After that incident, all kinds of rumors spread in the Skywalker Empire. The most widely spread rumor was that a scientist heard a voice summoning him when he passed by the black hole. It was said that everyone who heard the summoning went crazy, which made many people avoid that black hole. The adventurer was naturally completely dismissive of his scientist father's charlatan remarks. However, this time, he seemed to have really encountered an accident. After thinking about it, he eventually gave up on his adventure and fled the place dejectedly. At that moment, the thing that had mysteriously disappeared into the black hole before the adventurer also revealed its true appearance. It was a spaceship with only its back view. It only left a shadow for the outside world when it fell into the horizon. That was the anti-gravity spaceship that Li Wenyuan had used to explore that black hole. This time, he finally lived up to his expectations and discovered the existence inside the black hole. It was an extremely large mechanical sphere, which was still amazingly working inside the black hole horizon as if it was performing a never-ending calculation. Chapter 349, Infinite Divine Armaments. Li Wenyuan chose to explore the galaxy, Gigantic Ancient Dust, because of the black hole public opinion that had appeared in the history of the Skywalker Empire. Due to the mistake of a certain eccentric duke in the Empire, the data city that stored a large amount of information was destroyed, and many pieces of information disappeared. It was only after the lower three spiral arms civilization destroyed the Skywalker Empire that they began to sort out the lost history of that civilization that had been swept into the trash heap of history. It was indeed very troublesome to sort out the historical data of a million-year-old civilization. However, under the prolonged recovery by many historians in the Alliance, there was still a lot of progress. The rumors about the black hole, Gigantic Ancient Dust, were a small interlude in the history of the Skywalker Empire. However, the moment it was sorted out, the backdoor that Li Wenyuan had left in the network of those civilizations was activated. The reason was simple. Because the keyword, summoned by the black hole, was detected. It might be a troublesome deed for ordinary civilizations to filter out words with similar meanings from the different languages of those civilizations, but Li Wenyuan did not care. As long as there was news, he would read it. It did not take too much of his time. Therefore, he realized that in the history of the Skywalker Empire, there seemed to be people who had received the nomination of the black hole. However, those people clearly did not have the spirit to sacrifice themselves for science. They retreated in the face of the black hole. However, that was enough for him. He just needed to find the black hole that had the abnormality. In the end, he locked onto the black hole, the Gigantic Ancient Dust. There was only that black hole in that galaxy. The planets that had once revolved around that black hole seemed to have been swallowed by it. However, the size of the event horizon of the gigantic ancient dust did not match the celestial body environment it created, which made Li Wenyuan even more certain that there was something unusual there. Without hesitation, he quickly warped an anti-gravity spaceship to that place. The anti-gravitational equipment carried by an anti-gravity spaceship would prevent it from being torn apart by the black hole's gravity, allowing it to enter the horizon smoothly. In the Milky Way, Li Wenyuan also used the same method to enter the black hole. To ensure that there was no interference from external objects, he had cleared all the debris around the gigantic ancient dust in advance. Among them was an abandoned spaceship that seemed to have appeared recently. After that, he officially headed towards the overly small event horizon of the gigantic ancient dust. It was the familiar space-time pull again. The surrounding light began to distort, and the entire world seemed to be moving away. When approaching the black hole's photon sphere layer, Li Wenyuan deliberately stopped for a while to confirm if there was any information left there, like the one in the Milky Way. Unfortunately, everything outside the event horizon of the gigantic ancient dust was ordinary. Its true secret could only be revealed after entering. Therefore, without any hesitation, the anti-gravity spaceship carrying a portion of Li Wenyuan's consciousness data fell into the event horizon and embarked on a journey of no return. The moment he entered the black hole, Li Wenyuan felt the universe outside rapidly leaving him. That was the feeling of transcending life and death. The black hole and the world outside the black hole were two completely different worlds. He once again saw the thumbnail of the universe, the sphere with countless light spots. The universe outside the black hole was so huge, and the black hole was so small. However, after entering the black hole, the universe became so small, and the black hole seemed to be as huge as another universe. After regaining his senses, Li Wenyuan still couldn't see any cycle in the event horizon, but he saw something unexpected. A huge mechanical sphere, conservatively estimated to be at least the size of a planet. Its surface was extremely smooth, and no weapon structure could be seen. However, the lines that were regularly distributed on the sphere indicated that there was still unknown firepower hidden inside. In addition, Li Wenyuan also found that the sphere seemed to be still working. It was not destroyed by the black hole's gravity but entered the event horizon using anti-gravity technology like him. The fact that the ball spoke to him next proved that point. Hello, hello. We welcome you back to the huge black hole. You're another group, aren't you? There are so many of you. What was it saying? That was Li Wenyuan's first reaction. The words spoken by the huge ball did not have the style of a mechanical body at all. Instead, it was mysterious and unpredictable. However, Li Wenyuan did not ask any questions. Instead, he silently waited for it to continue. We are us, the things used for calculation. However, all the living beings we have encountered have always called us infinite divine armaments. It emphasizes the lack of intelligence in our design. Since you're here, the ring must have foretold all of this. You are so similar to the extractor, yet so different. We ask for your kind assistance. Can you help us get out of here? This time, a name worthy of Li Wenyuan's attention appeared. Ring and Extractor. He thought about the two names mentioned by the infinite divine armaments, and the first thing that came to mind was the end of reincarnation and the scribe. After all, the first impression of the end of reincarnation was a huge ring, and the names scribe and extractor were very similar. Li Wenyuan knew that civilizations named after such special terms might more or less have some connections or might even be just a different translation. But soon, Li Wenyuan thought of something else. It was the never-ending cycle mentioned in the message left behind by the professor. That message brought along a level 10 technology called Strange Cycle, and the image of the cycle was also related to the ring. Between the ring related to the void realm and the ring related to the black hole, if one were to ask which was more suitable in the context of the event horizon, it would naturally be the ring of the black hole. Therefore, he realized that the ring mentioned by the infinite divine armaments most likely referred to the mysterious black hole. As for the scribe civilization? Oh, we know. We wandered through countless places, and their shadows were also getting thicker. It is a poor imitation of our Creator. Although there is no direct evidence, our rationality believes that there is a 99% chance that the civilization was directly built on the remains of our Creator. You can understand up till here, right? Our Creator is actually the extractor. They are the existences that allowed us to begin our operation. We guess you might call them a civilization. But to be honest, it's a little boastful to call them that. They disappeared. We are very sorry. This is our mistake. And the ring. At that point, the infinite divine armament's communication was cut off for a while before it continued. What has existed must exist again, and what has been done must be done again. That is the ring of time, the ring of strange. We think it mentioned you or one of you because there are too many of you. After listening to those words, Li Wenyuan fell into a short contemplation. Chapter 350, Understanding Infinity. Both the ring and the extractor mentioned by the infinite divine armaments were new information obtained from the black hole. However, just like how food had to be eaten step by step, information had to be obtained the same way. Li Wenyuan thought for a while and decided to ask about the ring that he was most concerned about. The mysterious existence in that black hole had troubled him for a long time. The celestial body he thought represented the end had a different world inside. As more mysteries were unearthed, the black hole became more mysterious. Humans seemed to have an unusual understanding of black hole. From the previous conclusion of the purification core in that spiral galaxy, the professor who entered the black hole might not have died but had somehow re-established a certain degree of connection with humans. Just like the current infinite divine armaments. Before entering the black hole, Li Wenyuan did not expect to encounter such a machine in the black hole. He originally thought there would only be two outcomes, seeing the ring and not seeing the ring. Now, the infinite divine armaments told him that entering and staying in the black hole was not something only humans could do. What does a ring look like? Oh, this is indeed a problem. Up until now, it has been difficult for us to come up with a concrete image of it. We can only give it a concept of a ring. But in fact, every life who has seen it will involuntarily define it as ring. It is time. It is a cycle. It is love and song, anyway, that's how it is. It's indeed quite difficult to see it, but theoretically speaking, it has always been in the black hole. If you don't see it in the black hole, it means that it's not time to meet it yet. It knows everything, just like your arrival. It has already mentioned you and all of you countless times. It has always been watching, whether the past or the future. But I'm sorry, we haven't seen it for a long time too. Although the last time we saw it was 20,000 seconds ago, you know that the flow of time here can't be judged by common sense. Or rather, it's meaningless to talk about time here. In our memory, we entered this place about 3,000 seconds ago, but we think that at least 50 years have passed in the outside world. No, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years is possible. We'll only know when we get out. Li Wenyuan felt that every time that mysterious black hole ring was involved, everything he knew began to become metaphysical. Even the words used by the infinite divine armaments that looked like a cutting-edge machine were strange. However, he also knew that the ring of time in the black hole was far more bizarre than he had imagined. The infinite divine armaments believed it knew everything, as did Li Wenyuan. Because the level 10 technology that came from the black hole, the strange cycle, could only be explained by metaphysics. It seemed to contain the truth of countless universes and dimensions. As long as one understood a little, one could complete the transformation. Li Wenyuan felt that only those who had truly observed everything from the beginning to the end could have that level of knowledge. Therefore, he also gave a definition to the ring of time. Before he truly obtained the nomination from the ring of time and saw the ring of time, he would think of it as a high-dimensional life form. It wasn't a higher dimension like the world breaker, but an existence above it, at the peak, and even beyond the dimension itself. The definition of life might no longer apply to it. Apart from that, Li Wenyuan also analyzed another thing from the words of the infinite divine armaments. The ring of time seemed to be very interested in him and human beings. Yes, yes. In a limited time, it has mentioned you countless times. Its attention to you is beyond your imagination. We can't define what kind of life you are, nor can we define whether you are an individual or group existence. Just like you, or all of you, you are now a mechanical body, but in fact, you are an organic life. This is indeed an interference that is difficult to determine. But we can still confirm that it's you because its love is in you. Love? He thought it would be difficult to see that word after stepping into interstellar space, but Li Wenyuan did not expect to hear it from the infinite divine armaments. At that moment, Li Wenyuan thought of the strange cycle. Strange cycle. Introduction. This is a set of conflicting instincts, love, and social norms. We don't want to just cause an impact. We want to control everything. The advancement of technology will no longer have an upper limit. We will forever be in a cycle and then infinitely improve ourselves until we can break the cycle. The introduction of that level 10 technology did not have any technological sense. It was as if humans did not know how to describe that technology in scientific terms. However, in that introduction, the word love appeared. He didn't understand in the past, but now he knew that it was referring to the love of the Ring of Time. That technology itself was a gift from the Ring of Time. So the infinite divine armaments judged us through this? Has it seen humans before? Li Wenyuan's strange cycle technology had already cycled once. As a level 10 technology, it was indeed difficult to research. Even with his current computing power, it would take him thousands of years to cycle that technology. Not only that, but he also discovered that the strange cycle would become more difficult to study as the number of cycles increased. Now, he needed more than 1,000 years, but according to the increase in the difficulty of research, after 10 cycles, the time needed would increase to 10,000 years. Therefore, even though Li Wenyuan had been to several galaxies, he would still devote part of his energy to building various megastructures to support research. Even the second central processing unit was in preparation. After one cycle, he could also sense the changes. Using the Dyson sphere that produced a large amount of energy as an example, it was known that the process of energy transfer would inevitably produce losses. However, after a strange cycle, there was a new solution to the superconducting technology that was thought to have no room for improvement. It could slightly reduce the loss in the energy transfer process and increase the output of the Dyson sphere. That made him feel extremely incredulous because he had confirmed countless times that he should have reached the limit of that technology. However, under the effect of the strange cycle, there was a new solution. That made him realize once again how terrifying the technology of the strange cycle, which could achieve infinite improvement, was. Now that he understood the Ring of Time, he was even more certain that the mysterious existence far exceeded that dimension. And the technology that could achieve an infinite cycle might be a manifestation of the love that the Ring of Time had for them. In other words, we are special. Li Wenyuan's surveillance equipment could not see anything in the event horizon, but at that moment, he felt like he was being watched. He understood the infinity of the strange cycle, but what puzzled him was why the Ring of Time paid so much attention to them and even gifted them the technology. Just like the introduction said, was it to break the cycle?